Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to my home studio, welcome to day 5 of a one-day build. Yes, I am fully aware of the anachronism of that statement, but you know what? There may well be a day 6. We have just ended a poll, like all of you. It's 50-50. Nobody knows. I don't know. Do we really care? This is all a bit of fun, and we have a guitar coming together. In the end, it will be done. Now, oh, there's a camera in the way. I'm really happy. I'm really happy with how she's turning out. The interesting thing is that because it's taken a lot longer than was originally planned, we have something that is, I think, a much better instrument. We have character. And aluminium and rosewood. A lot of people have shouted at me because we've covered up the rosewood here, with most of the rosewood with the aluminium, and I don't really see that is an issue, to be honest. It's visible in parts, but on the edge, that's where it's gorgeous.
We're getting some message about saying the audio's a bit faint.
The audio's a bit faint. Okay, so I have been having trouble with audio. And there we go. Let me know how that goes. Of course, I completely forgot to introduce my wife, who is Tanya. What did they call you last week, darling?
I don't know. I'm voting for either Mrs. Ben or Mrs. Bunn.
I like it. Fine. Mrs. Bunn probably works.
We're both a bit doughy.
We are both a bit... Excuse me? Anyway, Mrs. Bunn is on the keyboard and will be relaying comments and questions and chats, etc. up until sometime after lunch, when Talitha will be coming. I can't remember what they called her either. Sister Bun, I suppose. I don't know. That's all a little bit bun-centric for me. Now, my phone is not on silent because I am not a professional, not by any means or stretch. Sheba has dropped by 8%. Stella has dropped by 8.2%. The world is in freefall. I don't know why I'm getting all of those notifications. Now, what am I going to achieve today? Today we are going to finalize the headstock. There are going to be maybe 2 sections of aluminium on there to finalize the headstock shape. Because this is Boba Fret, the guitar of awesomeness, the thought was to split the headstock so that it looks like the Mandalorian rifle, which I think will look incredibly cool, but we're worried about the strength and stability. You will have 3 strings on either side, and it does have essentially some end grain. The joints where the veneer are, well, just looking at it now, it's giving me a feeling that actually maybe that's not a good idea. That doesn't mean that we can't break our pickups just for fun. That doesn't mean that we aren't necessarily going to be precluded from achieving. What was that sentence, Tanya? Was that even a sentence?
I don't know. I'm reading. It's difficult to hear you, and I think this heater is making some background noise, possibly.
That's the dehumidifier that I normally turn off.
There we go. So that's making some noise.
Okay,
and,
sorry.
Low is your lapel
bass rumble.
I don't know if your lapel mic is.
What's wrong with
properly.
my lapel? My lapel is definitely working.
Okay.
Are we clipping?
Oh, I don't know.
Test it. 1 2. Test 1 2. Test. Haha. Okay. Now there is the side. So okay. On the Q&A live stream that is on Sunday evenings on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel, I had all sorts of issues with audio last night. It turns out that basically on these relatively budget microphones that we use, the Saramonic lapels, the microphones themselves don't actually last very long. I need to upgrade. I need to buy a better system with, or at the very least, harder wearing microphones that can plug into this system. So we'll
Sounds
see.
good.
The
Sound is good now, apparently.
Okay, fantastic. That really makes me happy. I spent a good half hour this morning trying to sort out another microphone, but I just don't have anything here that will do that. I've got the Focusrite 2i2, the Scholar 2i2 there, but that plugs into a computer, not into the Blackmagic Design Atom Mini. Technology. All I want to do is use a chisel and a gouge, play around with some wood, and build a guitar. I've turned into a videographer. Oh well, life is a journey. Okay, anyway, so back to what I'm going to be doing today. We're going to sort the headstock out. I think that I might still cut it, but there's going to be a solid section of aluminium all the way around the back, so it will look like it's been chopped. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe we can fake it. Maybe we can have some black in the center and aluminium around the side, so it looks like it's that rifle. Anyhow, that's not a problem. We're going to make a back plate. We're going to get that fitted and sorted. I think the vote last time was for that to be oh yes, it's rosewood and aluminium, and we're going to carve the neck. The neck carve is going to be something very, very interesting. Now, a lot of you are watching. How many are currently watching, Mother?
We're at 309.
I asked you just as you were about to try and take a drink out of your coffee. I'm so sorry. There was a raffle. There was a raffle that was supposed to end a couple of weeks after I finished building the guitar, and of course, I'm still building the guitar, and the raffle ended on Saturday evening. Now, the odds were very, very good. In the end, it was just over 5,000 tickets were sold, and a number of people were buying 5 or 10 each. So the odds were very, very not bad. The gentleman who won the guitar, I don't even know if he knows. I think I have his phone number. He only bought 4 tickets. Which is just mind-blowing to me. Anyway, I'm going to take a break a little bit later, and okay, that's Max telling me not to put my phone on silent because he's listening and trying to fix the audio issues. I'm going to try and phone this guy later. I'll send him a text message and see if I can organise a phone call with you all listening. But yeah. We'll see. Now, that was a message I was just trying to do. Okay.
We should say hello to our new member, Trevor Deeprose. Thank you, Trevor.
Trevor, greetings. Welcome to the utter chaos that is this stream. All right, we're 10 minutes in, and I need to start actually building. Do we have any questions, my love, while I take a sip of this coffee that you made me?
Any questions? We've had lots of talk about carbon fibre and resin, possibly filling the gap in the headstock with resin. Hold on, I'm trying to
okay, so filling the gap in the headstock wouldn't work because the tuners are actually going in from the side, and the strings need somewhere to go.
Oh no, it was.
Or
sorry.
the gap at the end.
Cut
with
the section
resin.
off. Cut that section off the headstock out and replace it with some red resin. I'm not sure.
That could be cool. Takes too long. I do have some clear perspex. It's fairly thick. It could potentially do it, but again, that would be a little bit of a worry strength-wise. Now, the interesting thing is, if I can get a hold of the gentleman who's won this guitar, I can actually ask him what he would like the neck to feel like, potentially. So, well, there we go. We'll get there. Anyhow, on with... hi. I will get back in the... I was going to say stream of things, and that's just not the way it goes. Super chats. Any super chat will 100% be answered. these streams tend to have, as the day progresses, huge amounts of comments coming through, and it's impossible to answer all of them. If you have a burning question, send us through a small super chat, and I will both appreciate the support and answer it for sure. That's the admin out of the way. Let's get on with the build, shall we? I don't know where to put anything. Okay.
I've had an interesting question from Jam Jar.
Jam jar?
Sorry
As in jam jar amps?
I don't know. Ooh. Sorry if this has been asked before. What happens when the fretboard is worn down? It occurred to me that you can't replace the frets. Does this mean the entire fretboard would then need replacing?
No, that's a valid well, it's a good question. We have this very, very cool stepped fretboard. It's off, well, it is out of, it never made it onto a Bond Electroglide fretboard, and it steps up, and that's how, that is the fret there. Now, this is very, very well anodized aluminium. It's very hard, and in the Bond Electroglides that I have seen, there has not been any evidence of it wearing down. I suppose that, as with anything, entropy wins. We are a bit doughy, my love, I suppose. Entropy wins, and yes, the fretboard will wear down at some point, but I don't think that it's going to be anytime soon. And yeah, it should not be too much of an issue. However, yeah, at some point, maybe in 50 years, that will be the problem. Okay, so nope, I can't do that. There we go. Admin, this is the problem. It never stops. Now, if you're interested in Great Guitar Build-Off 22, watch this space. There's going to be a major announcement. I'm incredibly excited about the competition moving forward. It is going to be incredible. I'm truly, truly, truly excited. I'm not sure what I want to start with.
I've got a question about your pen. Let me find it. Hold on. Toot M. Carman. No, below that. Where's it gone? No, sorry. Stefan Schneider.
Yeah.
Ben sometimes talks about the pen he uses. What pen is this exactly?
The pen or the pencil?
It says pen, but
it says pen. I more often talk about the pencil. The pen, well, basically both of these are chosen for the prime reason I use these. This is a Visconti. It's a handmade Italian pen. They retail at about £150, which is insane for a pen, but it's got this beautiful, incredibly strong, check how that works, solid metal clip. And I wear all of my, I wear my pen and my pencil in my jeans pocket every day, and every other pen I have tried that with, the clip breaks off within minutes. This has lasted 6 months or more so far, and you know, it's very cool. It's got little magnets, so the whole thing just clips together, and you know, it writes. The pencil is the Graph Gear 1000. I use 0.9mm lead. I think I'm considering going down to 0.7. We'll see. But again, these are bulletproof with very strong clips. As you're going, when you push that, the whole nib disappears. And when that's in my pocket, it's less likely to stab me, which is, well, a bit of a bonus, especially when you're ruffling and tumbling with a 7-year-old. The last thing you want to do is stab yourself. Or them. Okay, the workbench is now soft. We are at that stage in the build where I'm starting to care about dents and dings and things. Progress!
Stu J says, Ben, is it wrong that I'm trying to hack my Android Auto so I can watch and listen while travelling around for work? Is that a work phone? Is it doesn't allow to?
Well, no. Android Auto connects your mobile to it's what we watch Google Maps on, etc. on the center console in the van.
Okay. I see.
Yeah,
Yes,
it doesn't allow you to watch entertainment on it.
Okay.
If you can do that, then
let us know.
Let us know, because we need to let Google know, because that's really bad. Yes, it's bad. Don't do that. Like, seriously, naughty person, don't do that. What you do is you put your phone on a thing right in the centre of your field of vision, just there, so you don't have to look very far.
No, you do not. Drive safe, people.
We've got you can have a sort of iPad, actually. There's sort of 14-inch big tab. No.
You've had a super chat from Stefan Frank. I would really love to see a 335 style build. Of course, a sexy version designed by you. Maybe even a base or as a kit. Would you be interested? Emphatically.
So to do it as a kit that other people could buy is something. It's something that we're considering. It wouldn't be in the same way as Gibson actually make them, because they are pressed. They're essentially plywood, and that's an issue. I'm using a radius block on the bench, and I'm just going to clamp that down for the moment, like so. So yes, that is an option. There's some glue there, or a problem at least. It would have to be a carved 335 CNC'd out, which is something we can do and have considered and would do if somebody asked nicely enough. But I have long said that I would like to build a 335 style instrument on the channel, and yeah, we're gonna have to do that. I suppose the closest I've done so far, clamp down. The closest I've done so far was my GGBO 22 entry that had a very. This just is not. Ah, there we go. I must be on something. Some glue, a bead of glue or something. Anyway, yeah. 335 inbound. Wow, over the years that has developed a bit of a bow. It's just a clamping ball, so that doesn't really matter. Okay. Not ideal. We'll see. Work holding is a never-ending issue. It's just not ideal, but it is what it is. Okay, so this is the plan for the for the control cavity, I want to have a rosewood section and then 2 aluminium pieces that go in, and essentially those aluminium sections are where the screws are to screw it down, and it'll just look pretty cool. It's an unnecessary thing, but then again, frankly, a guitar just needs to be a plank of wood with a pickup stuck on it, so a lot of this is unnecessary.
Stay dry are hell. I can't read the rest of that, it's too many letters. He has a comment. It says it's because it's metal against wood, Ben, that's why it's sliding.
So potentially, no, not really. Essentially, the aluminium is on a cork backing, and that is doing it. There's a bit of a bow in the bit of wood, and these clamps just aren't holding it down strong enough because there's not that much tension there. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Okay. We might as well make sure that we can actually see what we're doing. Sort of makes sense, doesn't it?
A couple of interesting comments. Would Ben build another bench as a project and film it for them?
Yes. So this workbench is absolutely not fit for purpose. It's just far too... That isn't square. That's... Okay, that needs to be cleaned up. Bring out the big guns. This workbench is... Does it need to be square? Because that... Oh no, a conundrum. I am going to be building a bench. I am, because I need a much more stable bench than I currently have. And I will film it as a series. In fact, it's going to be fairly imminent, because I need... Yeah, fairly imminent. I need to finish this build. I need to finish my daughter's guitar, which is coming up very soon, and then I need to finish the hand tool build. I may be able to do the workbench while carrying on the hand tool build. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm not planning huge amounts of solid wood like I did on the last bench build on the channel, which was probably 8 years ago, maybe. It's going to be a bit of a hybrid and shall involve concrete. Just for fun, you know. So the question here is, why am I making the cavity before I've made the insert? And I don't really have an answer for you. I should have done it the other way. I also I'm getting to the point where I need to have a sharpening day.
You've had a super chat from Mark Jennings. Thank you, Mark.
Mark, how are you?
We need a biltong themed hurdy-gurdy, obviously.
Is that kind of like that meat dress?
Oh, not raw, no.
We could do something like that. Who was that? Lady Gaga, wasn't it?
Oh gosh, really, really, Ben? Who was that?
Who was that? I don't know.
Just somebody.
Some flibbity gibbet actress person.
An amazing,
Tiny,
inspirational,
sort of half-baked
wonderful
singer.
woman.
No, she is incredible. I know what buttons to push. I do. Okay, guys, support me in the comments. I think I'm in trouble at this point. In all seriousness, darling, I had completely forgotten her name. I was thinking Gwen Stefani, and I knew that was wrong.
You should have left it there. You've gone too far now. You just... Oh, hydrophobic goldfish. Who else wants to see a Lord of the Rings inspired hurdy-gurdy? I do.
When did this become the hurdy-gurdy channel, people?
Lots of beautiful, twirly tree carvings and...
Absolutely. Forget the hurdy-gurdy bit, though. Okay. Out of every single instrument ever conceived, the hurdy-gurdy is the least likely one to appear in Lothlorien. Period. It is not. It's just... Argue that one. No. I mean, it has its place. I don't think in the court of the Elven King is. I would very much like to do a Lord of the Rings. Hell, I could spend an entire year or an entire decade building a variety of Lord of the Rings inspired guitars. We could have the Elven one, we could have the Dwarven one, we could have a Shire inspired thing. There could be the White Tower, Saruman, Orcs. There's an entire universe there to explore that would be... You could spend a lifetime doing that. That could be quite cool. What do you think, darling?
Sorry, reading.
Oh, no, I was talking to the viewers.
Darlings. Then it's darlings, not darling.
Darlings, yes. I have worked with musicians who that's just every second word is darling, etc.
Yeah.
Which it's a life choice, I suppose.
So somebody's stirring up a bit of trouble again.
Okay.
Matt F is asking, is Bun as bad at finishing off DIY projects around the house as he is with finishing off guitar builds? He's worse because he doesn't even start the DIY
that's
projects.
The whole point. That's the whole point. That is 100% the point. If you don't start it, you can't... No, we're if we actually get started and do something, then it's done in a short space of time. It's the getting started that really is the issue. And those three things by his name, you can put people in timeouts by that. Unfortunately, you can't put me in a timeout.
No, oh well.
Even less would get done.
I'm sure I could if I needed to.
Yeah, it's called a kosh. Okay, so I've come to the conclusion that this device in which you've put my coffee is actually torture, darling. Tell you.
Sorry. This coffee is hot still.
It's torture. It's still
I know,
hot.
that.
And if it was in a mug, I would have drunk it already.
I know,
And
mine's
now
too hot. Mine's
it's
too hot,
unavailable
yeah.
to me because. Wow, I'm taking the. Yeah. It's the little things in life. Okay, so we need to make this this interesting. Okay, so apparently there's some noise on the right channel, only the right channel. Oh. Oh gosh, this is just...
You're crackling a bit on your mic. I think you might have given me the better one.
No, it's not my mic.
You found something, have you? You found something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, everybody. That was my fault. There we go. That should be sorted now. Okay, so in the messing around earlier, trying to sort mics out, I had not plugged the secondary mic fully back in.
Apologies.
Apologies. Embarrassment. Much sorry.
Okay, you've had a super chat. Thank you, Rage Quit. He says, Angelique smells bad when working it. There's a couple of other people have said that too, so...
And it is a type of wood. We need to specify that. Was that inappropriate? Stop it. Okay.
I don't know why that was necessary.
No, I don't think it was actually. I think I've just failed utterly. Hi, everybody. Yes, there are some woods. There are some woods that really do just cause olfactory issues. There are some ebonies, and I don't know what it is. It might just be literally where that tree was situated. But there are some ebonies that really nasty. But essentially, woods have oils in them, and some woods are worse than others, and some oils are great. You would be surprised with, for example, camphor, which is a particularly nice, commercially viable scent. Working with camphor wood, camphor laurel, can actually really cause issues. It's really not nice. So yeah, it's just one of the things we have to put up with. But I know to avoid Angelique now. I've not used that wood myself.
A super chat from Salty Johns.
Salty Johns,
thank you very
hey.
much. We need the King Waffling build, the procrastination. That was in brackets. Said with as much love as humanly possible. Please don't put me in timeout.
No, we won't put you in timeout. Is Terry Love about actually? Have you seen him yet?
Gosh.
If you see Terry, he's the gentleman who we put into timeout, and there was a groundswell of public support and chants and all sorts of stuff. I told him that as an apology, we'd give him a discount coupon on the Crimson site, and he hasn't emailed us to ask for that. Talitha was checking this morning that he was okay, and I hadn't put him off forever. Okay. So that is nice and sorted.
You ready for another super chat?
I'm always ready for super chats.
Rich Oop, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that's supposed to say. Ben would rather go back in time and make Clapton use BC Rich Warlock from day one, or make Kerry King use a Strat.
Would I rather...
That's all guitar talk that just goes over my head.
Would I make Kerry King use a... So basically, hey, Kerry, check it out. This is your guitar for life. And sorry, what was the first one?
Clapton use a BC Rich Warlock.
Oh, man, that would be hilarious. Yeah, Clapton, 100%. So Clapton uses Strats and some Gibsons, but predominantly Strats now, which are fairly, I would say at this stage, boring guitars. A BC Rich is very, very pointy and spiky and metally. So, yeah, anyway. She's not listening to me, she's reading your comments. I've lost my wife to the comment stream.
I'm going down.
My gosh.
Terry loves here, he's keeping quiet.
Terry, hi. I missed you. I thought that... So last time Terry said that the pain hadn't even begun. He hadn't even started trying to mess with us.
Don't.
No, it's fun. It's fun. Anyway, okay, cool. So that's done. I've cleared the workbench off a little bit. I am wondering about how to do this. Wow. That works. Coffee goes there. Okay. Or does it? It worked for about half a second. Batteries are charged. Very important part of my life. This could do with a little bit of sharpening, so leveling beam. Got any questions for me, my darling?
Yeah, sorry, we do have a super chat from PS Guardians. For some reason on there it's sort of dropping off the end. Ben, check out Rex Kruger Quick Stack Workbench.
Rex Kruger, okay. Could you take a photograph of that?
Okay.
And yeah, with things like that, if there are things that I need to check out, I will need to be slapped in the back of the head later with a notification to tell me to.
Okay, hold on, let's go back up. I've come down
I
a
currently
bit.
have 2 separate books all about making workbenches next to my bed, and I even started reading them the other day. Again, I've read them many times.
Okay, Paul Needs says, are there any sounds as already delicious as the scrunch of chisel through grain or the scroosh, you're really testing me here, of plane with the grain?
So I read brain, not grain.
Shroosh, I think it was.
Heard.
Shroosh.
The shroosh of a plane through the grain, yes?
Yes.
No, I think you can't beat those sounds. Now I understand that I'm using the guitar as a workbench and I'm putting beautiful steel dust into the grain. I'm also going to be carving and sanding and scraping it all a little bit later, so it's not quite so naughty. Although it is really, now that I start talking about it.
Guts Personified is asking about your head tattoo. Is it an eagle tattooed on Ben's head?
I've lost my... that's what I'm after. No, so originally, a long time ago, I had... It was supposed to be a phoenix, but it looked more like a... I was called Salad Head. It was one of my favourite comments ever, actually. Yeah, it just didn't work. So yeah, I've got it being converted to a crow because hey, I'm Ben Crow and crows are cool. So there we go. I'm in 2 minds. I'm in 2 minds now whether even getting head tattoos was worthwhile. Do you have any thoughts on the matter, Tanya?
No thoughts. Empty head. The Big Unit. Thank you very much for your super chat.
The Big Unit. Now that is a name.
That's a good name, isn't it? Says, hey Ben, JC here. I was implored by my band to change my screen name to my stage name. So it was JC
from last week.
From last week, so he's
Hi.
changed. So okay. Have to lecture till noon again today, so I'll be in and out.
Okay. I mean, we all have real lives that are necessary. I'm going to just mute the more audio quickly for a second. The main audio. So I just need to adjust the level of your microphone. Okay. There we go. So Tanya's microphone should be a little bit better at this stage. What I'm doing here is I am creating a perfect rectangular section at the end of this scraper. And just because I've been using it quite a lot so far in this build, I'm just cleaning up the other side as well. So I'm going to end up with 4 cutting faces to use. It's taking a little bit longer than I normally would because somehow it's ended up with glue and crud on it. Now I was taught to do this using an oil stone, and oil stones immediately lose their flat when you start scraping fine pieces of hardened steel on them. So it actually, for a while I avoided scrapers, even though they are the king of tools, because the sharpening process was hit or miss using an oil stone. I then realized that a leveling beam it could have been designed for this task.
We'll do a quick shout out to Daniel Dunn. His comment is, thanks for keeping me sane with something to watch while bedridden on oxygen or recovering from COVID.
Daniel.
Wishing you a quick recovery, Daniel.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the world we live in at the moment. And we can't forget that, we can't afford to forget that even though, the new Omicron is less harmful, and hopefully that trend downwards in deaths, etc., continues, there are still people who are catching earlier variants, etc., and it is still an incredibly serious thing. So, yeah, our thoughts are with you, mate. May you be in a workshop soon. Caffeine.
Has Ben made anything for Mrs. Ben that isn't string related? My favourite thing you made me was my sewing box, but really technically you just veneered an existing sewing box, didn't you?
That is not true in the slightest. If you think that is all I did, oh my gosh. I bought a standard sewing box that was about 12 inches tall. I then made a drawer system underneath to make the whole thing much taller, and then veneered the whole lot in...
is it walnut?
It's burr walnut, yeah, with maple accents, and I made beautiful maple handles and all sorts of stuff, and then it was a really nice damn thing, and I didn't just veneer an existing thing, you horrible person. Stab and twist. No, that's one of my favourite things I've ever made, period, actually, even though it was semi-cheated. It's, yeah.
Yeah, it came out nice, I really love it.
Okay, so that's now nice and square. What I need to do now is take a burnisher. This burnisher is beautiful. It was made for me by a fan. It's got faux ivory taguinut in the end there, wenge handle, beautifully formed wenge handle. Just look at that shape. And yeah, a hardened steel shaft for scrapers.
A technical question from Rab Knox. What grit are you using on the beam to sharpen the scraper?
240 that's then gone right down to, it's much finer now, so it's actually probably closer to 320 at the moment. That's better. Okay.
What's the width of your sanding beam?
An inch. Okay, so I've pushed on the wrong camera, but it's still a good shot. So first of all, you take your burnisher and you push flat down, and I'm work hardening the edge. And this means that once it's sharp and once it's turned over, it'll stay sharp for longer.
Okay, Rob King has given us a very serious question. I don't know if I can actually say this. I think they're just doing this to wind me up.
Okay.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? They were just trying to see if I could get my mouth around that one.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a wood... No, there we go. See, I can't do it either. All of the wood. The real question is, how much wood would a luthier chuck if everybody around him says, "You've got too much wood"?
None.
None of it. Is it three? It's three? 3. Okay, so I've burnished the edges over, and now I want to turn a burr. So I'm at this side, so I'm working on this face, and 8 or 10 degrees. And I've got a nice burr there. And that's it, that side sharpened. Now if I'd spent more time and gone to a finer grade paper, I would end up with an even better cut. Essentially, relatively coarse on the sandpaper will give me something that's almost serrated. And if you go up to, say, 600 grit or 800 grit or something like that, you end up with a razor that is arguably better. For this, I'm not after a finish, I'm after stock removal.
Okay, we're getting a lot of tongue twisters now.
Oh no, don't do it.
No. But I have a technical question from Owen Kelly. If the body blanks were run through a planer thicknesser, would this flattening, I can't even say that, work with the scraper be required still?
No. So the issue is I couldn't put this through a planer thicknesser because it's a through neck. In a normal build, everything would be done another way. Or I would have planed it. The reason, okay, if you didn't see the earlier stage of this, and at this point I don't blame you because we're now 30 hours into the build or something, I was not sure how much room I had for the block of this trim. It seems to be a little bit deeper than normal, but there's extra stuff involved, and I was worried, so I didn't remove any material when it would have been easier to remove the material. I just left it raw. I glued the sides on, I glued the top on, and then came to the conclusion, actually, I can't get it in there. Yeah, we're okay. So now I can remove the excess. I'm putting a little bit of a dip in there. If I had planned fully beforehand, prior planning and all that, we'd be fine, and none of this would be needed. But it's problem solving. That's why you're here, to watch me make problems for myself and hopefully fix them.
Terry Love sent a super chat. Thank you, Terry.
Terry.
Nearly an hour in, and he's only done a few scrapes and faffed about sharpening his scraper he should have done before starting. Oh no.
Oh no. I can see what you're trying to do here, Terry. I can see, but you need to try harder, honest. I could potentially have sharpened the scraper beforehand, you're correct. But I don't think that... I think it's more fun that I do it on camera. Although the chisels and planes need sharpening, that will be done off. So, you're right. I suck. So what am I doing? Aha!
We have a super chat from Sergey. I'm sorry, I'm going to try Lantratov.
I don't know.
I tried. Hi, want to brag about Ashley Isles chisels set from Workshop Heaven. I'm blaming you in this purchase. Any advice for binding with veneer between binding and side? I'm getting waves in the waist.
Binding with a veneer in between the binding. So it sounds like essentially it needs more okay, if you're not actually getting the bend, I'm assuming from that description that you're talking about plastic binding with wood veneer in between the bindings. So you've got two different ways of bending them. One is just gentle heat applied to the plastic. It becomes, if you get it right, malleable enough that it'll do anything you want. I would do them in two different stages. I would put the first layer of plastic on and glue it down. If it needs heat to close up, then apply that gently, glue it, let it dry, scrape the next section off clean, and then using heat and steam, again if needed, to bend your veneer, you can go that route. But trying to do it in one shot is what's causing your issue, I would suggest. And Ashley R's chisels are fantastic. I miss my set. Now again, from Workshop Heaven, the chisels that I'm currently using, these ones here. Focus camera. Is this camera just... There we go. Don't know what that was about. Yeah, this is a very, very nice set from Workshop Heaven, but it's longer. I think I prefer butt chisels. Use that as you will.
Well, you have a super chat from the big unit, thank you. How thick should a maple top be on a carved LP style body?
About 14 millimeters. No, oh come on, wow, it's been a while. I think on a Gibson, I think it's 14 millimeters. But 14 to 16, maybe 18 if you really want to have a major carve. But I haven't actually done that or thought about that myself for a long time, but 14 millimeters is what comes to mind. Maybe somebody else in the chat can confirm or deny this.
A comment from Johannes. Hi Ben, thanks very much for getting through the night shifts, helping him get through the night shifts.
Our pleasure.
At the lab, been watching every single minute for all the series. Hope you received the Star Wars posters I sent you.
Star Wars what, sorry?
Posters. Apparently
cool.
Star Wars posters.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I absolutely will. If they come through to Crimson, that's perfect because Tanya, we're talking about extending the workshop and making a nice little office thing, and that's going to need decorating. Workshop office area. So I want to make a sort of officey kind of area where we'll have a coffee machine and and stuff like that, so that the live streams can be done with whoever's on the computer in a much more comfortable situation than is currently the case. Okay.
Sandy is asking, is there any chance of a 5-string bass kit, or should I ask about a custom kit?
Okay, so any kit that we do, we will customize to pretty much anything that you want. So, for example, we've got the P-Bass kit on there. If you want a 5-string P-Bass, we will make it for you. Just drop us an email beforehand and we'll be sorted. Now, the kits, I found out last week when I tried to expropriate Sam's CNC machine for the making of bits and pieces to store saws for the tool shop at headquarters. Sam had a little bit of a tear in his eye because I tried to steal the CNC machine and he needs it for kits. They're a little bit delayed due to Christmas and an inundation of orders and things. So yeah, we're good. We can make it. We can do it for sure. Or if it's a custom shape or whatever, that's as easy. It'll just take a little bit of time. Okay, now while I'm here, I'll just clean this up a little bit. Cut myself open on the edge of the wood, of course.
Got a question from Old School Barbie.
Cool.
She says, good morning, Ben. Would you consider making some plain totes and handles on your CNC?
Yes.
Yes.
I have considered it many, many times. Now, the only issue with that is the angle of the hole through the tote is, it sort of varies a little bit. So it depends on the plane. So it requires a little bit of thought. But yeah, it's something that we definitely can do, and frankly should do. Darling, would you mind actually sending that or writing that one down for me? Plain totes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Was that Barbie, was it?
Old School Barbie.
Old School Barbie. Yeah, if you drop an email through to shop@crimsonguitars.com, and we'll get on that, because especially now that we've combined the Vintage Tool Shop and Crimson Guitars as one entity, combined. We are in the process of combining. That is certainly something that would work quite nicely. Okay. Now, where we stand is that's not square here. I was hoping to change that shape a little bit.
There's a question here I don't quite understand from Adam to Remember. Ben, don't you delay by kit for your saws?
Ben, do not delay my kit for your saws.
Okay.
No, I didn't, so I ended up...
oh, I see.
Yeah. Forgive me, Adam to Remember. I only asked, and Sam was very, very adamant. You see what I did there? No?
Sorry, no, I'm not. I'm trying to keep up with these comments.
It's Adam to Remember, and Sam was very adamant that I'm not using a CNC machine, so we're
drawn out.
Are you jaded? Yeah, no, we're using the laser cutter to make that jig, which is all good. Okay. Sorry, there's an interesting email here. Okay, at 2 o'clock, I'm going to be phoning the gentleman who won the guitar, who does know. He's just got in touch with us. So, yeah, fantastic. Okay.
Okay, we've had a super chat from Sweet Tea Guitars.
Sweet Tea Guitars.
Yes, thank you very much. It says $5 for digression fund. It says, I will not comment on political statements on the live stream ever again.
Did he get into trouble for commenting on?
Unfortunately, everybody has their opinions, and I think we can all come together over guitar building. And it is it's very difficult. We should never touch on politics.
Politics.
They say,
religion.
don't they? Politics and religion. No, keep it to yourself.
Yeah, emphatically. Okay, so I'm the digression fund. I like that. It's close to a discretionary fund that a company would have or something, or a department, I suppose. What am I doing here?
Gregory H says, please ask Ben, has he seen the 14-string guitar on YouTube?
Probably not. There are... you have to be a little bit more specific.
Are there more than one?
Oh, hell yeah. I've built a 14-string guitar that's on YouTube. But I don't think it's the one he's talking about. Okay, so apparently there's a super chat we have missed.
I missed a super chat. Oh, my
this is
apologies.
from Claire.
Oh, Claire, yes, I'm sorry, Claire.
What did Max say there? Hold on. Oh no, there we go. Okay. Go on then, my love.
Yes. Hold on, I've got to go back and find it now. Possible to turn a bolt on to a set-in. Gluing the neck and then carving the heel was my idea, but not sure if this is a good idea.
Yes, it's something that people regularly think about, and there's no reason why you shouldn't do it. Essentially, yeah, I'd say go for it.
Okay, I think we've had another super chat come up. I need to go down. Marsha Levine.
Marsha, hi, how are you?
Good morning. We'll be checking in during my breaks today. Days off are Sunday, Tuesday and Wednesday. So I think she's asking you to arrange your
change our life.
So naturally you do this on a Monday.
Yeah.
Much love, Mr. and Mrs.
I apologise. No, Mondays make sense for many other reasons. I was thinking that maybe we could do them on Fridays, but I have to film the What's on the Bench at Crimson headquarters on Fridays, and yeah. So here's the carve. People are saying that they worry about the amount of access that you have to the upper frets, and it is actually, there's a lot of access there. That's good. So putting that carve there, that's good. I like this shape here. That works quite nicely. I need to go into these corners and tidy them up with a chisel. Actually, let's see what we've got here.
Super chat from Rage Quit.
Rage Quit.
Ben, how about an Illuminati / NWO build?
NWO?
I'm not sure. Don't know.
New World Order. There we go.
Okay.
I got it. I mean, isn't that talking about politics? I mean, don't the Illuminati control every single government party in the world?
You just don't know when to stop, do you?
With lizards?
No, just stop.
Via lizards?
Next
that could be
super
quite
chat
fun. It could be quite fun.
from Jules. Thank you, Jules. Hey Ben, do you remember my order that was cancelled? I haven't received the 10% code yet. Keep it up. I'll take a photo of that, shall I?
Yeah, take a photo of that. That should be something that I think you need to send an email through to the office yourself, because us finding the exact order, you need to say, this was my order. Ben offered me a 10% code. I am who I am, and just prove it, and then we'll send you the coupon. But because of the sheer amount of orders that we have, we can't do it. I can't stop doing things while I'm talking. I just can't stop moving, and I was sitting here with my chisel. There we go. Can you see that? You can't see that. Oh no. You can a little bit. Illuminati. Or is that just...
No, we're moving on now.
Moving on. Come on then, stop it.
David Solinsky says, you guys see Steve Vai's new guitar, the Hydra. It's a triple neck. First neck is fretless after the 7th fret. Second neck is a 7-string, and the third neck is a bass with the top 2 strings fretless. Have you seen that?
No, I need to. Hydra. No, that sounds awesome. Okay, camera 3. I'm going to go back and sort those edges out in a vise. I don't necessarily think that this needs a comfort calf, but hey.
A super chat for Claire. Thank you, Claire. Here just for here another just for a coffee. I can't even say that. Thank you, Claire. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed you out.
Thank you, Claire. Do you need more coffee, Tanya? Is that what the issue is?
Possibly. I think my brain struggles with reading and talking at the same time. It's too much going on.
Imagine being me.
No, I no.
I know. I have just the tool in my pocket.
David said it's also got a harp on there, on the bottom behind the bridge. Okay.
So there are... I can't actually remember what they're called now, but there are multi-net acoustic instruments built like that. I think... I can't even remember the name of the luthiers who've made them now, but they are... So he's just made an electronic version of that. Well, I suppose Ibanez has made it for him.
Super chat from Mark Jennings.
Mark.
Bless him. My belly carve needs to be the whole greater these days. I think this time of year, just after Christmas, we're all feeling that a little bit.
Yep. So obviously in this point we've got the direction of the grain is changing. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure what shape I'm going for here.
Guts Personified has a question for me about what kind of music do I like. I like all sorts of music. I think in any genre there's good and bad and ugly, and I think good music can come in any form. It's just and obviously goes with my mood as well. Depends on what mood I'm in.
Depends on what I've said recently. Yeah, I mean, so you go. Well, I'm not going to talk for you. No, he was in my youth. I was very into Bon Jovi, and Ben was last night making some comments. I just realised that I wasn't allowed to take the piss out of Bon Jovi, which is fine. You grow and you learn, and you learn what the sort of subtle rules of life are as it develops. I used to listen to a lot of Bon Jovi, and I even listened to Richie Sambora's solo albums, which kind of sounded like Bon Jovi. Like, anyway, I'm going to stop talking because I might get myself in trouble again. Okay, no, we have to meet on the back. We have to meet up at that point. We just have to. I wasn't sure what that would look like here, which is the worry. We're going to have a faceted, there's going to be two facets to this carve as it currently stands. One going to the edge. Okay, that can do it. That can do it.
Matt Thomas wants to see you using more clamps there.
Yeah. Fine. Okay, fine. You're right. This is precarious and not ideal. I'm going to leave that section for now. Where I am, though, I'm perfectly situated to carve this section away because I'm pushing into where the clamps are, etc. And then after that, I will move stuff around and put the instrument in a vise, I think. Camera 3 is not, it's not happy. We need a bigger chisel, people. Or do we? I'm trying to avoid a gouge and using a mallet to hit it.
Lewis Duke says that knife needs sharpening.
It does. That's why I stopped. I used it a lot in the last few weeks.
People are enjoying us streaming together.
I am too.
I don't know if I'm being too distracting though.
I think I crave distraction. I think it's how I work.
Yeah, when you get a chance to take a break, they'd like you to have a look at the Hydra. I guess they want to hear your comments.
They want to hear my comments. I think it could be quite fun, albeit quite a good way to develop enemies. I mean, everybody needs enemies, don't they? To do a Luthier Reacts kind of... I know reaction videos are the low-hanging fruit of the YouTube sphere, but yeah, I think it could be quite fun. Luthier Reacts to factory tour, Gibson factory tour using 70-year-old tech, or somebody's new guitar, for example.
Guts Personified is asking if we like meatloaf. I think
eat anything.
Just to sing along, don't you think? At the top of your
Sorry.
voice, just
was a
to
bad
really...
joke. Yes.
Yes. Sing it in the shower. Make you feel good.
Does. I don't listen to anywhere near as much music as I used to, which is insane given how easy it is now to listen to anything I want. I tend to listen to podcasts and audiobooks. Which, yeah, what can you do?
Okay, we have a super chat. Thank you, Mark Jennings. I can't get my T4 to take a good edge. It says keep trying. There was a thing earlier about possibly having a Q&A about scraping, a live Q&A about, not scraping, sorry, sharpening things. I think that's quite a good idea.
Oh, so I actually get the grain's going the other way there. That's going to be problematic. So people can send me questions about their particular sharpening issues.
Yeah, and then you could go through things live.
Yes, okay, yeah, that could be fun.
People are very concerned about the guitar moving around.
No, I know, it's...
Have you got any rubber or anything like...
The problem is I'm being a little bit more delicate with the scratch plate, with the fretboard.
Mm-hmm.
So I would normally just clamp it down to a workbench and then sand the fretboard afterwards. But yeah, anyway, it is what it is. Okay, cool. I've taken away a bunch of that. I'm going to clamp the body down to the bench with the neck off the edge of it, and that should be more stable. Yes, I need to completely rebuild. I need to rebuild. Thank you, Max. This workbench. I need stability in my life. Stability, routine, coffee. On these things, a strong foundation shall be made. Okay, so we are looking for Hydra?
The Hydra, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. I've seen the link and I haven't clicked on it. Is this the most excessive guitar Ibanez? Is this the most excessive guitar ever made? That's the guitar.com headline. That's bull. Wow, okay, cool. Yeah, semi-fretless. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this deserves a video just on its own with me just talking about everything that we can see here. You've got absolutely zero access to the first neck, the highest neck. You've got all sorts of strange gubbins that don't actually need to be there, filigree and etc. It's very steampunk. It is steampunk, which isn't necessarily bad. Just putting a random thing on a guitar just for the look of it. I'm trying to think about how many times I've just done exactly that.
It's your life, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. No, this is interesting. I love the sort of various different ways that they've put frets in and fretless, semi-fretless, in bits and pieces. The overall shape is... It looks like... Nope, don't open the video. It's in the Harry Potter universe, and 3 guitars got sent through the Flu network and they spliced. That's what this looks like. 4 guitars, actually. 3 guitars and a harp.
Okay, you have a super chat. You've got 2, actually. One from Jules, thank you. I wrote the email as soon as you said it in the LQ62. What's that?
Luthier's question time 62.
Okay. So there's an email been sent a while back, is that?
Perfect. Okay.
Is that? Okay.
60. I'm not sure when Luthier's question time 62 was live, actually. Fairly recently.
Okay, so I have taken a photo of that, so we'll...
Yeah. We're a little bit behind. I keep on hearing this squeaking. I think it's a bird outside.
You ready for another one?
Always.
They're coming in now. Rob Phoenix, thank you very much, Rob. Is there anything that irrationally grinds your gears? For me, it's the little remnants of plastic film under control pots. I find it impossible to leave, and most guitars I have have at least one.
Yes. I have a million things that I'm irrational about. I think you need to not ask me this question. You need to talk to my wife.
Why not? I think it was specifically guitar related, not personal life related.
Where's the fun in that? Yes, so I don't like zero frets. I know zero frets serve a purpose. I know that purpose is a valid thing, and yeah, it actually does quite well at that. But I don't like them, so that's an issue. I don't like thick finish. I don't like shiny black plastic, and every single pickup surround almost in creation is this shiny. So yeah, I avoid that where possible. Just hitting one of those with a little bit of a fret rubber or something like that to dull it down makes the entire instrument look and feel more luxurious, and that's not a bad thing. Good question. Okay,
another super chat from Paulie Worthington.
Paulie?
Yep. Hi Ben and wife, missed the last live stream, he's raging about that.
I'm sorry.
Homesick today with Kathleen, who's the same, so getting to watch. And he says we need to try Kopai Luwak coffee. I probably did not say that right, but I have taken a photo and I will look it up.
Awesome. Okay. This bench seems to have shrunk since I started putting the dehumidifier on, 6 months ago now, and the dogs are binding. With GGBO, I'm hoping to do a lot of spot prizes, and I think that it would be incredible if I got, because there's thousands of different little coffee companies, if we just approached every single coffee company imaginable and said, hey, will you give us a spot prize? And basically every single competitor will get a thing of coffee at some point in the competition or something. I think that could be very me, don't you, Danny?
Sorry, reading. We were at 758 viewers now, and lots of comments.
I like comments. Okay. Camera 3. That's what I'm after.
Yeah, lots of people asking us about music. I think we're at that stage where we're quite out of date, aren't we, as parents? And what would you listen to? What are you in the mood for now?
What am I in the mood for right now? Chocolate. Okay, so that works. Here we go. Here's where we want. So work holding really is just the biggest issue. That's better. Okay, cool. We're good.
Oh yeah. How many times a day do I hear you saying it is what it is? Quite a lot, actually. And I'm trying to think what the other one is. It is another sort of dismissive thing. I'll have to think.
I keep on cutting myself open on just the square edge of this wood because it's so sharp. Stop it, Ben. Okay. Gouge. It just is what it is, Tanya.
Yeah.
That's better. We do have cross grain.
Somebody's asking what you think about Rick Turner Model 1, Lindsey Buckingham's emblematic guitar.
I know of Rick Turner. Rick Turner guitar, Model 1. Yeah. I try not to think about that guitar. This is the whole my grandpappy told me if you're not going to say something nice, don't say anything at all. Pretty wood. Here's one on reverb. This guitar is in unplayed condition, only picked up on 4 occasions. What does that say about the guitar? It looks like somebody took a guitar shape and put it in a giant tumbler machine. It looks like somebody took a guitar-shaped sweet and sucked it randomly for a few weeks and then came up with a shape and then put a £5 price tag on it. It does not look like something that somebody with any... It's a horrible shape. It's got no design aesthetic. The curves do not fit with the other curves. It's 3 different guitars smushed together. It's the Harry Potter universe. And these guitars have been spliced together in the Flea network. I've used that one already, haven't I?
Super chat from Terry Love.
Terry.
Is saying...
Come on then.
At this rate, day 6 will be when? Come on, do some work.
I've just insulted a very, very highly regarded luthier.
We're moving on.
Okay. There are times that an abrasive tool is what you need. Do I want to chop that off? Do I need to chop that off? I don't actually need to chop that off. Forget that then.
We have a super chat from Springy, thank you. Stainless stepped fretboard if patent allows.
Yeah, I think that would be great. Apparently the patent has expired, but I've also heard that somebody else bought it. So yeah, it's one of those things. You need to be careful with stuff like that. I don't want to go... It's not fun getting cease and desist letters. Okay.
Super chat from the big unit. The next prize giveaway should be getting to be the guy in the chair, or the gal in the chair, for one day, reading community comments and pissing about with Ben.
I've considered it. If it wasn't for the fact that this workshop is in my home, I would 100% do that. But we could do live streams from headquarters.
From headquarters.
Yeah. Well, basically, we're literally the floor has arrived for the new workshop at Crimson headquarters. So we're in the process of getting ready to build an even better workshop than my home workshop. There, with all of the extra cameras and stuff. So it should be cool. I'm happy with that shape. I am. Cross-grained nonsense.
They're asking for a poll. I've had a... Oh, I'm not sure what about.
Okay.
A couple of people are saying, have we had a poll, but I don't know, what have you got left to vote on? Or we had the poll this morning about whether you would finish.
Yeah, which was a 50-50. I mean, there was better odds than I thought going in. So the only problem I've got with doing these as live streams, in all seriousness, is that I am... If I was just building, it would be going by a lot faster, but I'm not. But then again, that's the entertainment bit. That needs to be done with a rasp.
Terry's trying to win us back.
Terry's trying to win us back.
Terry love. Come on guys, more super chats. Crimson is spending a fortune to keep Ben off the streets.
I haven't spoken to...
Is that because I'm going to kick you out? Is that...
Oh! For taking the piss out of Bon Jovi.
Oh.
So, Tom is the Crimson MD, and his job is basically to keep the business side of things running. And I've created my life based around the fact that I want to be in a workshop, and I love making videos and guitars and things. He has to watch the bank account. The amount of money that I have spent on cameras and systems and things and all of that, and I haven't yet told him that I also now need to buy a whole new microphone system because this is just not working. He's going to cry. It's going to be amusing.
We've had a super chat from Alex Forshaw. Alex became a member when I was here last time.
Thank you, Alex.
Thoughts on first build, make one to learn from and throw away, or aim to end up with something decent?
Always aim to end up with something decent if at all possible, but don't go insane on the materials, or you might want to have a pale moon ebony fretboard one day, or Ziricote, or all of these wonderful pretty things, but at the beginning that's not what you should do. You should go for a relatively simple thing, and if at all possible, if you have no experience, then try and make life easier by pick your battles, basically. If you can have your first build using a kit neck, or a neck that's got a pre-slotted fretboard, for example, while you make the body and then you move on. I think that is that's an important way of doing things. Okay.
Quick comment from Aracor, wants to see little R2D2 heads as the control knobs.
Oh no, don't. Yes, of course, that would be great, but
you could just go all out on details, couldn't you?
This is the problem. I'm just running. I would like to finish this build at some point. Okay, that was what my idea was. Oh, tripping up on saws. Camera 3. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a Forstner bit to remove some of that material. And we'll go from there. There we go. Your cross grain means nothing to me. Whoops. That does it.
Spoke too soon.
We'll stop. So that should now be what we're after. No.
Another super chat come up from
Okay.
Paulie Worthington.
Yes.
It says, Ben, you look absolutely knackered. Take a holiday, mate.
Why, thank you.
I wanted to ask you about early videos I found of Kelly Jones's guitar. How did that happen? So how did you get your hands on that?
Okay, that was cool. That was Kelly Jones' #1. His tech is a fan, and this camera's just in my way. His tech is a fan, and he was absolutely fine for setups and all that jazz, but was not happy with the thought of doing a refret on such an important guitar. And he's a fan of ours, and he brought it to me, and that was it. And it was also a case of it needed to be done very rapidly. That was a time when I felt knackered. That was problematic. Okay, now I'm gonna stop fiddling about with this neck. I am. The fretboard is actually causing some work holding issues for me, and it's not ideal. Wow, 1:45.
We're going to have some lunch, or are we going to do...
I think it's, yeah, we're almost at that stage, aren't we? I want to... Okay. I've got a chunk of material here. Camera 3. Gently. Wow, 36. That's insane. I need to take away a huge amount of material. That's about the same. Okay.
Old School Barbie's asking about the veneers you use. Is that the binding? It says the black and white ones, are they plastic or dyed wood?
Okay, it's dyed wood. Yeah, dyed wood. And they are, I think, poplar or something of that ilk. We get them from a company called the Wood Veneer Hub in the UK. They are not... I put that one back in the wrong hole. We're not affiliated with them anyway, but they're the only place that I've found, at least in the UK, where I can get that. So, yeah, to save you searching around.
Disco Stew's asking about what finish you've decided on for the build. Is that something you want to vote on, or is that already organised?
No, I think we voted about it. I'm not entirely sure, but the plan is that we're going to go with a rattle can. Yeah, a rattle can finish. Okay. So what I've got here is a very, very thick neck that needs some work.
Rabnox wants to go and unclamp his neck, so he wants us to take a break.
You don't have to watch the whole thing, Rav. Okay. So pretending it's from the bottom of the ridge, it's 22. Okay. Do I look knackered?
I'm not actually looking at you. There's lots of comments. People saying we could have a poll on whether or not you're going to build the bench next.
Yeah, the bench. I have to do the bench. I have to do a bench soon. I really do. Whoop.
Okay, I think it's AIP song. I'm not sure if it's all supposed to be pronounced together. I'm sorry. We've got an idea for the headstock. Cut a small notch at the top and do a rosewood inlay to give the illusion of two prongs, and the aluminium strips will accentuate the effect.
Give the man a biscuit.
Give the man a biscuit. I think you commented that earlier. I'm sorry. There's so many comments. I do think I've seen that one before.
Okay. No, that's a damn fine idea, and it fits with the whole everything. There's little bits of rosewood being used everywhere. I think it's a really good idea. Thank you.
Okay, you have a super chat from Sawdust Passion. Could you stain maple black for a fretboard?
Yes, absolutely. So interesting. So the reason to lacquer your maple fretboards is to protect them, because they will get dirty over time. It's just the way life works. So what you need, would that be necessary with a stained board? Probably, but that's interesting. So this is resin. Let's just get rid of that. Okay.
Clifford Evans says, just built a kit guitar I was given for Christmas. I used a Goto bridge on the pillars, but cannot get a low action as the bridge will not go any lower. Any ideas, please?
Okay. Sadly, it sounds like you need to recess the bridge, basically, or if it's a kit guitar, it's probably a bolt-on neck. So I would put a shim underneath the back of the neck. Even if you use the masking tape and super glue trick and a plane and create a shim. We should sell shim stock at Crimson for people who don't have tools. Would you mind making a note of that, Tanya?
Sorry,
shim stock.
Shim stock.
Yeah, I think that's something that would make people's lives better. which is after all the whole point of Crimson.
Okay,
Okay, yes. I would do that. I would angle the neck back. That would mean that you're not routing and recessing the chaos that, yeah, that wouldn't be fun. Okay, I've got these two sections here and the carving to do on the side of this. So let us think about what we can do camera-wise. Camera 2 is actually okay. Whoops. Let's trip on camera 3.
David Selinsky's hoping that you're going to do the sanding off of camera.
I'm hoping that sanding won't be required. He says flippantly. Let me think about that actually properly. If necessary, I will definitely mute some microphones. Am I in the way? I'm completely in the way. Nobody told me.
Okay, we have a super chat. Eusinus von Batide, thank you. And
Greetings.
I hope I didn't say that in an offensive way. I really hope I got that as close as I could. Okay, got a small windfall and went all in on GGBO tools, wooden
Nice.
parts.
Nice.
Question about brass. Lacquer, patina, or is it a purely aesthetic issue?
It is purely aesthetic. It doesn't... Okay, I'm going to assume that you're talking about a brass nut. And if you've got a nicely polished nut, it's not going to have a patina develop for many years. And just hitting it with a superfine fret rubber, for example, will keep it shiny forever. So I would not bother with lacquering a brass nut. I don't think anybody would do that. So yeah, that essentially. If you are talking about a brass top, for example, something like that, that's a different story. If that was the case, I would go. I would probably be tempted to create a forced patina, which looks great. That's far too. No. Fine. Back to the blades.
George Davis is asking your opinion on the carbon fibre D-rods used by driftwood guitars as opposed to a truss rod.
I suppose I am going to insult another guitar builder again, so soon after the last time. I think that carbon fibre D-rods are a short-sighted way of making life far more difficult for an end user than is required. It is a way for luthiers to charge more while reducing functionality of an instrument. The truss rod is there because every single guitarist is different, every single musician wants a slightly different setup, and removing the ability to adjust the relief on a neck is creating a guitar that is not going to be functional for a portion of the guitar buying public. It's stupid. It is short-sighted and shouldn't be done. Period. On a fundamental, for me, you're essentially building in it's the guitar industry's version of built-in obsolescence, I suppose. Now, if you find one of those guitars and you like the way it plays, fine, that's cool. It's never going to need to be, you know, it's never going to move. But if you're one of the 50% of the guitar playing public, like me, who likes more relief and wants to dig in, that's a different story entirely. I could be wrong, but I'm not. What have I done to myself here? Like, really and seriously.
Made in Yorkshire is asking for advice on how to finish an oak body and neck, please. I think that's an endless question, isn't it? There's endless answers.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What's your preference?
Guitar finishing oil, actually. Now, I tend not to. I don't say that for everything, just because it's a product that Crimson makes, isn't a reason for me to promote it for every situation. But I have finished oak in guitar finishing oil, and it works particularly nicely. That's camera 3. Can I reach? There we go. So yeah, I would say guitar finishing oil. It's got that. It's got the right feel for it. Don't grain fill. Don't do anything like that. Just a few coats of oil, and you're done. Okay, this is the way to do it. Not that. This.
Oh, my mic's out. The battery's in. Sorry.
Potentially. Okay.
I died.
No comment. Here we go. Yeah, no batteries. So I'm using rechargeables now, but it's a whole other issue.
Thank you. That was a super chat from John Savage.
I haven't turned one yet. Charge. Okay, mic's back on.
Yes. Sorry, John Savage sent a super chat to tell us that the mic was out. So thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's I don't know. I'm giving the microphone issue a lot of thought. Lapels really are the best for our situation, considering that we have neighbours and they have children and dogs and all sorts of stuff going on. But they do require batteries and they do stop working randomly. So for a 10-hour live stream or something, that's less ideal.
A super chat from Michael James Murray.
Michael.
Hi, Ben and your good lady behind the camera. I would just like to say I love all your content. It's always entertaining. I do hope you're going to treat your wife to something special. Yes, please. For all the help she is giving you. Thanks.
Define something special. What would you like?
Something special.
I think we should have a poll.
Peace and quiet.
I shall start wearing a no, gaffer tape over my mouth. That's what I was going for. In the live stream last night, we were having issues with interference and all sorts with the microphones, and somehow ended up saying that I needed to wear a tinfoil hat. So yeah. Okay, now I'm doing this now before I carve the neck because I've got a stop there, which makes life easier. Okay. I do finally feel like I'm getting into the swing of this, of today's work. Finally.
Sandy Drozdek says, would guitar finishing oil or fretboard cleaner be a better idea to clean / rejuvenate the fretboard of a 40-year-old acoustic guitar, or would I need both?
So the guitar, you don't need both. Guitar finishing oil is a finishing oil for predominantly bodies and necks. It's a relatively high build finish rather than something to be used to replenish or rejuvenate the wood, give it moisture, etc. The fretboard cleaner and restorative set is what you need, and essentially okay, essentially what that is two separate products. One is a cleaner and the other is the rejuvenator, the restorer, and that is the oil that you would use after the fact. So while a guitar finishing oil isn't bad for a fretboard, it's a little bit thicker and it's not designed for it, whereas the restorative is something that you would put on a semi-regular basis. If it's been 40 years without anything, you might need to build it up a little bit over time as well. But yeah, those products are based on 300-400-year-old recipes that I knew from my training in the violin world.
Okay, we've had a super chat from Jason Smith. Thank you, Jason. I think this is in regards to your choice of hat. Your sort of whether you're going to have. Some people are saying that you should have like a silver foil hat.
Tin foil hat. Sorry.
Yes. I think Ben would suit a fez. Well, you could make a tin foil fez.
We could make a tin foil fez. I've never worn a fez. I never have. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Copper tape lined fez.
Copper tape. Now, copper, you had me at the word copper. Okay, I'm flipping this guitar around in this vise. There we go. Oh, yes. Okay. This feels good.
Somebody's asking about, do the mics charge on USB?
No. So the mics are running on AA batteries. It's not ideal. They're rechargeable batteries though. So all of the cameras are finally plugged into mains, which does limit things a little bit from how much I can move them around. But yeah, they're all plugged in on mains, and I'm not recharging batteries left, right and centre with those now, but the lapels, it's a different story.
So some of these lovely viewers want to see you play Doctor Who, the 14th Doctor.
I'm not sure I have the acting chops.
Oh, they want to vote on your clothes. We need a full on build day with Bun dressed in a full fan chosen regalia.
Who's
going to make?
Yeah, who's going to sort
Who's going to make all these things?
Crikey. I've done a what's on the bench once while wearing a tutu. Many moons ago, and this is the second time I've mentioned this story recently, so if you've listened already, please forgive me. But I did a what's on the bench, and I had the camera follow me very closely, and I went and I interviewed a whole bunch of people while wearing a tutu, and you could see their reactions in the background going, "The fuck?" And then right at the end of the video, I walked, and you got the sort of establishing shot of me wearing this pink tutu. I thought it was quite funny.
So what you're saying is, it's a challenge to find something you would be embarrassed to wear. Is that what you're saying?
That is not what I'm saying. I mean, I do have head tattoos. It's quite hard to embarrass myself any more than I have embarrassed myself already at this stage. But no, I think I'm out actually. I'm happy with jeans and a t-shirt. In all reality.
Okay, David Gill is asking if we ship products to the States.
Yes, always. Yes, the US market is one of our biggest.
Okay, a few more. How do you stop stands from leaving marks on your instruments?
So, there we go. Sorry, changing the camera shot. What does that look like? Wow, that works. It depends on the finish that you are working on, but if you've got a stand that leaves a mark on the finish, if you've got nitro or something like that, then you want to cover that area of the stand that is in contact with your guitar in something that doesn't react with that finish. I have used just standard black electrical tape. Looking at the wrong camera. Standard black electrical tape in the past has been my go-to. Okay.
Jason Smith has asked about how did you go about commissioning you to build a guitar?
Drop an email through office@crimsonguitars.com, and well, first of all, thank you for even considering it. But yeah, drop an email through crimsonguitars.com, and we will. Oh, that's so pleasing. We'll get back to you and start figuring out whether it's a feasible project, something I'm interested in particularly,
He said L5.
Bring it on. Here's my personal phone number. Sorry, that's a guitar I particularly want to make.
There you go.
So there's just a little bit of epoxy still. Whoops. We're half building the guitar and half finishing it already. At this stage it's okay, that edge needs to be cleaned up. I'd rather not leave it till the final stage because that just makes the final stage much more boring.
One is saying, Ben, I suggest you get one of your employees to program a CNC workbench kit to your specs to save time.
I think that's not a bad idea in the slightest. Ha! That's a damn fine idea. That camera's a weird angle. There we go. Is that better? Better, but you can't see the guitar. Who cares about the guitar, really? We're all just looking at me in the first place. I am not that self-centered. Although we did have so Tanya and I went shopping with the boys on the weekend, and looking for clothes and just bits and pieces, and I ended up with orders of magnitude more clothing than anybody else, because basically even this was in Street, which is a sort of a shopping village with lots of different brands and things. Basically, the entire environment is just designed around middle-aged white men, it looks like, or teenage girls who want fast fashion that gets chucked in the bin in 5 minutes.
I think fast fashion is more of an issue for women's clothes than it is men's.
Yeah.
Okay, Jason Smith has sent a super chat again. Thank you, Jason. He says, "Let's make this guitar. Would you give me your phone number?"
Not in this public forum, but yes. No, seriously, drop an email through. Say Ben is incredibly interested in this build and wants to do it. Give us a shout.
Okay.
Where are we? 3. I'm using my finger here as a depth stop. There we go. So it's just there where the rosewood starts that I was having some trouble.
Made in Yorkshire is asking about the water dilution for the stunning stains. Is that something that's on the? Is there instructions on there for that?
There should be instructions. If you're talking about the shots.
Shots, yes.
Yeah, shots.
Please.
Okay, it should be there. If it isn't, drop Crimson an email and they will send you a link. Oh, that feels great. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, there's nothing that embarrasses you, definitely.
That feels really good. I feel like a Roman. They have sweat baths and then the slaves would scrape off all the sweat and stuff.
Stop.
They're all imagining me in a Roman baths covered in oil and. Now I'm embarrassed. There we go. I've done it, people. We found the line.
And he was asking if you should use anything other than water.
Okay. No. Some of them will dilute into alcohol, but some of them just won't. So if you want to try, you can use isopropyl alcohol or something like that, but a portion of them will not work in that way, and they could only be used with water-based. So but essentially I think it's 1 drop to 16 drops of water, something like that, but it varies depending on the color. Some of them are stronger than others, so it's very much just a case of experiment, try, see what you like, and go from there. Okay, so really I should have put this guitar in this vise right at the beginning of the day. I've been fumbling around trying to figure out what to do, and this is what I should have done. Right from the beginning. Now, so yes, I need to go to that line. I've got it. Bench kit. Did you write that down, Tanya?
Did I write down bench kit? I will do it now.
Essentially, what I have planned for the workbench is it's going to be made out of basically plywood anyway. So yeah, having that done on the CNC machine would certainly make it a whole lot easier.
Okay, super chat from Terry Love.
Terry, my favourite Terry.
I'm not sure what this is. Rum Mount Gay XO. None for Ben while he's slicing himself already. Does that mean?
Read it again.
I don't know. You come around here and read that one.
Translations, please, people. I heard the word rum. Okay, well, that must be a brand of rum. Well, no, it's a treat for you, darling.
Oh.
It's a particular brand of rum, and we like rum.
Okay. That sounds like you're choosing my gift. Yeah, we like rum. Yep.
I'm up for that. Yeah, make a note of the of the brand, and we'll try it out. Yeah, my taste buds. I didn't even finish that coffee, so I couldn't drink because it was too hot. Now I didn't finish it because it
it's just instantly gone cold. Hold on.
That's why I'm looking tired, people. Okay.
Super chat from Jason Smith. He says he sent the email and he's given his mobile number.
Thank you, Jason. That sounds... yeah, that's a project right up my alley. I mean, I was going to build it for myself, but... So I might need to change this curve a little bit so that it looks good long term, but yeah, we're getting there.
Sandy says, her friend says, or his... I'm not sure if Sandy's a girl or boy. I'm sorry, Sandy could be either. My friend says that after 4 ouches, you get banned from the workshop for a while for safety.
I have actually ouched a few times today so far, haven't I?
You have?
Actually, probably 4, at least. Here we go. I have permission. This is not going to be a particularly heavy guitar, which makes me particularly happy.
Sandy identifies as female.
I identify as a woodworker. Yeah. My grandfather was called Sandy. It's interesting how many names are dual sex, for what it's worth. Now, what I'm struggling with at this particular point is my thought was to have a double bevel here. But I don't like it. I don't like it. It's a little bit... Yeah, I'm thinking I'm just going to chop that off entirely, and that basically turns into a wing surface. Let's do that then. We haven't had any polls, have we?
No, we've been asking for one. I don't think you know what to poll about. And what decisions are left to be made?
Do we stop for lunch and a coffee or 3?
Well, people have said yes.
Okay. This is perfect timing, actually. So Talitha is on her way. So when she gets here, we'll swap over.
A poll for polls. Let's poll to see if we should do a poll. That's from Practical Renaissance.
Cardano is down. Litecoin is down. The crypto markets are going into freefall at the moment. About a week after I finally decided to invest in them for the first time in my life. Lol.
You've had a super chat from Benjamin Bellamy.
Benjamin, I like your name.
I see no reason to use a brass nut. That's a quote. It repeats in my head whenever I hear brass nut. It came from a rant in a magazine article I read years ago.
Who wrote the magazine article? Because there are reasons for brass nuts. Okay, so reasons for brass nuts. Essentially, it does even out. It certainly adds sustain to the whole instrument. It creates more sustain, predominantly when you're open, but even so, it seems to solidify the whole thing. So it does change the tone of your instrument. But it evens out when you're playing, for example, open chords, where some of the strings are open and some are fretted. Brass is very, very close in character sonically to the frets. So there is a strong argument for brass nuts.
A super chat from Garage Master Guitars.
Hi there.
A suggestion for rum is Cuban Havana Club.
I've heard of that.
We've recently discovered the joys of spiced rum, haven't we?
We have. There was a very small bottle in a Christmas present that very rapidly turned into the purchasing of a rather larger bottle. Sorry, I'm drawing this entirely off screen. You can sort of see what I'm doing. I'm just playing. I'm not actually even listening to you guys talk because, you know, I'm just rude like that. Okay, so we will do a poll, and the poll will be, does Ben create a single bevel from this point to that point, and the whole thing just goes shrink up to here, which is essentially a bit of a belly carve, etc., or do we do a cool shape where it goes up to here? But also potentially comes down to there.
Jason Smith's very kindly sent another super chat. He says, I saw an archtop guitar made by Ben in an auction a couple of years ago. Looked amazing. Do you remember which one that was? I do.
Okay. I'll talk about that in a second. Have you got the poll up?
No, well, sorry.
Oh my gosh, you weren't listening to me either.
I'd switched off.
We need to question our
poll
relationship.
for...
Oh no, hold on. Was I filming that? Okay, so option number 1
Option 1.
is just a single bevel.
Okay, hold on. So I write that over there. Option 1, single bevel. How do you spell bevel?
B-E-V-E-L.
No A in there then. Okay.
No.
Yeah, option 2.
And option 2 is fancy schmancy bullshit.
I'm not going to type that.
Okay.
Fancy schmancy.
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 Something like that, yeah. Hold on, that's 3.
Schmancy.
So yeah, the first option is just a standard bevel from there, and all of this material is cut away up to about this point, or maybe up to the end of the neck. Sorry, the end of the horn there. Square from there, all the way up, bump to that corner. Come to think of it, or this shape that I've drawn here, and it might go a little bit deeper as well.
Okay, I'm putting it up.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's those two options.
Where has it gone? There it is.
I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm completely agnostic on this point. Anyway, so what we're going to do is after I've carved whichever we choose, it will. Yeah, no, it needs to go. Needs to go to there. After we've carved whichever one of these you guys choose, I am going to stop for a bite to eat. I will, I think, I'll stick around and continue, and I'll basically answer questions and eat with the microphone turned off, etc., like we did last time. I think it makes...
It says you didn't change the camera view. Did you sort that out? Did you? Sorry, I'm a bit slow there. It says you moved the camera, but you are showing what you're doing with the cameras.
Yeah, they should be sorted now. Okay, now the interesting thing. So, yes, jazz guitar, big-bodied arch-top jazz guitar that I built a very, very long time ago for a client, before I had quality finishing facilities in-house and all that. And I shipped this guitar off to pretty much the only commercial guitar finisher in the UK at the time, who had a good reputation. And he did a black burst without scraping any of the ornate abalone binding. So underneath that really thick burst is some beautiful purfling, not binding. And he killed the sound. He smothered it in lacquer. So that particular guitar sounds very muted acoustically. And while it is a beautiful thing, I mean, it was one of my early instruments. There was some issue with the bending. The sides were a little bit wavy, etc. But in the end, the finishing just killed it. And the client didn't fall in love with it because it wasn't acoustically what he wanted. And it's gone through a couple of different sales. And next time actually it comes up, I will, if I see it, actually buy it. I think I might even strip it back and see. But anyway, yeah, I can build instruments like that, and want to. So there we go. Alrighty, where are we sitting, or do I just not?
We're at 65% for fancy schmancy. Some people aren't sure what you meant by that. There's a couple of comments about it being sharp.
Yeah, so the back here would be quite sharp if I do it that way. I think that it needs a little bit, this little end bit here would need something. But I do think the curves work. I do think the curves work quite well. We'll give it 1 more minute and go from there.
Okay, question for you.
Okay.
Panic question. He beeped up his headstock design.
Yeah, I've been there, done that.
Messed up the shape of one of the corners. Is there any way to fix a messed up design, took away too much material?
Yeah, absolutely. So make a feature of it, cut away a lot more, and inlay a completely contrasting section of spalted something, for example, or yeah, put in an insert that becomes a feature. That's happened. That is how some designs by some luthiers have become their signature, is a slip of the router. So yeah, been there, done that. Several times. Or just change the shape entirely. Or fill it with wood and spray it solid. Or fill it with wood and put a veneer front and back. There are ways. There's always a way to recover. There we go. That was your minute up.
Okay. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. 64% fancy smancy.
Okay, fantastic. That
I'm
is.
gonna take a picture.
That is good for me. Oh yeah, please. Yes. There is the shape it wants to be. And yeah, instead of going very, very sharp on the end by carving it down there, we're just gonna take it to there. That'll do.
Jason's asking if Dale Crow is a relation. I'm wondering if he's received a reply from your mother.
I think she has, yes, she's my mother. Yes, so there are, this is very much a family business. There are 4 of us working in the company at the moment. 5 if you include Jasmine on the live streams every now and then. Yes, baby, I am happy with this. Okay, cool. Now,
Question about the lead in your pencil. Do you know which one it is? What size and darkness is it?
HB 0.9 millimeters. For drawing on wood, it's essential. But I do think that I'm considering moving over to a 0.7 millimeter pencil as well. I think I'll carry both of those really. I I just panicked a little bit and thought, oh my God, have I clicked record? Because I haven't checked that in 2.5 hours. I have. It's fine.
JS Trucking and Guitars has sent a super chat. Good morning, Ben. How's
Good
it
morning.
coming? Think you'll actually finish the build today? That's what a lot of people are wondering.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I do think, however, it's very, very close. I think I'm having to force myself to concentrate on chilling the F out.
Somebody, Andreas, is asking for a role reversal where I do the building and then you do the comments.
I think that you could do that if you wanted to.
No, I'm just too self-conscious. I wouldn't. I'm all right with the talking, but I don't think I could relax in front of the camera.
Who says I relax?
No, you know what I mean. I don't think
No,
I
no,
could be myself. I would feel too.
It's not easy.
No, and it's not. I think it's not something that everybody can do, really.
I agree. Iwasaki files. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, so let's slowly.
People are saying you should move your thermos because it's going to do some damage.
Fair point.
They want to vote on what we're going to eat for lunch. And that sounds dangerous.
Okay. No, I am eating leftover cold pizza because leftover cold pizza is a gourmand's sort of favourite.
Question from A Human, which is a brilliant name, well done. Have you
sure I
tried
believe
Einstein or Stein leads for your pencils? Einstein?
No. Make a note.
Shall I take this photo?
There is definitely a difference in quality across different brands. Consciously not saying ouch anymore. I don't want to be sent into the naughty corner. It's a weird angle to be rasping at too.
We have a super chat from Thomas St George. What wood would you use to restore a Stanley transitional plane? I love them. I was thinking Zebrano. I want it to be beautiful to use. Thanks.
It depends on the restoration. It would be... ouch!
No more owies.
That hurt. I'm not bleeding. It's fine. Making a completely new base for a transitional plane out of Zebrano would be cool. The original ones were beech, I think, actually. I've seen them in pearwood, I've seen them in apple, not necessarily Stanley ones, but yeah. So one in Zebrano would be gorgeous. So, cool. Tanya, Talitha is at the door, I think.
Okay, you've had a super chat. Do you want this last super chat before I go?
Yeah.
Okay, JS Trucking Guitars. Why aren't you using a grinder for that arm bevel? This isn't the hand tool only build.
This is not the hand tool only build. Should I talk to Talitha? Go away. Should I talk to her? There we go. Oh, Talitha, what are you doing at the door?
Stalking you.
Ah, you're banned. Tanya's coming. Goodbye. There we go. Scared the crap out of a delivery guy a couple of months ago. Anyway. Wow, I've completely forgotten the question. There was a super chat and I need to answer the question. And I've forgotten what it is because I'm an idiot. There we go. Why aren't I using a grinder for that arm bevel? This isn't the hand tool only build, and that's from JS Trucking Guitars. You are the man. Because where possible, I will avoid hand tools, power tools, but also I'm not the only person in here. I've now got 4 cameras in here. I'm too loud, too messy, too many people. It would destroy the audio, and if I can avoid it, I will do it by hand. I'm also very, very nearly there. So I'm wondering about something like that. Sister incoming.
Brother,
How art thou? Oh, Tanya's passed you the...
pass me the pizza.
Did I get...
Cold pizza.
Forgotten the condiments.
Oh dear.
Very cold pizza. Okay, so all right, everybody. I am going to. Well, this is the perfect timing. Actually, I have literally lost my brush. There's next to the pizza.
Damn, I was going to say mind.
Mind as well. The microphone is on the lathe. Do not touch it. It's perfectly set up. So we're all good. Say hello to everybody, Talitha.
Hello, everybody.
What did they call you last time? What's your nickname?
It was a combination of Taz and Tally and Tax. I don't know.
Okay. The Teditor. How's that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad at all. Just it's coming together. We were playing around with carves there. I've had some issues with work holding, to be honest. It's been an interesting...
I did notice.
You've been watching.
I've been watching the live stream.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Well, there we go. I'm yeah, pretty much there. I am going to pop up to the house for a short while.
Tanya did say she was just warming up and then she'd bring you some hot drinks. So
Yeah, perfect. Drinks are actually the kind of crux of my issue at this point in time.
oh, the reason for needing to go to the Everyone's saying hi to me. Thanks very much. Hope you've been having a fun morning.
Okay, well, I will set this camera up to point at your...
No!
Yes, there we go. We've got camera inception. There we go. I'm just going to mute my microphone. Hold on.
There seems to be a debate on Hawaiian pizza, yay or nay.
Well, you see, so the thing is, this is not Hawaiian pizza. Yes, there is a debate. I love Hawaiian pizza. I think that pineapple is a perfectly valid food. But I'm going up to the house for two reasons. The second is to get some mayonnaise to dip my pizza in.
Mayonnaise and pizza. Okay, I am going to do a poll. Mayonnaise with pizza, yes or no?
Well, there we go. Back in a sec.
Hey Rab, good luck with your neck. Hope it turned out well. What do you guys think of the guitar so far? Garlic mayo, yes, I agree, that's quite nice. I personally like pineapple and bacon. We make a really great homemade pizza. Keep that first aid kit handy. Ben hasn't lost a finger yet, but there's still time. If he doesn't improve his work holding situation, I'd agree with that. And I still haven't found the first aid kit. No, Ben is not part Belgian, a human. He's part Canadian, part South African, he's a mix of all sorts. Yak Custom Guitars, loving the guitar shattered. I didn't win it. Has Ben announced the winner? Because we're hoping to telephone the winner live and have a chat in about 20 minutes. So that's going to be fun. I'm not sure if I've got time to play pranks on Ben. I haven't been here long enough to see the important things that he's using yet. George Davis. Pizza is supposed to be sauce, pepperoni and cheese at the very least. I agree. It appears to be pepperoni and cheese pizza. And I think he's going to dip it in mayo. There's a second squirrel. Hold on a second. Tutankhamun says put the squirrel on the bench. Hold up. The second squirrel hasn't had any screen time yet. Hold on. Is he on camera? Camera 1. Camera 1, can you see? Bottom right corner. And then camera 3. Uh-oh, he's coming back. Hide the Shintosaurus. He hasn't finished carving the neck yet.
Salutations. Are you keeping everybody entertained?
It's a 73% no on the mayo.
Whoa.
And I think the squirrel has first dibs.
Squirrel will be beaten. I forgot that I can't trust you in my workshop. Okay, so my microphone is currently off because I'm not going to chew anything in your ears. I just don't feel comfortable with that.
Cool.
I just had an idea.
No.
Oh, yes.
No.
Oh, yes.
Is the camera back on you?
No, the camera's on you. Okay, ask questions and I will answer. You're all wrong. You're all wrong.
One says, hi Talitha, hi one. Could you tell Ben about the Rotring 600 drafting pencil or Rotring 600? The fine watch of pencils, possibly write it down. Rotring 600 draft pencil.
I have seen them, I have not experienced them.
And Norm Barrows, yes, hot melted garlic butter on pizza. You're making me hungry.
Okay.
Nick Morgan says we need a custom bass build. I can't be the only bass player that watches every video you put out. Give us some love.
But I don't love you.
Lies. He's lying.
I'm thinking about pizza, thinking about guitars, and looking at pencils at the moment. I absolutely... Did I just say I don't love bass players? I love bass players. I have done a standard bass build recently, and within the next 3 months, within the next 10 weeks, I have to start a bass build, I promised. So I'm going to do that.
You did promise.
I did promise, and I shall make it happen. So Rotring...
Eric Jewell just says bass, bass, bass.
Bass, bass, bass. Mayonnaise on pizza. Oh.
Don't talk with your mouth full.
You're on camera.
Alan Wood says the Rotring pencils are not as robust as the graph gear,
Yeah.
but jam less often. Does your graph gear jam?
No.
You do tend to break leads quite often on the wood. You tend to be a bit rough.
Yeah, but that's
with
wood,
them.
but I've never jammed one.
Okay.
Apart from when I used some cheap lead. I had some cheap lead once that didn't really fit properly because it was just bad lead.
Okay.
No, honestly, I'm looking at the Rotring and it's nice, but it is not as nice as the graph gear. Absolutely.
Sweet Tea Guitars says you should try the OHTO Promecha or Promecha Pro pencils. Promecha.
Mm-hmm.
And Mikey Copeland is another bassist here needing some love. Be nice to the bass players.
I like bass players. I really do.
JS Trucking, super chat. He says the students at Crimson are already doing the base builds for you, remember, and mayo and pizza is disgusting and it should only ever be marinara sauce.
You can go waffle person. You know. No, it's cold pizza, it's cold mayonnaise, it's delicious. I am my own person.
To be fair, cold pizza is always drier than, you know, so
I'm just dipping it in a little bit.
I would probably choose a different sauce to mayo, but
Yeah,
yeah.
but I don't have a different sauce yet, do I?
You should have told me. I would have brought you some Mrs. Ball's chutney.
I like mayonnaise. I've got Mrs. Ball's over there. I'm not going to... You bought it for me for Christmas.
I did. Another super chat from John Savage.
I like John.
He says, whilst the build is briefly paused, what instruments are on the wall/bench/floor in the workshop at the moment? Floor?
Oh no, there's instruments on the floor behind you there. I've got three
Wow.
3/4 size guitars. I've got a guitar bag that's got a very old PAF hollow that I want to rebuild in some way, shape or form. On the wall I've got a copper rodded that needs to be customised. I've got my daughter's guitar. I've got a custom
Who's
solid
keeping
flame
count? That's what-
sycamore. They're counting. It's called sycamore.
8.
Sort of SRP kit. That's what I'm looking for. With zero cote fretboard, and there's a mandolin on the wall. And there's about 15 part-made guitar necks and things.
I feel like we
And then
should
I've
be
got 3.
carrying the camera around and pointing all of these out.
It's all good.
Brendan Alton wants to know, is it at least Hellman's mayo? Okay.
Yep. I'm looking at mechanical pencils on Amazon right now.
Hydrophobic Goldfish. Love the username. It says, Bun must ignore all these pizza snobs. Pizza is a personal spiritual experience unique to each individual.
Damn straight.
And a super chat from Sweet Tea Guitars. He says, I'll toss some Othos in the box heading your way.
Sorry, repeat that. I was thinking about 14 things at the same time.
Well, stop.
Mainly the spiritual experience of pizza. And Creeper, I was sending you questions. No, I haven't figured that one out yet, Creeper. I just haven't sat down to do it. Picture in picture, so I can have one camera in the corner while another one... I can do it on here, I just haven't actually sat down to do it.
Okay, makes sense.
What was your question?
Sweet Tea Guitars
I like Sweet Tea Guitars.
says he will toss some of the OTHO pencils, the Othos,
Okay.
in the box heading your way.
Thank you very, very much. I will have to do appreciate it. You're a good man.
And we have some spam comments. Ignore those. So 75% are saying no to the mayor. I'm ending that poll.
Yeah, they're wrong.
It's just a disgrace.
Narrow-minded. I understand. I do.
Each
It's
to
fine.
their own.
Yeah.
What type of camera do you use, please? From Schmeets.
You're on camera, you can talk with them all.
The camera pointing at me is the Canon EOS. No, that's your
M6 Mark II.
M6 Mark II. The main camera on Ben's bench is the Canon 90D, EOS 90D. Most of them...
250Ds.
Okay. So the overbench one, Canon EOS 250, 250D. And
Same.
the one pointing at Ben head on So we are very much fans of Canon.
Okay, so yes, M6 Mark II, 250D, 250D, 90D, editor. There you go.
Yeah, I get the best camera. But that's the M6 Mark II is the one that you move around most often for the really cool close-ups, and it's got, yeah, the best.
The 90D and the M6 Mark II are the same sensor and essentially get the same quality footage. So they are the two that are getting the bulk of the close-ups, and then we've got two 250Ds that are about half the price or better even, and they're not quite as good, but they are good enough.
Yeah, the picture quality, especially when editing many cameras together, you want the same sort of quality throughout a video.
Absolutely.
So cutting between what was originally the zoom sort of action cam above the bench, that footage was very grainy and flickery compared to the other angles around the workshop.
Yeah.
So that was frustrating. Joshua Valverde has a nice question. And you're eating, so you won't be able to answer. Okay, Bun, what's the longest build you've ever been a part of, not including this one? And what's the fastest build you've ever been a part of?
I built a guitar in a fraction over 6 hours from raw lumber to finished. I think it was 6 hours and 6 minutes in the end. And I digressed partway through and could have done it faster.
Much digression.
Oh, much digression. And guitars that I've personally built that took far longer than it should have would probably be the Clarity series that ended up being like 60 odd videos.
The Clarity was 60 odd, but I think Complication was...
Over a longer period?
Yeah, and Complication was also 60 something episodes. I think...
Never.
I need to look at that. It was lots. No, I can't remember.
You might be right.
I am so traumatized from that edit, I can't remember. Tutankhamun has asked me to tell you that he missed out on the guitar name Pole and came up with Light Fretwalker. He also suggested earlier in the day, you were talking about control knobs, and someone suggested R2-D2 heads. Tutankhamun, I believe, has offered to 3D print some and send them to you.
I really appreciate it, but I don't think... No. It's an interesting idea, but it's one step further than I want. I have a plan. I have something in mind along that thing. But thank you very much for the offer. I didn't realise you had a 3D printer.
Norm Barrows wants to know how cold it is in the shop. I see gloves. Yeah, I'm wearing gloves because I'm sitting still. Ben is in his t-shirt because he's walking around.
13 degrees.
13 degrees, yeah. Tanya warned me when she let me in the front door that it was really, really cold down here, so I came prepared.
Yeah, the thing is, she hadn't told me that she was really, really cold. I could have just turned the heater up.
Oh, she was going to wait for a pause and go up and get another jersey, and
Pause?
there's never a pause, so...
There is, sometimes. Here's the pause.
Ha ha ha. David wants to know, well, he says, I loved Bob 1. Will there be a Bob 2?
Mm-hmm. It has to be.
Another super chat from Godie the Roadie saying, what's the possibility of a future Evertune bridge? Thumbs up, he's got his mouth full. It's a yes.
I have one. I have an 8-string one in the workshop, and I have had it for a long time. I just need to use it. It's just one of those things.
And Wumberto Biaggi? Wumberto, love the name. Thoughts on a laburnum guitar body?
Laburnum tends not to be big enough for guitar bodies, as far as I recall.
You
Very heavy, but I've used it for fretboards before, and it's great.
Surely you could do a GGBO Take 2 slatted style.
You could do something like that, or you could just use it as a top and have a lighter weight. Basically, it's a fairly heavy wood. That's my only... it's also one of the UK's only woods of that sort of characteristic that could be used unequivocally, word, for fretboards and things.
David Solinsky says the heater noise wasn't that bad that you guys have to freeze to death. Please turn it on if you're cold. Was it making a noise?
No, that was a dehumidifier.
Ah. Which is essential this time of year.
Yeah, no, I had it on before and I should have stopped it while filming like I normally do. But that was making a noise.
Okay. Rage Quit says, I want to make a fan fret guitar.
Go for it, Talita. I think you should.
What am I in my no supervision build?
I absolutely think you could build a guitar if you wanted to.
So, have you announced the winners of the
No.
last raffle? Because I have...
I know, I need to phone him.
I have the phone number. Which would be quite cool. He said any time after 2.
And he doesn't mind being on...
I emailed him. He responded. Let me bring up the email. He said, can't believe I've won. I was very shocked. Yes, I'm okay with Ben calling me for a chat. He's given me the number and said around 2 p.m. would be the best time.
And did you say it was on the live stream?
I said it twice in the email to him.
Oh.
So he may have been so excited about winning the guitar that he didn't read my email properly. But hopefully he's watching. So
okay. I turned my microphone off rather than unmute it because I'm a fool. Test.
Creeper says Ben always talks about how
Hold
he
on.
wants to...
Your microphone's off.
Why?
Because turning mics on and off and unmuting slams people's ears. Okay, go for them. Question.
Creeper says Ben always talks about how he wants to upgrade the double glazed windows. Does he know that there are foils which insulate the windows from the inside?
I did not. No.
But will that cut out the light or just dim it slightly?
I wouldn't mind. There's a chicken just outside the door. I wouldn't mind that. I didn't know that was a thing. No, what I need to do, I do. It's just a case of time. I just have so little time for other things that aren't actually filming and being on a build, which is a problem.
The winner is in the stream and he says, yes, I'm watching and I'm okay with being called.
Well, there we go. So everybody knows who he is. Come on then, let me...
Do you still have the number?
I don't know.
Let's check.
There's a message from you.
Here, that's the one in the email. it might be different.
Just make sure that's not on any cameras anywhere. Okay, so we're going to have to keep this conversation relatively brief because of the poor everybody else who didn't win.
I was going to get chicken cam, but chicken's gone.
I'm struggling to put this in without verbalizing the numbers as I go. I have numerical dyslexia, so I have to be very, very careful with phone numbers and things like that. Here you go. Here's your phone, sister. Okay. Now, just a second. Did you forward me? You did. There we go. Okay. Could you forward me the image that you sent the other day as well about the person that won the plans as well? Okay. So what we've got is this guitar. Hi. Let's go back into proper mode. I need to change the batteries in this thing. Hold on. It would be typical that the batteries died midway through an important part.
So is my mic now muted as well?
Yes.
Because Rab has asked a question about editing.
Okay, well, we'll have to get back to that in a second. There we go. Okay, do Rab's question and then we'll move on.
Cool. So Rab's asked me, how do I get 2 hours of footage to 15 minutes and still keep it flowing and not just choppy?
Experience.
Yeah, practice. I've been doing this for 7 odd years. 5?
20?
So many years it seems like. Yeah, just experience. It's learning what the important parts are and keeping it concise.
You only need 2 or 3 seconds of something to tell the viewer what you've done. You don't need to have 3 minutes of carving or 30 minutes of carving. You don't have to have a 10-hour live stream. We're here because we want to be here, not because we want to necessarily learn and watch me fumble around on the workbench.
So Rab, you can have the beginning of a process to show what you're doing and then the final result to show how you getting from start to finish, basically.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on now. So this guitar was supposed to be a 1-day build. I was going to do it to celebrate hitting 300,000 subscribers on the main YouTube channel, and I thought, hey, let's do it, be quick, sorted. We are testing a raffle provider. Running international raffles is basically illegal unless you've got permissions in every single territory in the world, and for us to do that is just impractical and horrendously expensive. So this other company have done all of that jazz, so we can now run legal raffles, and we want raffles to be the way that the GGBO 22 is judged, or instead of auctioning off some of the guitars, we're going to raffle them off, and hopefully that will, one, raise more money for GGBO and the charities, but also it means that somebody who spends £4 could end up with a 4, 5, 6, 10, 20,000 pound instrument, and that excites me. That excites me very, very much. There are few things cooler than supporting a good cause, but also you run the risk of having a very cool guitar as well.
Risk.
I know, risk. I had to.
In your case, it is kind of risky, but because, like, what if the winner doesn't like what you've done on the guitar?
They wouldn't raffle.
Finished
I haven't finished. This is the problem. So we're five episodes in. I set the raffle up to finish 2-3 weeks after I thought I would have finished the build, and we're still going. But that doesn't really matter. So what we've got is a guitar that I haven't finished building, as Talitha kindly pointed out, and it already has an owner. That owner is on balance, probably not you, but it is Rich Etherington who is currently watching, and I'm going to give him a call now. The plans were also won by somebody. Talitha, if you could tell me the name.
Tobias Binker.
Tobias Binker. Okay, there we go. I can see it. So yeah, basically these people have won. You have not, but better luck next time. It's a very. In the end, there were just over 5,000 tickets sold, and in comparison to lotteries and all that sort of stuff, the odds are incredible. But that's besides the point. What I want to do is just phone Rich up for a quick chat, and we'll see where we go from there.
There's lots of congrats, Rich, and he's responded to say thanks.
Hello.
Rich, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I sincerely hope so. I'm assuming you've got the live stream on as well. Is there going to be some sort of weird audio feedback?
No, I've got you muted.
Ah, good man.
No problems there.
Well, look, seriously, congratulations. This actually feels so weird for me. I know you're also watching the cameras, and I'm talking via a phone, and for some reason it feels like an invasion of my privacy. I don't know. Bloody hell. Dude, you bought 4 tickets, didn't you?
Yeah, 4 tickets. I'm amazed, really.
It's incredible. And again, what I'm amazed at is that this is the second raffle, and it's the second person in the UK that's actually won it, which is surprising given that about 30% of our views are in the States, actually. But
Surprising, really.
well, I don't know. Anyway, it's one of those things. So basically, I haven't finished the guitar yet. I need to ask you about neck profiles and neck shapes and what you play and who you are. I mean, you look like a seasoned professional guitarist. I have serious hair envy, my friend. Like,
No, you don't want hair like this. It gets everywhere.
I'd rather your hairstyle than mine at the moment. But anyway, so yeah, no, tell me about yourself. Or tell us about yourself. There's 1,000 odd people watching and listening. And Talitha's playing around with zips in the background being annoying.
Not much to tell about myself, really. Bit nerdy. Love my guitars. I've currently got my 20-year-old Strat in a corner, which I stripped down.
Nice.
Ready to rebuild. Lost my job in October.
Oh no.
I'm starting a new one tomorrow, which is brilliant.
Congratulations.
I was just looking at buying a new guitar. happened to come across the Raffle, and yeah, there we go.
That's incredible. So this is the universe saying, hey, you've got a new job. Here's a new guitar, essentially for free. You absolutely deserve it. And yeah, I mean that's awesome. That makes me very, very happy. So you're a player. Don't give out too much personal information, given the fact that this is streaming live to the internets. So you've got a 20-year-old Strat that you're working on. I'm assuming that's how you came across Crimson?
It is really, yeah. I think I discovered you maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
I'm nerdy. I love tools. I love machinery. I can just sit and watch any kind of like woodworking video. It's almost like ASMR for me. Yeah,
we are the same. You're just much better looking. I need to stop talking about your looks. No, we are the same. I absolutely agree. Just sitting down, and I get on with other stuff in the background. If I'm cooking, I've got a YouTube video on, or etc. And you learn so much, but it calms me down knowing other people are making, other people are creating, and that's where I think that's where a lot of us are with watching the channel. etc.
Yeah.
So anyway, look, back to the specifics. At this point, are you actually going to be in the chat for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I'll be in and out.
Okay. If there's anything that I'm doing, because you are the customer, you've now got my personal number, so don't. Keep that to yourself.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
I memorized this number like 25 years ago now, and I do not have the wherewithal to change it. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, as we go through, you have got your own vote on what happens with it.
Right.
But the most important thing for me is, what guitars do you play? What sort of neck do you like? You see, you've got a Strat.
Yeah, I do.
And that's your main axe.
Yeah, that's my one and only.
Oh well, one of two. So you're talking a nice, comfortable, traditional C-shaped guitar neck, then, really.
Yeah, I prefer like a C profile.
Cool. Okay.
I like quite a fast neck as well.
Okay. We can do that. I'm not entirely sure how this fretboard is going to feel, but that's the beautiful part of this. Talitha's grinning in the background, reading a bunch of comments.
You said I should keep, interacting with people.
I saw you fiddling in the background trying to get hands on the Osmo gimbal machine, so you can just
Well, you've
leave that
perfectly
alone.
packed it up for me to take it. Clearly, it's in the case and everything, ready to go.
She wants to steal my tool, Rich. I think she can. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so we're talking basically with the rest of the build. I'm going to be carving the neck today. We've had some ideas on the headstock to make it look like the Mandalorian rifle, while keeping the strength, which was a suggestion that a viewer came up with. But other than that, I suppose that the main bit is going to be there's going to be a few orange accents on the back of the instrument if it goes according to plan. And yeah, as we go through, if you see anything you or if you think of something that you would particularly like, then I'm all ears. At this point, you're a customer.
I'm happy just for you to go ahead and do whatever you want, and
The perfect customer.
Anyone in chat, anyone in chat suggests.
Fantastic.
I'm happy to go with that.
Well, we really, really appreciate it, dude. And I'm going to crack on with the build now. I've had some very cool ideas about the carbs on the back while I was eating my pizzas. So I'm going to crack on with this. Now, the guitar is going to have to sit for probably 3 or 4 weeks, I would say, once it's strung up, to make absolutely certain that it's stable and there's not going to be any issues. But we will email you and we'll either organise to ship it over, or potentially, if you wanted, you could come down to the workshop and pick her up in person and have a tour and all of that jazz. But we'll talk about that later. For now, I've got at least one more episode after today to finish it. So
Who's surprised about that?
it's a 6-day, 1-day build. There we go. I've come to the conclusion that I just cannot promise dates or times. Period. There's no way I can do that. I would rather have the ability to go off piste and go crazy and make something worth having. So we're going to do that. But good luck with the new job. I hope that it is everything that you want and deserve, and you will have a new guitar in your hands in just over a month, I would say.
That's brilliant.
Fantastic.
Really. Can't thank you enough, really.
No, it's an absolute pleasure, Rich, and congratulations. We are all envious, and I actually count myself in this. I am loving this guitar. So we are all green with envy. Have a fantastic rest of your day, and I'll speak to you soon.
All right, and I'll keep watching the stream.
Thank you very much. I'll see you in a bit then.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, Rich. Bye. It's so awkward talking to somebody on the phone and on the YouTubes and the internet, and there's 1,000 people eavesdropping in. Oh my God, that felt so awkward.
Eavesdropping.
You're eavesdropping on us. No, that felt really weird. Like, properly.
Yeah,
I shouldn't be doing.
I don't think you do very well as like a radio show host or a.
I don't know. No, I'm not an interviewer. That's for damn sure. Anyway, okay. So, hit me with some comments then.
Oh, the laughs were just you envious of his hair. So people were asking if you'd ever had a wig, and I said yes, and they wanted photos, and I said sorry, you took it off too fast.
I've never had a wig. I have had people throw wigs at me. I've had people throw wigs on me and try and get photographs. I walked into a wig shop once and laughed. One day I'm going to get a really nice wig, and I'm going to come on and I'm going to film a one-day build or something completely straight with hair, and just pretend that that's just me and it's just normal and it's all good. That will be quite fun and funny. But yeah. Anyway, look, it's all good.
Rich has also said, "Oh, that was awkward."
It really was, dude. I don't understand. For you, yes, of course. You're not used to being interviewed on a thing in front of a... How many people are watching, Talitha?
676.
We've lost a bunch of viewers.
No, 767.
That's
I've
a little
also
bit
got
better.
the numerical.
Yeah. So, of course, it's awkward for you. I'm used to doing this sort of stuff on camera and talking to random people and stuff. But, yeah, that just felt weird. But anyway, it's all good. We've got a guitar to build.
There was
so
a great comment from... Oh, who was it? Someone said, I half expected Rich to say he was left-handed.
Yeah. I don't know what would happen in that case. We would probably have to... we would have to make at Crimson Guitars a left-handed version of it, but or they would just get this one and have to play left-handed, right-handed, or convert it, or give it to a friend, or put it on eBay.
Caramel wants to be let in.
You can let her in if you want. Okay. Okay.
Super chat also from Mark Jennings.
Mark.
He says, "Oops, just spent £450 at Crimson. Thanks, me."
Mark. So that was a 500 quid order this morning. Talitha's given you a discount, I assume.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. Thank you very much for your support. And I'm looking forward to you. So Mark is going to be coming down to Crimson headquarters, and he's been a student multiple times. We can't get rid of the man, really. And he's going to be renting a bench for a week, which is something we haven't done yet, but something that I think is pretty cool and worth doing.
And will Mark be in that week's What's on the Bench?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
I think.
If he agrees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yak Custom Guitars.
Yak Custom Guitars, okay.
Yeah. Says, I'm half expecting the 400k subscription build to start immediately after this build is done.
Oh no, that would be fun to time.
If we could finish it and get 400k at the same time, that would be ideal. Yeah, Rob Tootles responded and said, might be done in time.
Where's the love?
Oh, interesting question. Anthony Cunliffe.
Yeah.
If there was a deck of Crimson playing cards, do you put the guitars or staff members on the face cards? I'd put guitars. Like the
it would be staff members holding guitars.
Perfect.
Yeah. So,
And Mark Jennings says, hell, I'll host What's on the Bench.
You could. That could be fun, actually. Guest hosts. Yeah, that could be very fun.
Ben Timon wants to know if that's an Iwasaki file you're currently using.
Yep. Yep. Although I'm going to move over to...
That's so rasp.
Nope.
Oh.
Not a saw rasp. You forgot.
Are you going to clamp that properly this time?
You forgot the trumpets.
I can't do trumpets.
I got lost on the did-dits.
That sounded like telephone interference.
Yep, that's me. Come on.
Bartissimo wants to know which guitar or bass will be raffled next. So are you going to do this often with builds you're doing, or are you going to raffle old instruments?
Okay, so I don't want to take the piss with the raffles. Honestly, I think that doing raffles. Sorry, I got distracted by my lovely gouge. This was made in like the 1700s, and I get to use it, and it's amazing. Up to this point, I've built a guitar and I've sold it at the retail price, and somebody spent a lot of money on a guitar that I've made. And as a business, that's cool. That's absolutely fine. And we're still going to do that to a certain extent. I'm hoping to build this L5 for the gentleman whose name I've completely forgotten. But yeah, to raffle off instruments that literally any one of you could win. You know, Rich has got a Strat, and now he's got a Strat that's currently being restored, and now he's owning this for £4. It's amazing. It's amazing to me. So I do think that I'm going to do more. I'm definitely going to do more raffles. I don't want to go through and start raffling off things like the Complication or many of my older builds. But I do think that unless it's a build that I particularly am making for myself, which I think I need to actually make a rule and only do once a year. Once a month. One in, one out. Get out of my workshop. Yeah, so basically I will be doing a lot of raffles. I think. And it turned out that the amount of money that was raised through this one was a little bit more than I would have charged for it as a custom order, I think.
But that is going to, a lot of that's going to GGBO.
Yes, a portion of that is going to GGBO. All of the money for Shred went to GGBO. Just a portion of this is GGBO. A portion of it is keeping Crimson alive and buying cameras for myself, for the channel.
And once the GGBO challenge this year is up and running, the invitational guitars will be raffled in the same way.
Yes.
So everybody will have a chance to win not only a guitar made by you, but other competitors.
Yes.
We've got a super chat from JS Trucking and Guitars in response to the playing card question.
Okay.
Would Ben be on the King card or the Joker?
Both.
And there are responses to that saying that obviously Arakor says Ben would be the Ace of Spades. Thomas Carroll says Ben would go on the instruction card. And someone said no, he has to be the Crimson King.
Yeah, I think the Crimson King would be funny.
Or we just change all the suits and have the Ace of Rasps.
Okay.
Godi the Roadie Super Chat, thank you very much. Says a Japanese saw rasp in Japan is just a saw rasp.
Why do we even call them Japanese saw rasps? Because there isn't... I suppose there are... I'm not sure when the saw rasps actually became a thing, but there are versions that I know were made in England early on. Maybe it's not even a Japanese idea. Maybe it was a UK.
With the same crosshatch design?
Yeah.
Okay. But don't we call it Japanese saw rasp because of the name, Shinto? And where that particular one is from?
Well, yeah, no, exactly, but I'm just... So this grain is being... wants me to cut from that side at this stage, but from this side, yeah. Come on then. Wood, you're embarrassing me. Do what I expect you to do.
Corbin Musso has a really cool idea. Sorry, a cool raffle idea.
Okay.
Would be to go through the tool shop, collect everything one would need to make a guitar, put it together into a kit with a kit guitar, and raffle that.
That is a really cool idea.
Would that be tools from the vintage shop or from the Crimson shop?
Bit of both.
That would be amazing. And with like an SRP kit or a straight tele kit, T-type kit.
Well, an uncut kit, to be honest.
Yeah, even better. Ooh, Andreas, that's mean. What
Don't
are the
be mean,
odds?
Andreas.
What are the odds for Ben finishing his GGBO entry on time this year?
Oh, come on. I'd managed to forget that I didn't do that last time.
Seeing as this is day 5 of a one-day build, you better start the GGBO like tomorrow.
Something like that. Something like that. You mean people.
So the GGBO announcement's going to be in the first week of February. Are the rules and regulations public yet?
No.
Okay.
Nope, nobody knows anything about what I have planned.
Okay.
It's going to be incredible.
It's just I've read the rules and I've got the dates in my head, so I'm trying to figure out your time frame.
Yeah, those dates may still change. We'll see. This mahogany is horrifically cross-grained. This is so... Seriously, Wood? What are you doing?
Joshua Valverde says, Bun, have you ever watched the Japanese hand plane competitions?
Yes.
What's that?
They're competitions based on hand planes, to be fair.
Using hand planes or making hand planes? You're so condescending.
I was trying to be. Yeah, they got a really big plane with a really wide blade, and they just go down a 40-foot board, taking a single shaving, like super thin. I can't believe. I honestly thought that you were taking the piss because it's so ubiquitous. I thought that you would have seen that.
No.
So, well, crikey.
When are you going to do that?
I am not going to do that.
We should make our own Crimson version and have all the toolmakers and luthiers try it.
It takes a level of skill and precision with a very esoteric plane that doesn't actually serve any real purpose for... Hold on, I'm supposed to be filming myself. It's so distracting.
I'm so sorry.
There we go.
Ben Tyman says it's all about how thin the shaving is. The person with the thinnest one wins.
So yeah, super thin shaving, but also intact.
Cool. Boxer tricks. says the guitar should really be renamed or subtitled Rome because it wasn't built in one day.
You mean bastard. I like it.
How many digs at Ben can we get before the end of the stream?
Hey, look, eventually it'll start getting to me and you'll see me crying in a corner in a puddle of self-doubt and pain. Could be fun.
Yeah, making you break could be a challenge.
So weird looking up at the screen there for what's going on the camera here. You're on camera, by the way, Talitha.
Hi. Easy Mod RC said bad wood grain just added another day to the build.
Seems to be working here, but I might need to resort to something else soon.
Any further thoughts on finish?
It's gonna be pretty.
Well, we know that.
You laughed.
Gotta find. Grieving Drums says, we cannot drive Ben crazy to the point where he is lying in a corner crying and sobbing. He is a national treasure.
Thank you
He'll
very
never
much.
get this guitar finished if we do that.
Yeah, that's the important bit. Okay. It's got some more lights there. So we've got cross grain, so I'm going across the grain, which is negating the cross grain. Something about what I said just makes me cross.
Oh, are we onto the dad joke portion?
Don't cross me, Talitha.
Not when you got a semi-sharp gouge in your hand.
Semi-sharp gouge? You're right. I need to sharpen it. This is going to be so beautiful.
So when I asked you about the finish and you changed the subject, Benjamin Aldridge says, when Ben doesn't fully divulge his ideas when asked, that usually means he has about 7 in mind, each more ludicrous than the last.
Damn it, you guys know me.
The finish is going to be loopy.
Honestly, the finish is based on what you guys were describing in one of the earlier things. we kind of want some bright orange highlights. So so that's the plan, I think, for this bit that I'm carving away here. And I just want to do a very, very simple rattle gun finish. Essentially.
I apologise, Andrew Clayton. He says, not long joined the stream, have missed Talitha giggling in the back of the class. Ooh, dad joke from Will Baines.
Okay, Will.
I perfected my skills in taxidermy and bomb making. I'll make you an otter you can't defuse.
I like it a lot.
And I have to complain about this tiny laptop screen.
It's horrific, isn't it?
It's so... I read a comment and it scrolls and I lose it. It's
You do realise if you
tiny.
scroll up on the comments, they don't move anymore.
Yeah, I keep losing comments. Anyway.
I think I need to build the extension here. Period. I have to.
So we'll have the extension next year, guys.
Next year? Decade, maybe.
Lisa, I'm about to show Ben. I've opened the email. Wait for his reaction. Hold on.
Do I need to be on camera? Oh, I am on camera.
You're on camera. Okay. Which camera? That's amazing. You don't need hair envy. Can I or can I not post that on?
There's more. So Bear. Wow, I have a lot of super chat, a lot of messages that have the word hair in it. Fine. Sorry, I'm just trying to find something here. I've only got 6,000 images to scroll through. We'll be back in a second. So, Bear is he's just amazing. He's not watching this, but he's editing this. So he made a Ben Crow face mask.
Oh no.
Come on, it needs to focus. Okay, let me do it on this camera here. 4. So, whoops. Which honestly is intensely, that is just so no.
Creepy.
And I replied and said something along the lines of, frankly, we don't want the face mask, absolutely not. But if you could make me look like her, that'd be great.
He did.
He did. And the next message was, we'll never talk about this again. And I said, to see that we don't. Let's make sure that
you've
now
just
I've
shown
shown the world.
800 people.
I don't know.
Lots of laughing faces.
Okay.
And questions of procrastination.
Yeah, procrastination, leave me alone. 3. Maybe I should stop hitting the stream deck with gouges and things.
Maybe. Crimson hair oil coming when? From Purple Dracos. And then Bartissimo says motivation for Ben to finish his GGBO 2022 build in time is if he doesn't, he has to wear a wig like that for an entire live stream.
I think so. My only real issue with wigs and things is that I really am very comfortable temperature-wise having no hair. I've considered growing what hair I can, and just seeing what I would look like just out of interest. And the second I get about a week in, it becomes unbearably hot and uncomfortable. So yeah, I would. It would just be, pain for the sake of your amusement. And
Yeah, of course. You
It's
live
fine.
to amuse us.
I think I do, yeah. To completely forget the fact that there's a bunch of people listening, Talitha, what was Tom's reaction to the proposed schedule and plans for GGBO?
Initial confusion, a couple of rereads, a discussion to clarify the points, and yeah, he thinks it'll work.
Very good.
He might phone you this evening or talk to you, because we need to film that soon.
Yeah. This is working really well, cutting across the grain like this.
Another dad joke from Golda Bishop.
Go on then.
What do you call someone who is good at time management?
I don't know. What do you call?
Clockwise.
I honestly thought it was going to be not Ben.
Probably should have been. And a dad joke from Grooving Drums.
Okay.
Why does a chicken coop only have a maximum of 2 doors?
Why?
If it had 4, it would be a chicken sedan.
There we go. I'm liking this.
Tony Murphy has responded to the clockwise joke.
Mm-hmm.
Says, does this mean somebody who isn't good at time management is widdershins?
It's a Terry Pratchettism. Okay. Yes, I am using my beard to carve this.
I thought it was your chin. A dad joke from Daryl Bradley. A monk, a priest, and a rabbit walk into a bar. The rabbit says, I think I'm a typo.
Yep.
You know that one.
I know that one, I like it.
Oh, thank you, Paulie. Paulie Worthington Super Chat. Says Ben and Talitha, my wife Kathleen thinks you both have therapeutic voices and that you would both make great audible bedtime stories. Just a thought.
Thank you very much. I don't know about Talitha, but I particularly like the idea of doing that. Yeah.
I'm one of those people who hates the sound of my own voice, which is why I'm always behind the camera editing you.
Listening to my voice.
Because I can cut myself out.
To a certain extent.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, this is taking... I've essentially... I'm creating something non-standard that is... This is more art than guitar building. And... yeah, it's taking a little bit longer. Nearly there.
In response to Terry Love, he's asked me if Ben has ever sat still long enough to write a book. And I think you've been trying to write one for as long as I've worked with you.
Mm-hmm. I'm further along now than I ever have been in the past. So, I don't know exactly how much you know of the current situation, Terry, but I am in the process of finding out that I am not only that I not only have ADHD, but I am like at the utter far end of. It's not a question of whether you have it or not. It's a question of how you've got this far without realizing. This is from the doctors and psychiatrists and everybody I've been speaking to. So yeah, it's an interesting thing, and a lot of you guys knew before I did, which makes me. It's very interesting, basically. But one of the things is sitting down and writing a book. It's something I desperately want to do, but I have to trick myself into doing that sort of thing. You know, on the weekend I needed to trick myself into doing a load of admin. I was going to come down to the workshop and sat down at the computer instead and spent a whole day doing accounts and stuff, because that's the only way I can do it. But yeah, the book is going to happen. It is well in progress already.
How do you trick yourself? Because I've read up that some people like gamify things and use a reward system.
Yeah, it's...
But I mean, the question is, how do you trick yourself into doing stuff? Because I'm taking notes.
Yeah, no, I understand. I will say to myself, hey, I'm doing this, I'm going to the workshop, I'm going to the workshop. But in the back of my mind, I know that if I don't do this thing that I've been avoiding for 6 weeks, I'm going to get into trouble, basically, or whatever. And I'll sit down and say, okay, I'm just going to do a part or one whatever for 5 minutes before I go down to the workshop and tidy the workshop in preparation for a stream. Next thing I know, it's 8 hours down, and I swept the floor.
I see that. It's not as sawdusty as last week.
So yeah, it's just, I'm already at the computer, I'll spend 5 more minutes doing it. And then I'm like, actually, I feel really good about the fact that I've done this, and that. What's the last thing I need to do? And yeah. But I'm interested in seeing what happens with regards to treatment. It's...
So we have to keep an eye on you and watch for any major behavioural changes.
If the... and in all seriousness, yes. So once we start trying different drugs and things, if there is an issue and it's not working from the point of view of my creativity or the channel or something like that, then immediately you guys will need to tell me so that I stop doing it.
Or at least see if there's another...
Yeah, there are alternatives.
Okay. Dave Nyberg. I can imagine Ben reading Guitar Build Before Christmas story. Maybe New Year's. Nope, Valentine's Day.
I see your point.
And someone else has asked, if you do a book, I'm assuming this is
When?
an audiobook, from
sorry, yeah.
Axonometry. If you do a book, will there be the sound of wood carving in the background?
I mean, we do want people to stay awake long enough to hear what I have to say.
It is very ASMR and soothing.
No, it's ASMR and smoothing.
The dad joke is strong with this one.
Something's strong.
Another super chat from JS Trucking. He says, so then the ADHD is why Ben never finished the shop reorganization videos.
Ah, damn it, somebody noticed. Something along those lines. Yeah. Okay, I'm really happy with how that has turned out. That's really cool. I could... Let me think. Let me think. Oh, that's not quite right there.
Matt Lang. To be fair, Ben's 5 minutes is everyone else's 8 hours.
He's saying I experience life
On a
like a
total
fly.
different time frame than the rest of us.
Oh, in other words, I say it's going to be 5 minutes and it takes me 5 hours.
8 hours.
8 hours. I was listening, honest. Can you hear that?
Bird? You.
It's the floor.
Sounds like there's a cricket in the shop. So, will the extension correct the floor or
Yes.
make it worse?
So yeah, no, I'm adding an extension and sorting the floor out for sure. Prototypes for the hand tool only build kit,
Pretty.
which is currently available for pre-order on crimsonguitars.com.
I think there have been quite a few pre-orders already. So that's cool.
It is, considering I haven't finished it.
Yeah.
Build it. Let's stop talking about me not finishing things. Okay, so that just needs to go. Give me questions, feed me. That's a better line. And this gouge is blunt as all hell at this point.
Mark Guitar says hyperfocus is great until it... Oh, look, a squirrel.
Yep. So in all seriousness, I have managed to be incredibly lucky, and I have created a support system without actually knowing that I was creating a support system. And that support system is Talitha and Tom and Sam and all of the guys and girls at Crimson Guitars who make these things happen. And this is why I'm combining the Vintage Tool Shop and Crimson. It's because I was the top dog at the Vintage Tool Shop and actually being responsible for stuff actually happening, which you all know is not a good idea. But yeah, I've got a support thing and I can do what I need to do and hyperfocus when I need to. on stuff that interests me, but I've also got people who can do the stuff that just has to be done.
And we try and keep you in line.
Well, and generally the people who do those things are doing things that they enjoy doing. So, yeah, it's fine. Okay. Let's see.
Super chat from David Loveland.
David.
Book narrator R.C. Bray.
Okay.
That's it. Is that a book recommendation, David, or someone we should look up?
On Audible. Try an Audible book on us. I think we really need to get sponsored by Audible or some sort of a thing. I listen to so many Audible books.
Now.
On Audible, you can search by narrator. R.C. Bray. You don't want to watch me search by that, but that's in my thing. Screenshot it. I'll check it out later. Cool. Okay, I'm happy with that. I don't think I need to cut this little bit of extra off here. That there, I was going to put a corner there so we had a sort of a more of a curve, but yeah, it's not necessary. Okay, I know what I want to do.
There's also another super chat from Paulie Worthington. Thank you very much. Talitha Kathleen says, "Hell no, your voice is lovely, and I agree. You and Ben could do children's bedtime stories for Defo. Crow's Nest stories."
Thank you very much. And yeah, I agree.
That'd be fun.
It would be great fun. Okay, so that there is. I'm going to step away from the gouge for a second or three. Actually, no, I'm going to pick the gouge up and do the next bit. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay, a question from R.C. Elonan. As per requested, do we on the email waiting list for the acoustic kit need to pre-order, or will someone from Crimson contact us first?
I offer the people on the email waiting list a coupon discount if they ordered.
So they need to wait for someone at Crimson to...
Exactly, which means that somebody at Crimson needs to be told by someone in this room to make that happen. Very good point.
Okay.
Yes.
So I will take a screenshot of that and...
talk to headquarters. I feel like we haven't had any extreme volume shifts recently.
Is it time for a machine?
I think I'm going to cut away the excess of this neck on the bandsaw so that we can yeah, I like that. This is gonna be so cool. Okay. Very lightweight guitar. Okay. What is that? That's camera 2. Alrighty. See? Actually, that needs to go back in the fridge. There's a for you.
Thank you.
Isotunes, use code Crimson10 to get 10 quid or £10 off your order.
Nope, it's changed. 10% across the board.
Oh, for flippin' poop's sake.
No, it changed like 2 months ago
Stop
and you've
changing
said
things
it.
at zero notice and not
They-
telling me.
We did tell you. You're making excuses.
I know,
Chris.
I'm making a joke out of the fact that I forgot. Crimson 10 for 10% off is much easier.
Much better.
Goggles. I need goggles, I know. You're judging me. Do 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 do. So should I I suppose I should turn the microphones off, shouldn't I?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, this is going to be a little bit finicky. This is probably not wise. All right. Yep. All right. There's no point in pointing at a camera that isn't actually currently being watched by people. We have been on air for 4 hours and 14 minutes, and I have actually achieved a few things. Mainly made myself look a little bit of a twit multiple times, but I think we expect that. The guitar is coming together now. So for a recap, the Raffle has been won. The guitar has a new owner, and I am in the process of digressing within the build. I need to carve the neck. I need to finish some carving here. The people have been asking me about access in the upper frets, so that there is a an E bar chord, E bar chord, E bar chord up to E bar chord. I can play all the way up. Now I could potentially do with a little bit more room. I don't think so. Absolutely fine. So yeah, there we go. I'm not going to do a change there. We do have some space carved out there for the old Handaroonie, but It's going to be good.
People were saying, "Oh, I can breathe now." Exhale.
Because of the fear of what I was doing there. Yeah. That blade's also got a far finer TPI than I thought it was. But anyway.
And Benjamin Aldridge wants to know, gloves?
I put my goggles on, man. Come on. You know, just... You said that was the perfect tone of voice.
It was all caps.
You just got it absolutely perfectly. Okay. So we're after a fast C. Work holding. Most of my issues are about work holding.
Isn't it one of the most important things?
I would say the most important thing is an overriding faith in one's own ability to fix the mistakes that you make. No, work holding is definitely the most important thing.
Typically in masking tape.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why we love that so much. It really is.
Grooving drums. This would actually be a really cool merch idea. Can we get a Ben's Day planner? Just not with Earth hours, but Mercury hours, so we can actually track Ben's one-day builds.
I like it.
Where did you get that particular... It's not a clamp. What is that?
It's a Vice.
Vice, thank you, Vice.
VintageToolshop.com.
Of course.
This is a Tarenti London antique carver's vice. Tarenti is a company that's still in existence, and they do still make these. They are not inexpensive, but they are very, very, very good.
Can I ask you a question?
You can.
Tony Murphy.
Oh, you want me to listen to the questions?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Come on. Yeah.
Tony Murphy says, I assume the wear rate on that fingerboard is very low. I was just looking at it and I wouldn't want to have to redress it.
Yes. No. You and I assume the same thing. I have seen used versions, used guitars made by Bond with this fretboard, and they seem fine. So, yeah.
I'm just going to take this up to the house.
Do
you wanted tea or something.
I would love a cup of tea if that's okay.
Milk.
Milk, no sugar.
Should I doctor it like last time?
What did you do to my tea last time?
Oh, it was the coffee.
Oh, there was a coffee. Leave the tea bag in. Super strong. And with that, I'll give you something else to judge me for. I need a new workbench. Okay. Okay, so we've got the bulk of the excess removed there. I need to flatten the neck so that it's at the depth that I want it before we go to the carve. Using the faceted method for carving a neck requires that you're at the correct thickness before you start, otherwise things happen. So I'm taking it down to thickness. Around about the 12th fret, or as close to it as I can get. I did not sneeze. I did not sneeze in your ears. I think I might have ruptured my heart there. Ooh, 28. That's a very thick. Ooh, yeah. This isn't gonna be We can go for C shape. I'm not sure how fast this is going to be. Essentially, it's called a fretboard, is fairly thick. The other one fell. Yeah, meant for that to happen. This is a bit strange without Talitha asking questions and stuff, really. Actually, I think that's going to be okay. So because the fretboard is thicker than a standard guitar, essentially it's 3 mil of aluminium put on top of some rosewood, which I could have made thinner if I'd really wanted to or thought about it. It means that the actual, in order to get to a traditionally thin neck, you have to remove more material and therefore run the risk of getting too close to the truss rod, which is not something that I want to have happen. Not by a long shot. I've missed the chat. I'm not sure how I'm going to go back to a normal build after this. I really do enjoy the interaction. Feed me caffeine.
Normality, you?
Yeah, that's a very good point.
The cats are paranoid.
The cats are paranoid. Nico is a bit of a bastard.
Which one's Nico?
The soft one.
The white and...
Yeah.
Saw me coming, scarped. When I came out, he was back in the same place, scarped again.
Oh yeah.
It's like, I'm not going to bug you.
No. If you go anywhere near him, he's like, unless he's hungry, in which case he's all over. Cuddles. Feel my softness.
Feed me, feed me.
Feed me. And the second he's got food, he's like, literally, you'll go and you'll try and stroke him. You'll go, and just out of the way.
My cat does that to me all the time as well. And it's... like, the point of a cat is to just cuddles and sit on your lap and be stroked. And, nope.
The point of a cat is to be cat.
Yeah. What's that saying? Dogs have owners, cats have slaves. Benjamin Aldrich. The cats are paranoid. Sounds like a Cold War sleeper cell code word.
It really does.
Yes.
Go on then.
I'm looking, I'm reading. So Benjamin Aldridge again says he doesn't know that we are giving him crap about the bench, it seems. Now I'm going back in the comments to see what the comments are.
Oh, the bench sucks. The bench sucks. I know the bench sucks.
Grooving Drums says, wouldn't the spindle sander be better or faster for getting the neck to thickness? I love the Shinto, but tedious work like that is faster with the spindle sander and a coarse grit, no?
Correct, yeah. Ish. I am... I'm avoiding power tools today. So essentially I'm pretty much there. I've got a thickness here, I'm just taking it down a little bit here. It is... If the computer wasn't right there, if Talitha wasn't right there, and yeah. You're right.
So, Rich, now owner of the guitar,
Yes.
says, I've returned with coffee, what have I missed? And Ben Aldrich responded, well, your guitar nearly didn't have a neck for a bit. I'm assuming that was the bandsaw bit.
The bandsaw bit was thoroughly, perfectly fine and safe.
Right.
I was just removing material. Yeah, the neck's going to be a little bit thicker than I would like. Actually, I think we're okay. And they're taking the piss out of me for my horrible, horrible workbench.
Yeah, someone said it's giving him seasickness. Motion sickness. A lovely super chat from Robert Lunn.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Hi Ben, had crippling depression for 2 years now. Because of your vids, have managed to get my guitars out, restore them and play again for the first time. Changed my life. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you very much for letting me know. Now the bench is giving me seasickness. In all seriousness, when I am feeling down, the workshop is where I need to be, and a close second is playing the guitars. So yeah, we all have issues, and sometimes it gets worse. And the workshop and guitars and music and making and creating, that is a very, very good way to get back out of it. It, as you found, just takes actually starting, and that's often the problem. Okay. It's half the floor as well. The floor is really bad.
3 comments in a row.
Go on then.
Disky. Did anyone mention your workbench sucks? Scrooge. I gladly watch a Ben builds a new workbench series of live streams. And Mikey Copeland. Ben, you should build a bench in a one-day live stream.
Okay, fine.
And the old workbench? Well, burn it.
We'll raffle the old workbench off. No.
Would this workbench be suitable at Crimson on a solid, like, concrete floor?
The workbench is rattly, and I need to tighten the bolts every single time I use it, really.
Wow.
Which is, well, not quite that
So it's
extreme.
partly floor, partly
It's
workbench.
most of the movement is the floor,
Okay.
but there is. That's what I was after.
The Junkerist says you should call the stream a bun day build. Because then it can be anything you want it to
It
be.
could be any day I want it to be. Okay. So yeah, I can't. These bolts were tightened to as tight as humanly possible, and they've compressed again. Ow.
Is that just from the repetitive motions?
It's potentially motion, it's potentially the wood drying even more. It's also, it's not a cheap bench, it's made out of beech, but the wood compressing underneath the pressure of the bolts.
Okay,
Anyway, I've done that side. I'm not doing any more
cool.
because I can't have access. I don't have access to them.
So this is a super chat that is, you know, it's the same topic, but it didn't come in with all the other bench comments.
Okay.
But it's a bench comment. David Loveland, currently building a Rubio bench between guitar builds. Would love to see a bench build.
Rubio, say it again. That's not the right word.
It's typed Rubio, R-U-B-I-O.
Crikey. I will do a bench build. I will do a bench build.
Is that after your bass build, after the hand tool, after Jasmine? Is it,
You need to put yourself in a timeout, Lisa.
Fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, no timeout. I've taken myself out of it. Jamie Krautkramer says it wiggles because Talitha loosens the bolts every time Ben's out of the room during the streams.
Ah! Now I know what we're talking about.
No, it's every time he turns his back.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. Okay. Come on then, stop it, Ben. I'm nearly there.
Spelling correction. Rubo spelled
Rubo, that's the word I was looking for.
with an O-U-X on the end.
Yeah. Yeah, a Rubo style bench. Yeah, that's going to be beautiful. Somebody suggested earlier on that we do because I want to make this bench out of essentially plywood for the most part, and to have removable concrete sections to give huge stability and weight, but also something that can be taken apart, if at all possible, if I can work that into it, for easy movement and stuff. Somebody suggested that we potentially offer it as a kit that you could make, that we sell through Crimson for Alethia's Workbench, which appeals to me. Whew.
There's suggestions you use the bench to build a guitar and then smash it, as is only fitting for such a hateful thing.
With not too much more work, I could make it more stable. You know, take the bolts off, take everything apart, glue all the joints instead of bolts, and then use the bolts again, and it could be stabilized. It's just not wide enough, really, which is my issue. Okay. So.
Fuka Mi. The world, as any sane person knows, is perfectly flat. Ben just didn't build that workbench correctly and then tries to blame the floor.
It's always my fault.
This floor is not perfectly flat.
This floor is not even perfectly floor. I don't know what I was trying to say. I'm losing my mind at this point. Okay.
Bronson Taylor says, thanks for the Leatherman tool recommendation. Best tool ever.
Isn't it just? Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, I use a lot of tools day to day, I really do. But in aggregate, if you actually think about it, specific tools, I could say probably, hey, I've used chisels more and I've used planes more, but a specific tool, the Leatherman that's on my belt gets used on a daily basis, oftentimes multiple times during the day. And yeah, can't complain.
There's a burn of a comment here from Commas79.
Okay.
From a man who created a format called What's on the Bench. You'd expect him to have a proper one.
Look, the really annoying thing was that, that this bench is much better than the one I had before. If you go back to the bench that I had in that studio there, my main big bench that is a proper bench that I built at Crimson Guitars, he justifies himself, is huge. It's just too big. And through the tool shop, I found a bench that would sell for about 600 quid.
Yeah,
And
but this was
then-
also... Sorry to interrupt. This
Fine.
was also first lockdown and the sudden move and building a shed. And the first shed was tiny. You had to have something smaller to fit into it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But so the annoying thing was I replaced that one with this one, and this one was an even more expensive bench. So it just shows how bad commercial workbenches are. I didn't build this bench, and I didn't pay full price for it, but it is a commercially available, well-regarded bench brand. I can't remember exactly who made it now, but yeah. Okay, so I haven't quite got the carve in, but we've got the thickness almost down.
Mikey Clopeland, like you, loves alliteration. Ben is often floored by the floored floor.
I am.
And a super chat from Terry Love.
Terry, my favourite person. Hi. Not quite my favourite person, but you're up there.
Sorry, loads of distraction here. Has he finished yet? I've had to listen to my brother witter on about his moving to Gloucester. I can't say it.
Gloucester.
Yeah.
Or Gloucestershire.
That one.
Gloucester services are my favourite motorway services. So you're basically saying to your brother, move already.
Benjamin Aldridge says, even if the bench was perfect, we would still give it the curry. Rules of engagement. We are petulant children who need a scapegoat.
Yep. Okay.
There's quite a few comments about buffering issues, and I've got an error message.
Okay, if you're having a buffering issue, then refresh the page if you can. In fact, all of you refresh the page, and you'll probably have an advert to watch. Sorry.
I'm waiting for you to launch into some promo spiel.
Something. Oh. Tea. Tea's great, yo. Orson, Benjamin, Arthur, Crow, my child. How are you?
Good.
Good day at school? Why are you smiling at me? That's freaking me out just a little bit.
I don't know.
He wants
Good at
something.
school.
Did you come in and steal one of Mummy's sweets?
No, this is my sweet that I got from winning the raffle at school.
Ooh,
You won a
raffle.
raffle. We had somebody win a raffle. They won this guitar. I can smell the sugar from here. Yeah.
I can too.
It's very sweet and delicious. It's green apple flavoured.
So the opposite of you then. I mean, the sweet and delicious bit, you do taste like green apple.
I'm gonna have a green tongue after this.
Probably. Okay, cool. Well, look, I need to crack on with this build. You're happy, you're safe, you're home. Your sister?
Yes.
Is your sister coming down to stream or not?
I don't know. She's
Probably cuddling a kitten or a puppy at the moment.
yeah.
Okay.
She's just gone back inside.
Okay.
The old dog's coming.
Creever Eye says, I heard that liking the video will help with the buffering issue.
Sneaky, I like it. Okay, cool. Well, good to know you're home. Mummy will be back in a minute.
Yes.
Cool. If you could make me a cup of tea in about 45 minutes, that'd be awesome.
45 minutes. I wouldn't remember.
Yeah, you will, because you love me.
No, I won't. I really won't.
Harsh. Thomas.
I'm so sorry, I didn't turn my mic off and I've been slurping that coffee like tea. It's tea. Please forgive me, I hate that sort of noise.
I'll go down and read comments in a minute, but Thomas Corral says Ben is missing 2 letters and that's why he won't ever complete a bench build.
Haha. Okay, so let's clear some space.
Tony Murphy, when Ben says something is his favourite, all his things know it's fleeting.
It's just who I am. It's who I am. Distractible. So the phone is not on silent, so that I will be able to see if there's any messages from Creever Eye to see if there's an issue. Thermo cover.
Leighton Matthews says he's thinking of making a slideshow of screenshots of Ben's face from every time the screen freezes.
I could do that all day. I could do that all day. Okay.
There's a question from Aipsong, A-I-P-S-O-N-G. Will the fretboard inhibit the action of the truss rod if it becomes necessary?
No. It is aluminium and therefore strong, but nowhere near as strong as the steel truss rod. It's also flat against it, so I mean you could bend a sheet of aluminium this thick, even hardened aluminium, anodized aluminium. You could bend it against your forehead and make it curve. Truss rod's much stronger than that.
Okay, but there's enough give in it.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, okay. I was reading a comment as well.
Disappointed.
I'm trying to curb.
I'm
my
getting
multitasking.
snarky in my old
you
age.
clearly need a coffee.
No, I don't need it. I've just had a cup of tea. I'm feeling good. Just a little bit tired and wondering where I'm going next.
Super chat from Mitch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mitch.
I sent a box of my current favourite coffee to Crimson for you. First class on Friday in a nondescript box. It's not booby trapped, I promise.
On on Friday. So I actually have a box of coffee that's arrived on Friday, so probably not you, that somebody sent. That was. It's called No Sleep, and it's done in collaboration with. Damn it! I want to say Iron Maiden, and that's wrong.
Someone in the same...
Google No Sleep Coffee. You're supposed to be supporting me.
I'm very wary
Support,
of
I
this
require support.
laptop.
It's not a nice laptop. Okay, so I had dropped that. Who's the band?
I don't know.
It's on the tip of my cerebellum.
When all I get from No Sleep Coffee is caffeine connected to sleep problems. No.
No Sleep brand coffee. I'll get it from. It's up at the house. I need to. Sorry, I'm digressing now. Thank you very much. I am swiftly becoming far more of a connoisseur of coffee than I deserve, and it's all because of people like you sending me their favourites, which I really appreciate. Now I've already got lines down this neck.
There's no mention of any bands, so I'm assuming the page I'm on is not the correct one.
Search for Heavy Metal Coffee Company.
Well, it might be the right. It's called No Sleep Roastery.
Yeah.
But
potentially.
they've got...
Somebody needs to know. Okay.
Someone says Motorhead, Motorhead,
Motorhead.
Motorhead.
Motorhead. There we go. I don't know why I had Iron Maiden in my head, apart from the fact that I've just been listening to a book by Bruce Dickinson. Motorhead coffee. Supremely cool branding. Came in a nondescript brown box. We assumed that it wasn't booby trapped. And I am very excited to try it.
There's a coffee recommendation.
Okay.
You need to try Kicking Horse Kick-Ass Coffee. It's amazing. Easily my favourite, from Tony Murphy.
Okay. Can you write that down for me, please?
Sure.
Where am I? Okay, so I'm just marking out a central section that I'm not going to touch for now. And I want a nice C shape, so let's not confuse ourselves. So we're going to facet this thing down, and essentially go from there down to the bottom of no, not to the bottom of the rosewood. Down to there. And if you chop that off, that will be the beginning of what I want. Now, it would be easier if I used a ruler and if I hadn't clamped this down already, of course.
Jumped the gun a bit.
I'm sorry, Sleeth?
You jumped the gun by clamping it.
I did.
Yet work holding has been your biggest bugbear today.
Yep. Seconded only by you.
I'm leaving.
You can't do that.
I can indeed.
Ow! 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 Pain. is that batteries. That's batteries. Woohoo. Okay. Do we have any questions or queries or comments or criticisms?
Loads and loads of coffee related things, and a super chat just popped up from Mitch. Dark oats roastery, no sleep, glad you got it. So we know.
Was that him that sent it?
Glad you got it. Mitch, just confirm you sent it?
And this was the Mitch that commented just now saying he sent it in a nondescript box.
Dark oats roastery. Yes, Mitch, I sent a box of my current favourite coffee to you. First class on Friday.
Thank you very, very... Well, it must have arrived on... What day is it today?
Today's Monday. You wrote Crimson on Friday.
Yeah, it arrived at Crimson on Friday. But you say you sent it on Friday. Either way, thank you very, very much. I'm very much looking forward to it. I want to do a whole Instagram thing because it looks so cool, and if it tastes as good as it looks. There we go. I need to turn this microphone off just for a second. The other microphone's still going, it's fine. There we go.
He says, yes, it was me. Mitch.
There we go. Well, thank you very, very much, Mitch. I'm looking forward to trying it. And, yeah.
Oh, I like their website. You should look, you'd get beard envy.
Yeah. I'm declamping this now. So I just made myself difficult for no reason.
Mitch says you're welcome. And Will Zidema says, now we know why it's Dark Arts Coffee. It magically appeared the same day.
Yeah.
Thor Crowley wants to know, will something like this design make it into a production model? The guitar is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, come on. If anybody wants to order a version of this guitar, we will build it. Whether it becomes production or not, I don't know, but I'm absolutely 100% happy to do that. I want one for myself. I absolutely want one for myself. I really do. So, yeah, part of the process will be, once I'm done here, I'll take it to Crimson and they will digitize it. We will be able to draw proper plans and CNC stuff and templates and stuff and go from there. Anyway.
Can you answer a question?
I can answer a question.
Cool. Daniel Azevedo Marquez. That sent this question before but missed a reply, if any. Is cedar or mahogany a good wood for a PRS type body? Also, any thoughts on Brazilian woods for fretboards and necks?
I mean, Brazilian rosewood is the wood. Many of the hardwoods, most hardwoods will be fine for fretboards. And if you're in Brazil, you have access to woods that we would love to have, but are not legal to export. Or I think actually to fell, but that's another thing entirely. Mahogany is absolutely perfect. That is what PRS use for PRS guitars.
Body.
For the body, yeah, that's what they use for their bodies and necks. And cedar is also, there are various different types, so it depends on the type, but cedar would also work quite well. So the thickness of this fretboard here is making me question where my facets go. You would have noticed some... I just didn't really know what I was going to do.
Some buffering of cogs in your head.
Did you just say you could hear the buffering in my brain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another question?
Yeah.
Daryl Bradley says, Ben, I'm thinking of making an ebony scratch plate for a base build.
Yeah.
Would it work or would it be liable to warp?
I mean, ebony out of all woods is the least likely to warp out of everything, pretty much. And scratch plates tend to be bolted down by multiple bolts, so no. I think you're going to be fine. And that's where the grain gets crossy. Okay, so I'm planning on doing that.
Alex Simpson wants to know if Crimson is still planning to design and CNC their own versions of this fretboard. I would definitely buy several.
I would like to. I muted the microphones. Hashtag winning. Woohoo.
Hashtag sneezing.
That too. It's coming together, it's starting, it's, yeah. We're getting there.
A question regarding GGBO.
Yeah.
From Curtis Gentry.
Hi.
Afternoon, lovely people. Quick question, if I may.
He's talking to you. Oh.
And everybody in the 838 odd people listening. Can I enter GGBO in the kit category by buying and breaking down a broken guitar and build something new? Thanks and loving this weekly live stream.
Yes.
Simple answer.
Yeah.
Curtis, I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's the definition of kit, as I've stated in the rules that will be published soon enough. Essentially, if you start with something that was partially created by another company and became a guitar, be it a guitar or a guitar kit, or you're starting with a neck, even if you're making the body from scratch, you started with a neck, therefore it's classed as a kit build. So yes.
There are calls for you to call this model the Flying Y-Wing.
I like it. a lot less likely to get sued for that one. Yeah, this is going to be cool.
JLP Guitars Super Chat says
I don't trust the super chat, you giggled.
he says he's thinking of doing a one-day build for 2022 GGBO, yada yada yada. Any advice on how not to turn it into a 5-day build?
Don't try it. I'm the wrong person to come to for advice on that one, yo. I love the challenge, and I know I can if I am planned and prepared enough. But the end result is that if you do one in one day, chances are you're going to be skimping on some things. So it could be fun to do, it could be fun to watch, but it's not necessarily going to be as good of a guitar as it could be otherwise, which is sort of one of the main reasons why I'm reconsidering doing this sort of build at all, to be honest. That, and I'm chronically getting it wrong. All right, there we go. So we've got first couple of facets, and then you need to go in the middle of this facet here. No, a ruler it is. Find a shorter ruler. That'll do. From there, and then in this case, because the fretboard is wrong camera, haha. So I'm bisecting this facet, and then in this case, because the fretboard is much thicker than it's supposed to be, I'm going to go a couple of mil into the rosewood. And do that.
Mark Davies says he sat finishing his latest Explorer build. Final touches and setup. My one day off. Please tell my better half Alison I love her and it will all be over soon.
Until next week when you start your next Explorer build.
He might be talking about the live stream and how he's sitting watching the live stream on his one day off.
Alison, yes?
Alison.
Alison, hi. I am so very sorry. I've heard that a good way to get people moving is to set fire to their chair. And there's probably shavings about the place.
Not condoning pyromania or arson in any way, shape or form.
I promote arson. Arson about.
Yeah.
That's a Wallace and Gromit quote, isn't it? Okay, I'm actually running low. Where are we? 5 hours and 12 minutes into this. It's amazing how much energy it takes actually doing the thinking and the talking. Anyway, so that's what I want.
Oh, sorry, this is a sweet comment from Pard, P-A-R-D. Good morning from Oregon, everyone.
Morning.
I recently got a black lab puppy, and she loves to listen to Crimson Guitar videos. Only problem is, I think she's starting to trust the British.
Oh no. Can't have that. So in reality, with this bit, I am taking off only a few millimeters, and with the Shinto saw rasp, it's not a lot of material. So I used to carve my necks with an angle grinder, and I don't think I'm ever going to really do that again.
You used to carve the radius and the fairly carve and everything with the angle grinder. All of the comfort carves and the curves and...
Well, it's very quick. It takes a few minutes, but...
Scary.
For people watching, for me it's just,
Well, yeah, you've done it so much. Michael Francis would like to know, won't the radius overlap the additional fingerboard under the fingerboard? So...
Ow! Japanese saw rasps really just cut you, don't they? It's not your fault. It's the rasp's fault. What's his name?
Michael Francis.
We'll put Michael in the timeout. He hurt me. No. Yes, exactly. So because it's a little bit thicker, essentially that fretboard is I'm making it overlap with this cut.
What is the wood under the fretboard?
Rosewood.
Okay.
Or ebony? I think it's rosewood. Pretty sure it's rosewood. That was like weeks ago. I don't know.
Shvalian wants to know. Gloves.
So if I was, honestly, if I'd been wearing gloves there, it would have just, I probably would have dropped the guitar. Gloves are not safety gear. Gloves are never to be worn on a band when you're working with a bandsaw. Never ever to be worn when you're using a lathe. Gloves are only ever in the workshop to be worn ever when you're working with something caustic, or if you're applying stain or something like that. If you put on gloves when you're using a power tool, you are running the risk of ripping your fingers off. Don't do it.
Even if they're like latex gloves that fit perfectly and tight.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't wear gloves in a workshop.
Cool. Ooh. Jamie Kortkremer.
Yep, I know him well.
Tattoo removal method number 36. Yeah, Shinto saw rasp.
Ouch.
And Michael Francis has apologised for hurting you.
It's fine. It didn't actually. It took a layer of skin, but my hands are so thick that there's no blood, so it's fine. And to be honest, it was my fault for not having the guitar in a vise while I'm doing this.
Yeah. Work holding.
I am work holding.
Terry Love sent you a super chat a little while ago, so
Okay.
his timing is impeccable because I've only just noticed it.
All right.
He wants to know how many injuries today so far,
More than a few.
but I think he sent that before what you just did.
I'm not. I've said ouch at least 6 or 7 times. There's quite a lot of carving and rasps and things, so I've got a few punctures more than I had before, but it's fine.
I love this new username. Pork Screw Custom Guitars.
Cool.
He wants to know if you have ever made a guitar from sinker log wood.
Yes,
What is it?
it's in the name. It's a sinker. It's a log that's sinked.
Sunk.
Sunk.
Which guitar?
Lake ash. Lake ash was sinker wood. So basically we had a bunch of ash that was felled.
There you go.
That was felled when a local stately home like 100 years ago or whatever were making a man-made lake, and they just chopped the trees down and then dumped them and then filled it with water. And the logs were underneath for a long time and then eventually got dragged out, and we bought probably part of one of them actually.
So people purposefully put...
No. Sinker logs traditionally are where, mainly in America and Canada, they would float the logs down the river. Every now and then they would sink and stay on the bottom.
Okay.
And then now people are going through and saying, okay, and finding them and repurposing them, and it's good old wood. So technically I have, but also in reality I have not.
So your stuff was purposefully... Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that is just about.
So you need to do something special on the back to justify someone holding it like that.
Well, why don't you just send them this image?
Screenshot. That's the thumbnail.
It works both ways. Pew pew pew. Ha ha.
What's the timestamp? Bear's gonna have to do something with that.
5 hours 18 and 40 something. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry.
Carry on. But I have a question.
Damn it! I flipped the whole guitar around. I was prepared.
You were like work holding.
I was.
That's not really safe. Okay. Just looking out for you. Don't stare at me like that.
It was more the fact that I was carving and staring at the same time that was quite
Yeah,
funny. But yeah, we're good.
So Micah Knoll has a question on multi-laminate necks.
Okay.
Is it important for each strip to be a continuous piece, or would they still be strong if staggered like bricks?
I built a guitar called the Cyberpunk 2077 guitar build. It was a whole big long series. Go to that, find the episodes. Can you get that dog that's chasing the bird? She should be in the...
Bird's back in the pen.
Fantastic. Sorry, the puppy's like chasing the chicken, who's very good at escaping, but I also, when I notice, try and stop it. Cyberpunk 2077. Go and check out what I did with the fretboard. If you glue pieces of wood inside of a multi-laminate neck, end grain to end grain, there is zero strength there. If you have a scarf joint inside the woods, perfectly fine, strong.
We've got an annoying spammer who keeps on.
Ban them.
Yeah. Trying. Anyway. Super chat from 2 people. Lucifer Builds.
I love Lucifer.
Hey Ben, random question.
That is not my name. Sorry, I'm sorry. Please. It's that time of day. It's that time of day.
Will Tight Bond 3
Yes.
work on bamboo?
Yes.
It's awesome glue.
Yes.
It's that time of day.
Yes.
Okay. Lisa Harshberger, another super chat.
Hi, Lisa.
Have you ever used a laser engraver or diode to make inlays for necks?
Yes.
When? Which guitar?
Yes. Okay, so I personally haven't, or have I? Well, yes. I mean, so the guitar that I made, GGBO had my Shred had my BC logo in the fretboard that they used the laser cutter to do. Was that the CNC? Anyway, okay, yes, at Crimson Guitars we've got a beautiful laser machine that I managed to break the other day.
What did you do?
I had them cutting out a hell of a lot of MDF for jigs to hold tools at the tool shop, and there was a kink in the air hose, so there wasn't as much extraction, tiny kink. There wasn't as much extraction as it should have, and I was making a hell of a lot, hundreds of tiny, tiny holes, and the smoke didn't get pulled out fast enough, so it cracked a couple of mirrors. 20 quid replacement, it's fine. But yeah,
how long was the machine down for?
a day and a half.
Ooh.
But anyway, so yeah, laser cutters we have used for inlay before.
What was that?
Just a Graph Gear 1000, which is basically bulletproof. It's fine.
Ooh, we should taste
The lead
that.
inside might shoot it out of a gun as a bullet, and it'd probably still work. The lead inside is probably broken though, which is the problem. You can't easily cut mother of pearl or abalone with a laser cutter, and it depends on what it is. If it refracts light like mother of pearl, you can to a certain extent, but it's very, 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 very fiddly and iffy and difficult to do. So that's a qualified yes. So I'm starting on the line that's closest to the edge here, and then from the other side we'll move to the next, potentially. Because at this stage I'm reaching the final shape of the neck.
Axonometry, who had the question earlier about the sinkwood,
Yeah.
says, I have a nice piece of sinkwood from my grandpa. It's very old. I don't want to cut into it because it looks so cool.
Yeah. It could be made into something amazing, but in and of itself it is already something amazing, and unless you have something very specific you want to make out of it, I agree, just keep it and look at it.
Or find a way to utilize it where you can show off its beauty.
Yeah, well.
So I've missed some super chats.
You're so irresponsible.
I'm sorry. From Franz Truter.
Franz Truter in South Africa.
Hey Ben and Sus.
Yeah, that's it. That's your nickname for now. Sus.
Thanks. The only good thing about gloves is to keep your fingers together after being crushed by granite. Trust me, I know. I lost my pinky. Wow.
Ouch.
Yes. Good grief. And Sawdust Passion, another super chat, says you're in full-on dad joke mode. Can't believe I missed that.
Sorry. Yes, I seem to be today. I am. I sincerely enjoy these streams.
Do I need to go up and make you another coffee or something?
No. I'm good. I'm happy.
Okay. You did ask your son for a tea around about now.
I did ask my son to bring a tea around about now. I didn't expect him to do it.
Another super chat from Mitch.
Hi Mitch, thank you.
Thanks for the lovely peripheral vision treat on a lame admin heavy Monday afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. See ya.
Just trying to figure out what was off to the side of it. Yes, it's an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for watching. How many people are here?
860.
Okay, so it's not as it isn't as many as we've had on the earlier ones, but it is enough that it is worth doing. I don't want to piss people off by doing stuff that they don't want to do or don't want to see. So there we go, there's that one there. And I'm just faceting this until I get to the bit. Whoops. That was my mic. And this is why I don't clip them onto my belt, because every now and then the things fall.
Language.
Language? I said nothing. Test.
I have a couple of questions from Peter Strati.
Peter.
Or Stratel. Sorry. How do you avoid expansion between the layers of a multi-laminate neck? And then he says, I'm inquiring about a couple of guitars I built over the last couple of years. 2 1/8 strips of walnut glued between maple. I think it just got exposed to too much humidity.
No, it's going to be the other way around. Essentially, part of it was not cured properly. We need to hang our sausages in the shed for at least 30 days. I've had the same sort of issue. Basically, the laminates, walnut and maple or mahogany or whatever it happens to be, were not at the same moisture content as each other. You need to store them in the same place, or at the very least have a good quality moisture meter, such as the Orion by Wagner. And essentially, with something like this, you go in and camera 3 will do. Yeah, so I haven't gone and checked exactly what species it's at, but it's telling me that this is 10.9%. That's 12.6. Now again, you can change you can set it for the very specific species that you've got based on their equilibrium moisture content. Sycamore. American sycamore. Nope, that's wrong. Anyway, yeah, so you need to make sure that you've got material that is properly dried and good to go. And if it isn't, then you end up with uneven curing, and because some of it is still losing moisture, and as that happens you end up with necks that twist and move and change, and you have issues. It's not fun.
There's another super chat from Andrew Fawcett.
Andrew.
He says, add another day to the build and
Yes,
add
okay.
a laser pointer.
Nope, you had me at add another day to the build.
Yes, this is why you have to add another day.
Okay, sorry.
Add a laser pointer to the headstock to complete Mando's rifle.
It would be fun. It sounds yeah, it's a little gimmicky, but could be fun.
If you do it stylishly, it could work. And then another person, Leonard Zach, saying then you have to make it possible that you can hang the guitar on your back like Mando does his rifle.
Okay, people.
See, you shouldn't have held it like a gun. You've started something.
Yeah, no, we really have.
And when are you going to be cutting into the headstock?
I think my plan as it currently stands is, he qualifies, I want to glue the aluminium on as the last thing I do today, so relatively soon.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm going to glue the aluminium on, and then once it's all cured and dried and sorted, then I will cut the section that the rose was going to be glued into after the fact.
Would you like a little bit of history from Abe's song?
Aye.
In the Roman world, they would cut a tree at the birth of a girl, submerge it in water until the girl was of age to be married, and then take it out to be used to build her first furniture.
I knew that. Where the hell did I know that from? That's incredibly cool. That's incredibly cool. I used to read a lot of historical novels, Mary Renault and Conigled and stuff like that. But yeah, it is cool. Okay.
Just to check, Creeverai is Stephen, right? So I can send him. Oh, I can't send him on WhatsApp.
I can add you to a group.
Cool, that would be great. A comment from Stephen Clark, who's been a member for 9 months.
I didn't realize we were doing membership. Have been doing memberships for that long. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
For joining.
He says something Adam Savage talks about is the main difference between the Star Trek and Star Wars universe is cleanliness. Do you plan on doing any weathering to this to help it fall into the Star Wars universe?
I'm tempted to, but I also get into trouble when I'm doing that. Talitha, you're going to have to ask Tom to add you to the live stream group.
Okay.
I am wondering what to do with this carve here, because I think it could be very cool to have this sort of a thing as well going in the same spot. But I'm not sure, because that is user interface territory, and I don't want to do that.
People are asking what Rich thinks about the gun ideas, since you were holding it in that way.
Yeah, good point.
Rich has responded. I just have to find it again. He says, wearing it on my back would be fun. Not so sure about the laser pointer, though.
Good.
And Flobius says, I said it before, battle marks, exclamation mark.
No, I agree. Well, what does Rich think about taking it and aging it gently?
Yeah, Rich, let me know in the comments, and I will keep an eye out for your response. Says I'm all for weathering and some light battle damage.
Fantastic. This one-day guitar build just turned into a 20-day guitar build. Ish.
Tony Murphy says blast burns on the aluminium, maybe not actual relicking.
Yeah. I want you guys to spam Adam Savage and tell him that he needs to work with Ben. I would love to build maybe the twin neck Star Wars guitar that I want to do, and then send it to him to have to ask him to relic it, even if it ends up in his collection. I know he
That would be amazing.
he plays and likes guitars, and his son, one of his sons, Thing 1 or 2, one of the two, is a musician.
Is that literally what he calls them?
Thing 1 and 2, yeah.
Brilliant. I need to watch more Adam Savage.
If I hadn't tattooed my kids' names onto my arm, I would be also careful about keeping their names off the channel. I call my children Long-Term Project 1, 2 and 3. Or Project 1. They answer to it as well. Project 3? Yes, Teddy.
But they know which is which. Yeah,
Well,
it's
yeah,
obvious,
1, 2
but-
and 3. I mean, you know.
Yeah. Brendan Elton says, will this build come with strap buttons, and if so, where will they be placed?
Please excuse me. So on to talking about coffee farming in Hungary. No,
Nice try.
yeah, no, that's not an issue. The strap button will be up here and down here, pretty much. It could potentially. The one will be either here or on the back there, which wouldn't be too much of an issue. There, not on the back of the neck, on the back of this bit. I could have one here, if necessary. And I think that might actually make quite a cool, where it's, yeah, I think it might work quite well. Okay.
Jamie Court-Kremer says, if you think about it, Ben,
I tend not to think.
your kids were a one-day build that's turned out to be a lot longer project.
No shit. I like that.
Grooving Drums says long-term project 1, 2, and 3 sound like the albums of a prog band.
They really do. Okay, so the neck is the shape I want. I'm now just working on the extra bits, the transitions, as it were. It's also making me cough a little bit.
Question about... The problem is you're not using the file anymore.
I could be.
That file you're using right now, and this is it's a problem. Are they available at the Vintage Tools, and what is it listed as, please? So, it's one of the 3 that you've been using recently.
These are the Iwasaki files, and you can get them through...
Take 2.
Take 2. These are Iwasaki files. CrimsonGuitars.com, we sell them. And they're fantastic. And there is also, the smaller one is actually, hasn't had much use in this build so far, but once I get to the headstock it absolutely will. They're incredible. And then this is also available through CrimsonGuitars.com. It's the Shinto Saw Rasp. Having that at the back is so useful.
Paul Cook says drummers call their children Anna 1, Anna 2, Anna 3, Anna 4. Super chat from Paul Dowie.
Paul, hi.
Thank you, Paul. Ben, you've talked about building a case. Surely this would be the ideal candidate, as finding a commercially sourced case will be challenging.
3 buttons and 300-second timer.
No, I will not. Surely it'll fit in something.
No, it'll fit in a case. It'll fit in a... we're fine. We're fine. There's no need to make a custom one.
Okay.
I really do want to, at some point, build a custom case. You're absolutely right. I have a lot of materials ready and all of that, but it is something that has to be done from within Crimson headquarters, and I don't have my workshop there set up at the moment. So yeah. You filming me? I like messing with your filming. Sorry everybody, Talitha's filming me probably for Instagram just off camera, and it's very distracting. Just get that camera out of my face.
I live to annoy you.
It's only fair.
Tobias Bow says, man, am I glad to have rediscovered this channel. Used to watch some of the earliest videos when I was 16, but kind of lost track of it. Even built my own guitar out of spare parts back then.
Awesome. So you're going to crack on and build another one now? Hopefully. But yeah, welcome back. Welcome back to the fold. The dust is starting to get me.
Robert R says the squirrels are multiplying in your shop there. Just the one. There was just one first, and now there are two.
There are. Somebody noticed.
Well, you had the other one in the corner that's never seen on camera.
Is that corner not seen on camera?
Not unless you're going to grab the Triton clamps or something off the wall, and then you're in the way.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. So I need to think about this.
Oh no.
This whole chunk of wood here. I need to think about this, and you say, "Oh no."
I'm waiting for the buffering sounds.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
What is that?
I was trying to make buffering sounds.
Oh. You You really shouldn't do that with your feet.
I was just thinking.
Terry Love says, briefly turn the dust extractor vacuum on and suck up some of the dust laying about. Since and other people are saying you should be wearing a mask.
It's very, very thick. It's only the Iwasaki that's making. Actually, even that, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, I do appreciate the thought.
Do you want to clean up a bit before you carry on while you buffer a bit?
We should. I'm going to turn the. I'm going to turn the microphones off. Talitha's going to turn the extraction on. Not just yet, because it'll suck my shirt. Haha. Go for it. And then he set up my pencil.
Oh no!
I was thinking, what new adventure is this? Alright, we're good.
You should have a guitar reviewing channel called Crimes on Guitars.
The problem is I am obviously biased. I'm just going to put them away where they belong and then get them back out again in a minute. That's what I'm going to do. Okay.
Will Zedema responded to the Crimes on Guitars idea, saying that luthiers hide their crimes, so it would have to be taken completely apart.
No.
Aren't there channels like that that just cut things open to see how they work?
I think so, yeah.
That'd be terrible to do to guitars.
I mean, it would garner some serious views. Today, on my channel, Crimes on Guitars, I have a 57 Les Paul. We're going to cut it in half to see what they actually made it out of.
Comment
Darlings.
below. You have
By the way, we're very, very happy that they've stopped the dislike button on YouTube. We're the only channel that does think that, but still.
You'd have to do that sort of video with the full either Bane mask or Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah. My alter ego is a real arsehole, but he has hair. I just look like an arsehole. Anyway. Okay. Would you look at that? I needed this. Okay, so we've had some thinking time. Unfortunately, I used it to make a silly joke. So the reality is that this headstock does not need to be anywhere near as thick as it currently is. And especially if I'm going to be creating or gluing on some aluminium, there's just no need. Course, the camera was not focusing on what I was doing. Now I need to do the whole thing again. Silly boy. I don't need to glue aluminium onto the back. It's not necessary, and I'm going to have a sort of a curve here. So I can take it down to that, but it doesn't need to be. That, I could remove a bunch and install aluminium. So we'll think about that at a later date.
Guitar Edux has a nice question. Which is more rewarding, building guitars or teaching others to do so?
Teaching others to do so.
Because you get to do both at the same time.
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, yes, but no, my... I'm assuming that you're talking about what is more rewarding, more edifying, makes me feel better about my life, and it's emphatically teaching. The fact that there are people who... Yes, let's just drop that glue. The lid isn't even on properly. Come on, Ben. Good. It's... Put the lid on your glue properly, people. Don't be me. He says, teaching. Yeah, no, teaching, 100%, and it's not only the best part of my day from a point of view of this makes me feel good about myself. It is the most profitable part of what I do. In all seriousness, I mean, there are how many people now, Talitha?
898.
Yeah, we'll call that 900. There's 900 people watching this right now. It's free. for you, apart from, I suppose, some adverts that might show up every now and then. I'm not sure how adverts actually work on live streams. And super chats, which I really, really appreciate. But a lot of you are also customers of Crimson and will go there to buy whatever you want to buy for guitar building because you want to support me, because I give you this free content. And because you trust me to make the best luthiers, tools and supplies and things possible. So it's both rewarding, teaching people. It's rewarding on both sides, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, a one-off guitar might sell for £4,000 or £5,000 or £6,000, maybe even a little bit more sometimes if it's insanely cool. But a video that happens to convince somebody to go and buy a kit guitar could convince 100 people to go and buy a kit guitar, which will be more profitable in the end. No thanks, I'm okay for the minute.
Cool.
I'm getting distracted by this joint when I'm supposed to be thinking about this one up here.
Yeah, calls to stop procrastinating, Ben.
Nah.
Stefan, I will probably butcher your surname, so I'm not gonna. Sent a super chat.
Thank you.
Have you ever made a resonator guitar?
No.
And if not, would you ever entertain the idea of making one?
I'm entertaining that idea right now. No, I really do like the idea of doing exactly that.
One of the 3-month students last year made a gorgeous one, which he recently... So he completed the build, but didn't complete the finish because he wanted to do... not necessarily French polish, but it was something that was going to take time, so he took the guitar away to do the finishing.
I thought I heard somebody's phone
Christmas.
system.
And I will be posting photographs of the finished guitar very soon, as long as I remember. And Grooving Drums says, in regards to being a customer, ... when will there be white stain? I could seriously use it. The white stain was problematic, wasn't it?
It's separated. In order to get it white enough, you had to have a hell of a lot of pigment. And a lot of the pigment ended up sitting at the bottom. And if you didn't use it regularly, that could solidify and cause trouble. So we discontinued it for that reason. Ow, ow. Quit your sniggering.
Sorry, someone called a coat duck said, I'm sorry, did you just scratch your head with a Shinto saw rasp?
I did, I was itchy.
I was going to respond and say, he does that often. Jacksonville says, how much use can a hobbyist builder... Sorry.
It's fine.
What did you do? Did you
It's fine.
rasp your finger?
again, it's fine. Carry on. Jacksonville?
How much use can a hobbyist builder expect to get out of one of your leveling beams before they go dull? They don't go dull.
They don't. So the sandpaper, you just replace the sandpaper. So yeah, you change the sandpaper fairly regularly, depending on what you use it for. If you have got a leveling beam and you're only using it for leveling frets, you could probably level 40 guitars worth of frets on that one piece of paper. You're fine. If you're using it for leveling fretboards or carving or any of the million other things, I use it for sharpening scraper blades, etc. But a small roll of the paper will last you a long time.
And do we have
Yes.
in stock the adhesive backed?
Yes.
Cut to the right size.
Yes.
Cool. Deathlexia would like to
Love your
know
guys' names.
would like to know how you're going to add the crimson logo on the headstock if it's got aluminium.
I hadn't even considered putting a logo on at all.
Could you put it somewhere else? Or are we going to put the C3P90 somewhere?
Stop simplicating my life. No, the logo would probably end up having to go on the body. Up here.
Inlaid or just on?
I don't know.
Or you could send it to Crimson and get it laser etched.
Could be quite cool engraving it on with the laser.
Could we
shall see.
do live stream the road trip to Crimson?
Of course, this whole build's being live streamed, isn't it? No, but what we could do is add the film it at Crimson and then put the media into the live stream.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. Okay. You're falling short of your duties at relaying questions to me.
I'm so sorry. I'm reading. So super chat from Vulcan Essen.
Yep. Is it?
Saying, hi Ben, would it be possible to offer including the offcuts on a kit guitar with the package? It would be helpful to test stains, etc.
Not really. We could probably add similar woods, but the offcuts tend to we tend to use the offcuts actually for other things. However, it's actually quite interesting. This is a weird headstock. It's obviously far chunkier than the average, and strange. So I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with it. Ooh.
Slave to the Ink says the amount of times you're saying yes today, you can probably get away with asking him anything.
Yes.
So about that raise.
You're running the risk of raising my ire.
Comorack has a question.
Who?
Comorack, C-O-M-O-R-A-C-K.
Cool.
Does the little hump at the base of the headstock actually do anything for strength?
Yes.
I've heard someone say that it doesn't, but makes repairing a broken one easier.
It absolutely adds a huge amount of strength. That is the weakest point of the neck, and is absolutely essential. There's a reason why the SG is it is a very rare SG that does not have a vintage SG that does not have a repaired headstock brake, period. Whereas that just doesn't happen with other similar guitars. And the other thing is that the SG falls off the strap so much because the strap's in the wrong place. But
Electric Lady Guitars, Devon, UK.
yeah, don't talk to me about your chainsaw injuries, please. Not this time.
No, she's got a serious question for the community in general.
Okay.
Has anyone made or sold an R2-D2 shop vac? If not, why?
I'm pretty sure Disney would have an issue with.
Oh, yeah, the
that.
copyright rules. Anyway, we could paint one to look like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Evolution says, I remember day one when the polls said, how many days will this take? And the options only went to 5. And then it was insistent that it wouldn't be that long. Now it's looking like a 6-day, 1-day build.
And who was right? I was absolutely right to say it wasn't going to be a 5-day build. Emphatically.
Technicalities.
I thrive on technicalities.
Grooving Drums says if he can get away with asking anything, would
Yeah.
Bun be interested in adopting a soon-to-be 38-year-old in somewhat good condition?
I mean, send me your CV. I'm not averse to that. I mean, 38-year-olds pay rent. My other 3 do not, currently. I do sometimes feel like my employees at Crimson are my children, which is very, very strange. Don't tell, there's probably some of them watching.
Possibly. It is after 5.
Yeah. Oh well. Okay, so I've got a shape there. I need to adjust it.
There's some calls for a poll to vote on whether Jazz and I get raises.
Nobody knows what you even get paid. How can you make a sweeping judgment like that based on zero knowledge? Yeah.
Paul Need says this build is still running under 1 Venusian day.
The deal. No. That's it. That is it there.
Do you want to do a quick recap and also go over what's left to do?
No.
Okay. You're meant to be saying yes to everything.
It's flipped over into opposite world today now.
Today's not over.
Why?
Rob King says, how can we make decisions based on zero knowledge, Ben? This is the internet. Of course we can.
Too true.
This is lovely. From Rumbling Groover. Says, hi Ben, thanks for making all the insane content. You've given me the confidence to fettle my own guitars. This is something I now really enjoy, and my guitars have never played better. Keep it up.
Fantastic. You too. Ow.
How many is that? 5 times?
I just stabbed myself in the freshly cut, just underneath a. I'm just after your sympathy. When Tanya's next on, ask her how much sympathy I get when I'm feeling ill or injured or anything. I'll tell you, none. It's fine. I deserve it. Okay. Yeah, I'm quite happy with this. I doubt that I'm going to get to the aluminium even. But
Oh, poor Ben.
There we go. Okay. So.
I'm being offered a bribe to ask a question.
Okay.
Zach Richard.
Who?
Zach Richard.
Zach Richard.
Yeah.
How
Wants
could you?
to know Futurama or Bob's Burgers for a cartoon-inspired build.
Futurama. I mean, Futurama's based in a world that's got a very distinct style and robots and spaceships and stuff, whereas Bob's Burgers is based in a burger joint, cartoonized. And while I like burgers, I mean, Futurama it is.
Okay, that was easy. And Malone Guitars.
I'm waiting.
Says, hi Talitha, I met Ben at the London Guitar Show 2019 and we spoke to a man in a wheelchair about making an offset acoustic with a sloped thickness body to suit his body shape and disabilities. Would Ben consider making such a guitar for a worthy recipient? I think that would make an awesome series.
It would. It's... I'm not an acoustic maker predominantly, and yeah. I mean, it would make an interesting series. It really would. Yeah, why not? I mean, everything is to be considered. Can I make my cut now?
Carry on, sorry.
You sure?
Yeah. You 1 second you're telling me off for not asking you questions, and now... I just can't get it right. Go.
You sure?
Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm being told off for distracting you.
Well, I mean, it's kind of what I'm paying you for today, I suppose, really. I need to get that vice back up here. That's what I need.
While you're doing that,
Go on then.
JS Trucking sent a super chat.
JS Trucking!
When are you going to cut the slot in the headstock to turn it into the Mandalorian rifle forked tip?
So what we're going to do is glue some aluminium in place, and then I'm now saying ow a lot more just for fun. Please forgive me.
You're shopping for sympathy.
I am. I'm just hamming it up, I think is what the term is. Yes, so, okay, let's do the recap that Talitha asked for earlier. Okay, so at this stage, we've got the guitar, the top is on, a carve has been done that I'm looking forward to filling with orange. I need to do something similar in here with the negative curve, concavity. Oh, I like that word. The neck has now been carved. Mostly it's been faceted, it's got a good shape to it. We've got all full access, all the access you could possibly want there. Apart from maybe a little bit awkward with the thumb, but not an issue. The headstock, I'm in the process of carving the back of that to make that more comfortable and more attractive. The volute, as it were. Later on, we are, not necessarily today, we're gonna glue on an aluminium piece, and then once that's cured, notch out the end and inlay some rosewood so that it looks like the Mandalorian rifle, which is open at the end. And that's pretty much where we're headed. Relatively lightweight, like it's not a heavy guitar, and I'm very happy with how it's turning out. I kind of want to make myself one now, so there we go. Anyhow, onwards.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. I don't like oh no's.
Wolford guitars. This is just, I'm so sorry, typical. I recently sold a router bit on eBay that I hadn't had the need to use since I bought it. Yesterday I had the need to use it.
Yep.
Dough.
Yeah. Just don't sell your tools.
Coming from someone who
Has a tool shop, I know, has two tool shops. Well, they're combining now, but yeah, I know. I'm aware of the dichotomy. But I tend to keep my tools.
Tia Buxton.
Tia, it's been a while, I think. I don't recall seeing you comment for a while.
Well, hold your horses.
Oh,
Just joined. It's looking great. It's my birthday.
Happy birthday, Tia.
And I get to watch Ben build a guitar. All is good with the world.
You're amazing. You're also on camera at the moment, Talitha.
Oh no.
Well, at the moment. There you go. No, happy birthday, Tia, and welcome to the stream. I hope you've had a fantastic day so far. There we are.
Chris Hart is asking how tall you are so he can estimate how big the guitar is.
Not very. I'm 5'10".
Yeah, probably.
5'11"? I don't know. 5'10". Let's
You
go
must
with...
be 5'10" because I'm 5'6".
Just because you're 5'6" doesn't mean I must be anything.
No, but you're taller than me, so.
Well, it means I'm anything from 5'6" up.
Fine.
Sheesh.
I haven't had enough coffee to...
Sorry, I have... this rasping is making puppy think that I'm a dog down here barking? I think.
Oh, is that what's riling him up?
I think so. For what it's worth. Yeah, the guitar is not particularly big, which is great.
You're now being called Shorty by Rob King.
I'm gonna say come and say that to my face, but alright, hit me.
Well, it's Electric Lady Guitars Devon.
Yeah.
She says, had written, and this is in quotes,
I think it's a he actually, but
it's Electric Lady. Fine.
Electric Lady Guitars is the company.
Okay.
Don't presume the guitar company's sex.
I'm
please.
sorry. Whilst cutting a wind-filled oak in the middle of the river Dart, ... I stopped for Ben's sake, just using files bought from Crimson on Bone Nut to very good effect.
Awesome.
So, no chainsaw injuries mentioned today.
Phew.
Yep,
He is. He's barking because
he's
of the filing.
barking at the rasp. You got a good little guard dog. He's confronting the threat. Super chats.
Feed me.
Sweet tea guitars.
Yeah.
Are you going to ramp the area behind the nut to prevent the strings from touching the headstock?
Yes. If it proves to be necessary, yes.
And Austerium?
Cool name.
I'm positive I'm pronouncing that wrong. Hi all, hope you've not missed me too much. I'm on nights. The hospital is mental busy, but at least I have you guys to brighten me up before night 5.
Before what 5?
Night 5.
Oh, fifth
5
night
in a
on
row.
the trot. Bloody
Yeah.
hell.
Best of luck and stay safe.
Yeah, good luck. I hope it goes well. I can pretend that you guys aren't real. I can pretend that this is just me playing and messing about, and it's just, fun. Until you get a comment like that and you're like, actually, ghosts. Actually, this is real life, and there are real people, and they're doing real important things, and I'm just in the background of their lives. And yeah, it makes me think.
Firm Cow says my dog is in the next room and is also barking at the rasp. Apologies.
Sorry. Amuses me though.
Ooh, Rob Phoenix.
Come on, Rob.
In response, he called you Shorty earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come and say that to my face. He's responded, I wouldn't stoop that low.
Good one. Okay. I can't. I've got nothing. Touche. Touche. Put the chisel away.
And Tia Buxton says, thanks for all the birthday love. I'm hoping to come down and do a course one day. Maybe next year's birthday present from me to me.
Bring it on.
That would be lovely.
Ow. I
No
didn't
more
even.
owls.
No, I didn't
No
even
more
hurt myself. There was a preemptive owl. Shush, it's fine. We're good. Nothing to see here. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I really don't.
Then stop and think about it for a while. Is there something else you could do?
No. The shape is there. It just wants to come out. I'm just trying to do it.
Do you need to take another tea break?
No, we're good.
Rob King is saying that he's hoping to bring one of his grandkids for a course.
Okay. I do particularly enjoy it when family members or couples, etc., come for a course. It makes the whole thing, really cool.
He then says, I'm not real Ben, I'm the small troll who lives in the back of your head.
Okay. We have a shape. We have a shape. We do.
Miko Erickson says, every time I watch Ben doing his magic, my boys ask if I'm watching Scourge the Executioner from Thor Ragnarok building guitars again.
Yep. That's my side gig.
Yeah, the royalties alone, I mean, come on.
Yep. Okay, I found what I need to do. Questions?
Just checking something.
Yeah, the stock market is in peril.
Yeah, I mean, I've lost so much today alone. It's shocking.
Yeah. Well.
Fuzzy Blob.
Fozzie Blog.
Blob.
Fozzie Blob.
Blob.
I
Yes.
like it.
Says, hi Ben, I'm
Hi.
I'm a CNC machinist based in Alderholt. Have you got any jobs going?
I suspect I can't pay you what you deserve.
And we're looking for
We do have jobs going though.
luthiers and teachers at the moment.
Yep.
Rocket Punk Art. When will we have Scourge the Executioner, Bob Raven, and Ben Crow in the same room? That would be the ultimate crossover.
That would be supremely cool.
Oh, Terry Love is risking things again.
Terry?
Any moment now, this will change to a snapped headstock repair video.
Yeah, we're alright.
Are you leaning on the headstock?
It's fine.
Okay.
Trust me. Never trust anybody who says trust me all the time. Yeah.
Guts personified wants you to say Texas like Scourge.
Texas. Behold my stuff.
No,
I need to watch
yours,
that again.
Yours has got to be my tools.
My tools.
There we go.
I've never been good at accents, but
It's close. You got to get that rasp in your voice there.
behold my tools. I need to click the
You
link.
need to watch it again.
Yeah, it's been a while.
A question from Paul Needs. Angled headstock on a sapele neck.
Yes.
Besides the volute, what are your thoughts on carbon fiber reinforcement? Where exactly and how long?
In the headstock. Not required.
Angled headstock on a sapele neck.
Not required.
So just the volute is enough.
I'm not going to say not required again. If you use traditional methods, i.e. volutes or etc., it's a good solid piece of wood, or even a scarf joint. You don't need to add anything extra in there. In fact, I suppose you could take an angled headstock and drill from underneath the fretboard down into the headstock, and then pack in some carbon fiber rods, and then you glue the fretboard on that would cover the holes where those go in. That's the only way I could think of, and I've never even thought of that before. That's a pretty cool way of doing this thing that I don't think is required. But anyway.
Paul Needs, I apologize for
Whoops.
missing your super chat. He says, Ben, you need sugar.
Yeah, I do.
Says the type 2 diabetic and ex-senior nurse. Can I go and get you something?
I really am flagging, you are correct. It's also nearly 6, and to be honest, I'm thinking we're just going to potentially call it an evening. I don't know. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop at all. Could you get me... No, tell you what, I need to just pop up to the house myself anyway.
Okay.
For unrelated things. You can talk to people and we can go from there. I think I've just very carefully put this camera in exactly the wrong place.
For what you need to do.
It's right in the way.
And you don't
It's a
have
pretty
much
shot though.
space to move the tripod anyway.
What was I thinking about? I think I might have been thinking about using the chisel actually, which is from here. So actually that's right. There we go. What do you guys think of this shape here? There's going to be probably a diamond on the end of that.
You should be asking Rich that.
Yes, but he said that he wants to leave it up to me and the hive mind.
Okay.
It was quite cool being able to talk to the person who's won the guitar.
After all the awkwardness, yeah.
It was a little bit weird, but it was also cool.
Guitar Chic is saying that guitar angle is making me nervous. Is it really secure?
Oh yeah. trust me.
Hypocrite.
I know. Bollocks. Okay, fine. Yes, you are correct. Let me point this camera at Talitha. I'm going to shoot off to the house quickly.
No. Ian Davis is saying you should gold leaf the headstock.
I should go. You should gold leaf your head.
You should gold leaf your head. We could just pick out the angles and things.
Copper leaf.
Yes. JS Tracking says I need to make you more coffee, but JS, he stops drinking coffee at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah. He says,
well, you know, it's all fun and games. It's all fun and games. I need to mute that. Or if Talitha's coffee, lol, that'll perk him right up. That changes the whole comment.
I said I need to make you more coffee.
Okay.
But you don't. You've
nice
rejected my coffee. You've rejected
you've been
my
nice
coffee.
Nice to my workshop.
I'm hurt.
Don't be cheeky.
Go and do your thing.
That guitar was quite precarious up there, I wouldn't could say.
Ian Davis, elaborate. Why did you gold leaf your head? And how long did it take the gold to come off? Grooving drums, he wouldn't need to go somewhere to get copper on his head. We could do it in-house, it's fine. It just wouldn't last very long. Don't worry, he did mute his mic. Gold leaf the headstock. I don't think he keeps the gold leaf in the house. In the workshop. Hold on. The squirrels are working. Oops. Oh, I keep bashing that camera. Which drawer, Rab? Where's the gold leaf? Slave to the ink. I'm not loosening that vise. That angle scares me as well. The recording system, is it on camera somewhere? No, it's not on camera anywhere. It's the Artem Mini Pro from Black Magic Design. Atom or Artem Pro. Really good 4-camera system. I don't think the squirrels could replace Ben, but they're cute. Second drawdown in the middle. I think he's on his way back down. Gosh, you guys know more about what's in his drawers than he does. Jeff, it's not like a kindergarten. It's just siblings. Guitar Chic, I don't play any instruments like Ben. I got up to grade 2 piano in high school. Ben and I were both in choirs, and he used to play saxophone and trumpet.
I used to pretend. I used to think.
You were very good with the saxophone.
I don't know. Anyhow, hi everybody. I walked into the house and there was roast chicken waiting. So, for what that's worth. So, you're joining me for dinner, really.
Lunch,
Talitha.
pizza, mayo, and dinner.
It's a little bit precarious. If that falls on my dinner, I'm going to be most annoyed. Talitha's going to stick around.
The angle it would just miss.
It would. But the thought is quite funny. I'm going to have to move it. The squirrels moved. They've got the files. I like it. That's cute. I said look after my workshop.
They're keeping a very good eye on that guitar. If it budges, they were going to tell me.
Yeah, fine. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to imbibe this with my microphone off. And then, Talitha, you go up, and there's going to be some waiting for you as well. I literally walked in as they were plating up. So,
cool.
Lucky me.
Rich says he's still not over the mayo on the pizza. Each to their own, Rich.
Mm. So I walked into the house, and they're watching the live stream, and Orson was most incredibly confused because I was in the lounge and I was also on the live stream.
How much is the delay?
It must be about a minute at this point.
Oh, wow.
Orson, you didn't bring me my tea. You're on camera still, Talitha. I've changed.
Yeah, cool.
So, entertain people.
Jamie says, wow, Ben, didn't even bring any food for tea.
Talitha's food is upstairs. She's supposed to be talking to you now, and then we'll swap and she can go to the house. Because I care. Mainly because Tony cares.
When I was moving the squirrels, I was accused of very kindergarten behaviour, and then Terry Love says kindergarten it's not as grown up as kindergarten. We're more immature.
Yep, it is what it is, as long as nobody gets hurt. Come on, silence is not good. Questions.
Purple Dracos, could the squirrels replace the hamster running the wheel in Ben's head?
I'm afraid the hamster is...
permanent.
Mm.
On on a break.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm on holiday right now. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm out.
Super chat from France. Since we're on the topic, Ben, a little bird told me you were in a band. We need more details. What was the name of this band? I was actually thinking earlier that...
Your hamster's still around, is it?
Yeah, it's still going strong. Because we were both in college in Chichester at the same time.
Damn it. Carry on.
And I was doing a media course and you were in the music theory course. And
Sort of, yeah.
the first time I started documenting you was at a gig in some village hall in the middle of nowhere. And your band, and I had a camera and was trying to take photos of you, promotional shots of you playing with the guys at some... It was either a battle of the bands or something, because there were other groups there in this pokey little village hall. So, yeah, I've been pointing a camera at you for a very long time.
A very long time. Honestly, the band absolutely sucked. Absolutely, it was terrible. And I don't think it's available anywhere, which is great.
I found your demo disc in one of the offices at Crimson. I do not know if I took it home or if you have it back.
You should have said it's in my safe at home. And by the way, that raise we were talking about.
I honestly don't know where it ended up. But can't we tell them what the band was called? Yeah? Yeah. Ben thought it would be cute to call his band Moriarty, which was quite cool. And
I thought it would be cute. Cute.
What sort of music did you guys play? You did...
It was sort of shitty alternative rock.
Some original, some covers.
All original in the end, because
Okay.
I'm really bad at remembering lyrics.
Mr. Waffle says post it on SoundCloud. If I could find it, I'd consider it.
No, because Ray's would swiftly turn to job hunting. He says semi-seriously.
That goes against what you said last week.
I know. No, it was really bad.
You were what, 18, 19?
20. Old enough to know better.
Okay.
Yeah, 18, 19 and 20. But old enough to know better, for sure.
So for the 2 years at college, well, your band got together in like the first year of college, and you carried on for a bit after. And by then you were getting into... During college you were doing guitar repairs, and then by the end of it you were starting to build customs. And at that stage, did you make that really cool electric violin?
Yep.
While you were... Yeah.
Well, no, so I did music at college, and then I went to West Dean College to learn how to build violins and things.
But that the electric violin, that was done...
Way later.
Oh, I thought
The band was going on for a good couple of years after I left Chichester College.
Okay, I thought the violin was... You made in that house where all you guys... the student digs in Chichester.
This is not interesting to anybody. Let's move on.
How to eat roast chicken whilst cereal cringing.
While being watched by squirrels at that.
Wayne Parker says, lol, everyone's left chat and gone to another YouTube page to search for the band. I don't think anything of yours ended up on video.
I sincerely hope not.
Though you used to do gigs in pubs and things.
It was fun. It was pretty cool. We thought we were cool. I listened back to the demo like 10 years ago and realised
Oh, so you've got a copy.
I had a copy at some point. But yeah. Anyway, it's besides the point. I thought I was a musician. I realised I wasn't and became a guitar builder.
Okay, genuine question from Electric Lady Guitars Devon, UK. Regarding crowning frets on a scalloped neck. Ben's method to confirm the fretboard is level or just focus on the frets for datum.
Is the entire fretboard scalloped, in which case you have to do it on the frets and guesstimate. If some of the fretboard is unscalloped, then use that.
So like shred, you only scalloped like the last 6 or
Exactly.
7?
Yeah.
Okay. Uriel Sage says, Ben, we've all been in shite bands. I cringe at mine too.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Vicious the Bone Cruncher says, how does Ben file inlay dots without scratching the fingerboard? I've been using a triangle file which is doable, but there must be a better way.
Not really. If I have, basically not really. On a normal fretboard, I will file away as carefully as I can with a triangular file with safe edges, etc., or a fret end finishing file, which is finer. I will scratch the fretboard, but I then sand it down and use a medium or a fine fret rubber across the whole fretboard. Instead of scraping it, you sand it as you normally would, and then you finish with the fret rubber, and you'll be fine. That's assuming the inlays are in and the frets are in, which is to be avoided if possible.
As my guitar shreds,
Good name.
says, hi Ben, I posed a question to a Facebook Luthiers page
Oh, don't.
this morning, and I've never seen such division. Glue frets in or don't. Cheers.
Glue them in, absolutely. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. The bulk of that is in my system at this point.
So you're going to get a second wind now. I'm going to go on
gonna
till
take-
8 or 9.
I mean, I am really old. The problem is that gluing frets in implies cutting giant fret slots and messy epoxy and all of that, and that is not what we're after, not what we're talking about. We're talking about having a fret slot that will hold the fret in, but adding glue so that it fills any gaps left and also holds the fret in a little bit. It's to solidify the whole fretboard and make the neck less likely to bow too much under pressure, etc., and gives it more sustain, etc. So it is not essential with a good fret job to add glue, but it is the extra 5% to improve things. I'm going to eat this little gold bar chocolate thing quickly, and then you can go and have some dinner.
Awesome.
We'll be back.
Cool. Electric Lady Guitars responded and said, all scalloped and guesstimate employed. Thank you. Mic died. Is that everybody's or just mine? Mic is off. Someone's...
My mic is off.
Ben's mic is off because he's been eating, but is my mic still working? Okay. Paul Walton says, what type of glue? You use the
Just standard wood glue will do. Could you please ask a child to bring that back down for me?
Neat vodka.
Yes, got it in one.
Flavius says we can't hear the nom nom, so your mic was off.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that to you. Although, I must say there are a few things more nerve-wracking than muting your microphone, going upstairs, doing one's business, and then thinking, did I really mute that microphone properly or not?
There were questions as to,
Yeah.
you know.
It's nerve-wracking. It's
Yeah.
scary.
There was worry.
Okay. So yeah, Talitha, if we swap now, if you wouldn't mind taking that up, send that down or bring that down. I could do with a drink. Water, please. Just to be sure you know.
Scotch. Neat.
And if you bring a plate down, then you can still ask me questions in between your mouthfuls in the same way. And then the whole show keeps on going.
Yep.
And that works. So we're good. We're just hitting 7 hours now. So there we go.
There have been questions as to how long this is going to go on
I don't know.
in this episode.
Yeah, I really don't know. Alright, there's a lot going on here. These squirrels are reprobates and need to be moved. Yeah, naughty creatures. But we're fine. So at this stage, I've still got a little bit more work to do on this. The back of this headstock. This volute joint is just a little bit strange, given the thickness of the headstock, for one, but also the strange choice of how it's been made. Because, you know, we ended up going off-piste, didn't we? Oh, come on, camera. Now, something I must not forget today is to pay the tool shop's wages. Ow. Now I am not planning on going crazy long tonight. I'd like to finish this and potentially think about the aluminium on the headstock, because that does make sense. Gluing the aluminium on and letting that cure. Properly until next week. Not too sure what I want to do there. This needs to be tidied up a little bit. That's for sure. Yeah, so that is supposed to be a corner. Yep, you were right. I was definitely flagging and required something in my system. The joy of diabetes, eh? This Iwasaki file's got a nice safe edge. How doth it go, Sistren?
Sistren? Ganged up and tried to ambush me with my plate.
I mean, that's just par for the course when you have two puppies of any sort.
And long-term project number 3. Thought we were done for the day and I could cuddle with him.
Ah, yes. Well, I mean, you know, that is long-term project number 3 to a T.
Yeah.
Tea.
He also insisted on filling your bottle and disappeared with the gravy jug, so good luck.
I'm not sure I trust number 3.
It should be fine.
It's all good.
Actual water.
Number 3 is the cutest, obviously the youngest. But he's just... So the other day, literally last night, Tanya was like, come on then, number 3. Time for a bath. And he gets up and he walks out of the room, and instead of going where he was supposed to, he goes, escape plan activated! Pew! We're like, no! It's like living with Calvin and Hobbes. It's just really, really...
Always on your toes.
Always.
I don't think he realises his strength either.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Because he runs at you for a hug without ascertaining that you're looking and you know he's coming.
No, he often gets into trouble for that.
Terry Love says long-term project number 3 is probably too young to think about peeing in the bottle.
Long-term project number 3's favourite thing to do is to threaten to eat your eyeballs. He has thought about peeing in bottles many times, I'm sure. I looked, it was nice and clear, it was fine. Okay, this is taking a little bit of work, but it's gonna be worth it.
Will
I am?
No, Zudema
Cool, hi.
says I had to step away. Is he going to facet the headstock or is it going to be smooth?
I'm faceting. I'm a fascinating person. I am faceting parts of it, but the back is partially going to be faceted in places, I think, but the front is going to have aluminium on it and will be flat. Ish. We'll see. There we go. Yeah, that's what we're after.
George Davis says it's going to be something when number 3 comes home with a head tattoo.
Yeah. So the thought in the back of my head has always been that they were going to rebel and never get any tattoos of any sort or become accountants, maybe. You know, upstanding, useful members of society, useful to me. I could always do with a good accountant. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to actually not rebel against me, and this whole reverse psychology thing is just nonsense.
Failed. Steve Butcher.
Who?
Steve Butcher. STE.
STE, hi.
Says, just imagine the time saved if it was headless.
Yeah. Fair point. I gave you the option. I set the vote up, and it came back, leaving it as this. I think I need to have wood files and metal working files. Ooh. Wow.
And should you have a separate metal working bench?
Yeah. It would make sense.
J.S. Strucking, with regards to the headstock vote,
Uh-huh.
You could have vetoed that vote, but you didn't. That's your fault.
Ah, damn it. Right back on me. I'm trying not to veto votes.
John Savage
Yeah.
says, don't use a file without a handle. I lost a battle with one once and my palm still bears witness.
Yes. Wow, that flame maple is really pretty in that shot. You are absolutely correct. I am not putting any pressure on this at all. I'm not doing work that requires me to actually do labor, in all seriousness. So yes, you are absolutely correct, but also, well, I'm not even holding the handle. I'm not holding it like that. I'm holding it like this. So yeah, it's, yeah, literally, I was just checking myself. I'm holding the file like this. I'm not going to stab myself with it, but you are correct. He says, ignoring you entirely. What a dick. I'm the dick.
Okay.
Because I'm ignoring him entirely and carrying on with the same file. Putting the file down.
Norm Barrows says, turn the mics up or the files down. And Terry Love says, I've seen people use golf balls as file handles.
Yes, that's always cool. Oh, we are so close. Shinto. Did you steal my Shinto?
No.
Don't believe you. Where's my Shinto? Yeah. Split second, that's me, the thinking. The little bunny thing in my head is starting to turn again.
Hamster.
That's what I said, little bunny thing. Okay, I'm going to try. I wonder if hanging this over the edge is wise. Don't really think so.
Do you need me to hold something for you?
No, I'm good. I've got clamps. You've got a chicken to eat.
It makes it sound like I've got an entire chicken on it.
That does, yeah. Ah, we're good.
So I'm a little bit confused about the headstock.
Okay.
Is there going to be an actual gap, or are you putting a dark piece of wood to fake a gap?
No. There's going to be a fake gap.
Okay. Why couldn't you just fake it with stain?
Because if I used stain, there would be a fake gap, as opposed to a properly faked gap with rosewood.
Okay. Super chat from Lisa Harshberger.
Lisa.
What wood is good for a solid body U-base? I'm trying to figure out budgeting for a kit.
Pretty much any wood that any ukulele you've ever seen has been made out of. The best. I need to turn on the files, don't I?
Yeah.
Koa is like the premium, ultra, most amazingest ukulele wood, but yeah, whatever you fancy. As long as it's not soft like balsa wood or something like that, go wild.
Slave to the Ink says, yet another tool that Ben scratches his head with. The previous file. Like every file you've had in your hand, you scratched your head with it.
Well, I'm trying to get the hamster bunny thing moving.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Good thing the pups are back in the house, so they'd be barking.
Other people are watching this with their puppies in their houses. Hello, puppies. I should?
You should squeak that floorboard again, and we'll see how many people's dogs react. That's too quiet.
What a noise!
Tutankhamun says what you need is a specific head scratching tool.
I like being somewhat promiscuous with my head scratching tools, and I you know, surely that's all right.
I guess. Each to their own. And Salty John says the amount of movement in that headstock is disconcerting.
I'm putting a lot of pressure on it, and most of the movement, to be honest, is the bench.
Back to the bench.
Or the floor, one of the two.
Norm Barrows says that headstock movement doesn't look that bad to me. What is the wood again?
Sycamore, English sycamore.
And what's the body wood?
Proper mahogany. Ow! What's that noise? How many people are crying right now? Okay. Happiness
Is a lie.
Ah. Okay, so there's a lot more sanding and finishing and stuff to do inside there, but yeah, I'm quite happy with where I'm at, except for that bit. That bit's annoying.
Jamie submits that happiness is a sharp chisel.
Mm-hmm. Preach.
I think happiness has been in his tool shop.
No, the tool shop stresses me out, which is why it's Crimson's tool shop now.
Okay, then happiness has been in his workshop.
Yep.
PJ Woodworks Super Chat, thank you very much. Would be nice to see some how-to videos about electronics. Would you say you're not the person to ask about that?
I'm not the person really to ask about electronics. But yeah, we will do some tutorials on them. We're going to have a whole series about that at some point. There's just so many videos that would be useful to people that are yet to be made. And so little time.
Yep. Lewis Duke says, geez, I pass out for several hours and when I come to, he's still going. Bun, you're a madman.
Yeah, I've had 2 meals in the meantime. So...
yeah, we're keeping him fed and watered.
yeah. I'm just going to make this a little bit more delicate.
Mark Hill says, so I'm a machinist and a co-worker just asked if I was working with wood due to all the file noise. I have you on speakers while I work. Apologies for that.
Sorry, did I get you in trouble?
Bill asks, when is Crimson going to make a line of exotic wood offcuts, file handles? I would buy them.
So the Crimson crowding files and things like that, funnily enough, we're upgrading... what are you looking at even? Move that camera. We are upgrading and changing. We're going to a few different ranges of files. Sorry, a few different grades of file for the crowning files to start with the finer ones being Velour, which are incredibly nice files. And we had the first test batch made the other day with flamed maple and I think a set of walnut handles as well, which I saw literally within the last week. That's pretty cool that you would ask that. You stay where you are. 3.
Terry Love says, a plane that's sharp? 5 question marks.
Your doubt.
Ooh, needs wax.
Your doubt cuts to the quick, Terry. And yes, it's a beautiful sharp blade.
Ouch.
That's for Terry. Terry did that to you.
Be nice to Terry.
That's better.
Shivang Agarwal, I apologize for that, says, I've nearly written my thesis in the time of this one-day build. Smiley face. No complaints though. One of my favorite series so far, getting to see the actual process. Good luck with your thesis.
Yeah, what's your thesis on? I'm interested. I am not going to hold the entire guitar by the headstock. That would be madness. Don't file away your pencil lines, Mr. Crow.
Again.
What is this again you speak of? Okay.
Mike D says, Ben, you mentioned SG headstock and strap button placement.
Yeah.
Where should the strap buttons be? I will move it.
No, that's the problem. There is no wood where the strap button is supposed to be on an SG. That's the problem. I mean, it is where it's in the only logical place for it on an SG, which is sad. You need to have something a little bit further along to have the correct balance. It just is what it is. I mean, a very light headstock, light neck, etc. I had an Epiphone SG 400 or whatever it was called for years that I loved. And yeah, I dropped it on its headstock more than a few times actually, and I didn't actually break it. I suppose I caught it. But it's just one of those things. They are unbalanced, and you've got no choice about that. Okay. We're almost done on the headstock for now.
Elliot says, if you ever need a break from guitars, would love to see you work your magic on a chessboard.
That could be fun.
Oh wow, I'm gonna have to. Right. Thesis title is back.
Okay.
My thesis is on institutional energy policy and hybrid and solar microgrids. Sounds like a mouthful.
You don't want to chew on those hybrid and solar microgrids. They don't fit.
But good luck. That sounds impressive.
I'm impressed that over 5 days you've managed. I suppose you actually have been working for the 5 weeks or 3 weeks that I've been working on, which is a little bit less impressive. But
Unless you've done everything in this episode.
yeah, but no, it's even in 2 or 3 weeks that we've been doing this stream. It must be about 3 weeks now, Talitha. That's it's really good that you've got so far. I've known people to spend years on their thesis and never getting it done.
Yeah. Paul Needs is saying there's a severe lack of polls today. We haven't really needed one.
We've done 1 or 2. I was going to make a political joke as well, but I'm just not gonna.
Jedak of Barsoom.
Jedak of Barsoom. Oh wow!
Love it.
Yeah, I mean
That book series.
the book series was amazing. The movie was really disappointing, sadly.
Yeah, it's such a shame. Why do I have to stand all the time and Ben should get me a chair? Yes, there is a stool here. It is highly
She's on a stool.
uncomfortable. I'm on a stool now, but in the past, when the camera's been on me, I've been standing.
Oh,
So, yeah,
fair enough.
this stool is not very comfortable, and the laptop is kind of at an awkward in-between height. So sometimes standing is more comfortable. But anyway.
Huh.
A question about finish, and then a question about your guitars, Ben.
Okay.
So, Bark and Starfish
Yeah. Hi.
says, Ben, can you spray nitro out over acrylic colours, as in
Yes.
an acrylic airbrush artwork with nitro as a gloss top coat?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. And what's Ben's...
Although, please always run a test sample beforehand. In general, you can, but in reality, you might have an acrylic top coat that's got some weird hardener in it that I've never heard of or experienced. So always run a test before you do the full guitar.
Are there certain top coats that can change the colours underneath them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you suspend a stain or something in the lacquer.
Yeah, but I mean some top coats, some of them are slightly yellowish and change.
Oh yeah, many of them are actually.
Yeah, so always run tests. And Meshback23 would like to know, what is Ben's current playing guitar at home, and does he play much?
I don't play anywhere near as much as I would like. I do pick up a guitar on a weekly basis, but it's not much more than that, sadly. And my current most played guitar is still the my 12-hour guitar, the instrument I built over 12 hours. I just love that instrument. For such a quick build, I managed to get quite a lot right. My second favourite is my Scion, which is also on the wall. It's one of the first prototypes of our Scion, and that's up at the house as well.
Yep. Bill wants to know if you'd ever do a series building a boat.
No. I would like to build a guitar in the same way that one would build a boat, just out of interest. Okay.
Have you seen photos or video of that giant violin boat?
No?
It was for a Venetian music extravaganza or something, and a boat maker made a violin-shaped boat big enough for people to stand on, but it was like all entirely deck and people on top of it, not in any way inside or like safety rails or anything. It was quite worrying.
Yeah, no comment.
Ape Song says, before you glue on the aluminium, you might want to verify the string path to the tuners.
Oh, no, I'll glue that and then file to make or cut slots, etc. I think that the string path is going to encounter something and then we'll bevel and change. But that can be done gently after the fact. You are correct, though. I'm considering actually potentially inlaying the aluminium.
JS Trunking sent another super chat.
That man is very cool.
Super generous. He says all gold and chrome paints turn from a mirror coat into a glitter coat after a clear coat is sprayed on.
Wouldn't quite say all, but many do, yes. I'm going against the grain.
Slave to the Ink says you could build a guitar in a boat.
Ooh.
It would probably be slightly more rocky than your current workbench.
It would. Okay, carry on.
I just, Ewell, smiley face. How long did the 12-hour build take to complete?
12 hours and 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
And I did stop for lunch, so I'm happy to call it the 12-hour build.
Yeah. And at one point you were flat on the floor on your back.
I remember that, yeah, that was painful. And essentially I also ended up doing an inlay that I wasn't planning on doing. I could have done that much faster.
And you also had a bit of an insane inlay that you didn't have to do.
No, I didn't have to do that inlay at all. No.
Yeah.
Keep on with the justifications. I like it.
Of course. And I mean, you had people in and out all the time interrupting you and asking questions.
Yep.
V has a super chat.
Cool.
Hi Ben.
Hi.
Need to fit a Les Paul neck tenon
Yeah.
to the neck pocket, and it's slightly wider than the pocket, between 0.5 and 1 millimeters.
Okay, yeah.
How should I slim the tenon equally on both sides, or widen the pocket equally? Cheers.
I would slim the tenon if I were you, and it's literally just a case of marking it out as carefully as you can. If you're only talking about 0.5 millimeter, I would use a leveling beam with coarse paper on it, and just take an even amount of passes on both sides and go, and then pass and go. But it's a good problem to have.
And that's definitely a case of measure, measure, cut, measure, sand, measure.
I wouldn't measure it. I'd just take 2 passes on the sandpaper on either side and then try and fit. Then 2 passes on either side and try and fit, etc.
Mark Jennings says,
You're still watching, Mark.
was the 12-hour build the one where I was down at HQ with multiple t-shirts hoping to shatter the illusion?
I think that might have been the 9-hour, but yeah, I remember that, you bastard.
Language, this is a child-friendly channel.
I'm pretty sure the channel says this is not...
Probably.
I do try to be child-friendly.
Yeah.
So at this point, guys, you can see how much time is actually spent on things like weird break angles and joints and things, and you know, this is strange where this is and how it ended up being, and it's just really strange, and it's taking a long time to figure out.
Is that the cause of your design or something else?
Well, the design for one, where the volute actually is a little bit further towards the headstock than I would normally go, and I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but yeah, it's just interesting. But it's also, the headstock is a whole hell of a lot thicker than an average headstock on a guitar. So.
And the thickness, is that because of the massive hole in it, or just the way the tuners?
No, it's because the tuners are going in from the side and are strange.
Okay. JS Trucking, another super chat.
Who's the man?
So far, this one-day build is shaping up to be a 60-hour build, and we are at 48 hours and counting.
Is it really 48 hours and counting? Fooled ya.
What?
I'm saying I tricked you guys into watching me for 48 hours.
No tricking involved.
No tricking involved. Okay, I think I've got this now. So,
Paul has a question about the workbench.
yes.
Would inserting a square metal plate between the nut and the bench joint so the bolt passes through help spread the pressure and make the tightening last longer,
Yes.
last better?
Yeah, I think so. But I think there's also sections that just have got a crappy glue joint that are loose as well. The whole thing is just poorly constructed. This is designed for a sort of a gentleman woodworker who has not got actually any real plans on real woodworking, I think. Go on then.
Salty John Super Chat.
Yeah.
During these episodes, how much work time has actually been spent on work compared to questions and waffle? Lol, give Ben a break.
Lol, what?
Give Ben a break.
Lol, give Ben a break. No, I look, so I do enjoy the waffle, I do enjoy the talking, I do enjoy answering the questions.
Bless you.
I managed to mute that microphone. He said twice because he muted the microphone. Probably actually about half of the time has been spent building. And then the time that has been spent building has potentially been spent, a lot of that has been spent thinking or trying to get into the right headspace to actually figure out what the hell I'm supposed to be doing.
Patrick Artner says all headphone owners love you for managing to mute that mic.
Yeah. I am aware of how horrible that can be, so yeah.
And Terry Love, in response to Salty John, wants to know if it's your arm or your leg that he suggests we break.
What is sorry, which one was Salty? What does Salty
Give
John
Ben
say?
a break.
Oh, ha! Yeah, no, you leave.
Leave the limbs alone.
Absolutely. Let's just go for overhead. This is what this wanted to be. A proper curve to match the curve that we carved into the body. But also a straight line going off.
JS Trucking says, another super chat, that is why you should be wearing PPE during the entire build process. You are breathing in too much dust, and that is why you're sneezing.
There really is very, very little dust actually floating in the air. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But neither am I.
And Lewis Duke has responded to Terry Love
Okay.
to say he needs his arms to finish. You can go for the legs first.
I was going to say you'll have to catch me, but I'm afraid I'm not that fast. Okay, this is a very, very, very non-standard way of doing a headstock. And it makes me happy. It really does. So this bit here, I'm thinking about beveling the other way. We'll get to that another day, potentially.
Blame Cox says from this angle it looks like a wooden giraffe.
I mean, one has to have hobbies. Okay. Yeah, I like that.
Matt Lang says, next time we do a one-day build, we should do something really unusual and complicated.
And do it in one day?
Yeah.
Do a poll. Let's do a poll and see how many people actually want me to do a one day guitar build live stream. How many viewers do we have at the moment, Talitha?
801.
Okay.
So I've put the question, do you think this will make sense? Would you like a genuine one-day build live stream that literally lasts a day? But is that
No.
like 24 hours?
No, where I literally build a guitar in a sitting, however long it takes.
However long, you mean if it
It could be a 48-hour build, but it wouldn't be. It would be 12 to 15 tops.
Okay.
But I could if I don't. So what I did here was I thought, hey, let's do a one-day build. And then I thought, hey, let's involve the audience and get them to vote on stuff. I didn't realise that it would take 3 hours to just figure out what we were building.
Blame the audience. It was your idea.
It was my idea, you're right. But then, yeah, it just... And I completely... As we've just asserted, the... Yes, I did avoid my feet. Out of the 40 odd hours we've done, I've only spent about 20 odd hours actually building a guitar, which is still under a day. Ish.
Sam Crafter says, to be honest, I don't mind how long it takes to build a guitar. I'd still watch it even if it took a full year.
Thank you very much.
And people want clarification. What is a day? 24 hours or 10?
It could be up to 24 hours, but I would design a guitar. I would have everything ready and good to go. I would know what hardware I'm using. I would know what I'm building. I would have figured out what tools I need. I would have tools sharpened. When I did the 6-hour build, I did it in just over 6 hours. No, it wasn't the 6-hour one I actually achieved. I think the 6-hour actually got at the 6-hour mark. I had to do some extra stuff just to make it be close. That was the difficult bit. 9-hour went about 6 minutes over. 12-hour went about 6 minutes over. But
yeah, you started a trend there.
Yeah, it's funny. So yeah, I can do it, but I need to just be disciplined. I might as well just go home.
Well, you don't have very far to go.
This workshop, these people, this is my home.
Bill Clement points out that a real one-day build would never have come up with this. This is really cool. Okay, Richie Design says, my 7-year-old son seems to believe that the sound of the rasping is giving him a tummy ache. Please reassure him, Ben.
It absolutely is. No, the sound of the rasping is not giving you a tummy ache. I think the fact that you need a glass of water and maybe some cereal potentially is. I wonder if I just got him in trouble. Should I say ice cream?
Ice cream.
Talitha said it before I said it.
Tell your dad you need ice cream.
I have a 7-year-old too, and he says similar things. Okay, we're nearly there on this. And the rasping is nearly finished.
Terry Love says, give us plenty of warning so I can get the beer and crisps in. For a true one-day build.
For a true one-day build. Okay, I wasn't sure if we were still talking about the ice cream or not. Nope, not that.
Ewell says, the anarchy when voting on the headless option and revolt when you banned Terry all contribute to the interest and humour of the stream. The time is not that important.
No, I agree. I do agree. I think a Sunday, one day, fun day build could be great at some point. It could be incredible. If we promote the shit out of it, and excuse my language, 7-year-older, now that word, that does give you tummy ache. So don't say it. Yeah, properly done and properly thought out, it could be fun.
So shall we attempt that for the 400k? Let's make a day of it.
400k is going to take a little while. Anyway.
Cool. Mark Milligan says, hi Bun, thanks for another great day. Did most of my day's work with you, and when my 2 boys got home from school, they've enjoyed watching too. But the 5-year-old is annoyed, it's near his bedtime, so gotta go soon.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and give your 5-year-old and the other boys a great big hug for me. Yeah, we'll see you on the next one. I hope I didn't distract you too much.
Terry Love has suggested an Easter Sunday build.
And miss all the eggs. Eggs?
We can feed you chocolate through the window. Throw them at your head.
We could wrap my head in sort of proper egg.
We could copper leaf you for real. Or is it silver leaf for Easter?
I think copper leaf could be fun. Okay, so this is the thing. Kind of figured out.
Thomas Carell says, rather than a limited time build, I'd love to see a limited budget build.
I am going to do that.
Give Ben, for example, 500 quid to start, and everything to build the guitar has to come from that. Wood, parts, tools, etc.
Yes, that's something that we are going to do. We've had a lot of people suggest that. Just put the plane away, Ben.
I love this username.
Okay.
Interrupter says, all your speed runs have ended up with less interesting results than when you're allowed to change your mind endlessly.
That is true. Except for the 12-hour, I like the 12-hour, and I think that with proper control over myself,
with proper pre-planning,
yeah, a 12 or 15-hour build could be very cool. almost as cool as this is gonna be.
Arthur Castonguay says if we did an Easter Sunday build, all you would be doing is telling dad jokes.
Dad jokes, yeah?
Dad jokes.
Yeah. Okay, I need to bring this line back a little bit.
And Jamie wants to know if bunny ears are proper PPE.
Hell yeah.
Paul Krieg says, gotta be honest, I like that the builds take longer than planned. My 1-year-old doesn't like cartoons but loves watching your guitar builds.
Okay, your 1-year-old is officially my favourite 1-year-old in the world right now. You're not seeing on that. You're not seeing what I want you to see. I want this to be so cool.
So Arthur's responded again and said to do a 1-day build though, he'd have to get cracking. And Evgeny Verhoeven, sorry if I said that wrong,
Verhoeven
said, hello from Moscow. Thanks for your incredible videos and huge library for young guitar builders.
It's an absolute pleasure. I love what I do. I love what I do. As long as I can get the correct shot.
Brad Quinn says, technically if you start on Good Friday and end on Easter Sunday.
Could be fun.
Like a Sabbath guitar.
What am I looking at? 3. There we go. Yes, that would be fun, but that's a 3-day build over a holiday weekend. I suspect the words. It would be a divorce guitar, really. Potentially.
Could be.
Okay, I've never had a volute turn out like this.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah. It's an interesting thing.
Tutankhamun says for you the budget would have to be £506.
Ah! Sorry for shouting in your ears, people.
John Black says, I think we get an extra bank holiday for the Platinum Jubilee. Platinum hardware?
Oof. That would be fun.
And the big unit says if you do a build over Easter, it's got to be called the Resurrection build. Terry Loves sent a super chat.
Thank you, Terry. I really do appreciate your support.
And says there have been questions about what watch Ben is endangering today.
There is very little that can be done to endanger a Casio G-Shock GS2100. They're they're incredible little watches. And if I destroyed it, if I absolutely just killed it, I could go and get another one for about £100.
Creeverai has suggested a totally super chat funded build. He's only allowed to spend the money from the previous stream.
Do you know what? That's a really good idea. That really is. You guys could be as...
generous or stingy as you
Yeah,
want to.
I mean, hell, you could leave me with 15 quid and I have to go and rob a guitar shop.
So Dan Stoneham says, mostly people are watching to see Ben's descent into madness. The guitar building is secondary. The GGBO guitar nearly tipped him over the edge.
Yeah, you
Such compelling viewing. Shame.
I haven't actually watched most of those videos.
Flashbacks.
The GGBO.
PTSD.
I sort of fell out of love with everything at that point. It was quite a stressful bit of my life, but you know.
Which one? The current one? The latest one?
The latest one at the end of it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just...
I would have thought the previous burnt one would have... Anyway. Mark Milligan, my 10-year-old has another joke for you.
Ah, go on then.
Star Wars themed. Come to the dark side, it's cooler. Because it's in the shade.
I absolutely agree.
Flens wants to know if you've ever made a watch-inspired guitar.
Okay, funny you should ask. Okay, so my next build will be the next build that I start will be a watch-inspired guitar or bass.
And by start he means after he's finished the hand tool only and Jasmine's guitar and built a workbench.
Well, it depends on what happens. So we are doing daily live. Weekly. We're doing weekly live streams, and this build is going to be finished today. I mean, someday.
Someday. Creeverai says no. Not daily.
Focus. Doesn't want to focus. Really doesn't want to focus.
Too close.
Not too close. He was just looking at something else.
Oh.
So that's something... Yeah, that's a bit different. There we go, that's better. Still some work to do, still some shaping and tidying, but in the end, yeah, that's going to be a lot cooler, and it's already looking a lot more delicate. So, yeah, we're good. We're good. It's all good in the hood. Did just say that.
You did. So, 3 things.
Okay.
The poll is at 84% yes, people want to see a genuine one day.
Okay. I took out too many gouges. I can't figure out which goes where. Okay, so that's a yes. That's not a promise I'm going to do one, but we will seriously consider doing.
Yeah.
Planning for this.
Shock the Fox and JS have both sent super chats.
Shock the Fox is a very cool builder.
Yes.
Very talented
And
builder.
he says, cheers Ben and team, thanks again for the backing chatter whilst I make my own sawdust.
It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you for watching. I like your builds. I really do. Whoops.
And JS Trucking for the comment about doing a super chat funded build.
Yeah, that scares me.
He says, wouldn't that technically be a build for me? since the majority of the stream revenue comes from me, lol.
This is a good point. You spend far too much money with us. I love you and appreciate it very much. But yeah, you're a very generous man. There we go. Okay, tidying up. Thinking about something other than Headstock-a-rooney.
So is this the time where people can ask you questions?
Yeah, feed me questions, feed me.
Cool.
Keep it coming, keep it coming.
Thomas Carroll says, it's not really a question, but for a budget build, I'd consider scavenging parts off another guitar as an acceptable cheap option. Get beat up 6 strings from secondhand store. Didn't know how to play, but he knew for sure. And then that just...
Yes,
yeah,
I agree.
Scavenge.
Do you know what? I think I should have been wearing a dust mask today. So much dust in the air.
Vindicated.
It's actually quite a cool spot to put that. Bum 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 bum. I just hit the overhead camera.
Wendy Galtney has a weird question.
All ears.
Have you ever used birch for an electric guitar body? I live in Alaska and getting larger pieces of nice hardwood isn't easy without expensive shipping.
Birch is fantastic. Yes. I have not actually used it myself, but I have seen people who have and spoken to other people who have, and I had a lot of birch veneer at one point that I was very sad was veneer and not solid wood, because it was just beautiful and would absolutely have done very well as a guitar build.
Mark Jennings super chat and JS super chat. And go to the roadie super chat.
Those three are fighting each other actually for the most super chats in a day.
So Mark Jennings, I assume you're talking about JS. He's saying he is more generous than me. I'm a tightwad.
Mark, you are
It's me.
not. You are not in the slightest. You're a wonderful human being.
And JS Trucking says, are you going to utilize the CNC or laser cutter for the watch-inspired build? Need
Yes.
something to precisely cut out the gears.
That's a good noise.
Pretty.
Okay, so I'm probably not going to have gears unless there's an actual mechanism that actually does something. Because, yeah. I don't want to be steampunky with it. I want to be, this is a working instrument that is inspired by watchmaking. But yes, the whole reason I haven't done the watch inspired build now here yet is because I want to do it from the workshop at Crimson, or at the very least I want to use the CNCs and the laser cutters and stuff as a whole big calibration. So yeah, fair point, and you are correct.
And go to the roadie, this is also about the watch-inspired build. And he says, the watch-inspired build be a matching set of guitar and bass. That way you can kill 2 birds with 1 whetstone.
It could just be a bass. It doesn't have to just be a. It doesn't have to be a guitar at all.
And Salty Jones super chat, thank you very much. Says, I'll get back in there too. I've learned so much from Ben in the last 10 plus years I've been watching. It's the least I can do. And,
you know, you got, well, thank you. There's only so many ways I can say I really appreciate it, and I really do. That's the wrong way. Come on then. Okay, so I must not forget side dots. Absolutely. I must not forget side dots.
Ben, don't forget side dots.
Damn it, I forgot side dots.
And gloves.
Gloves can go Take a
language.
long. Did you? So one of the best things I've ever done in my life. I was being interviewed for a radio show, and I had like 5 minutes talking with the host, a local radio show. So maybe a few tens of thousands of people listening or something like that, and I started to say something that normally ends with a major swear word on purpose, stopped and changed it to another word, and he utterly panicked. It was hilarious.
You shouldn't do that to people.
I didn't, you know, I don't think
I
about things
know.
before I do them. I just
know.
do them. Anyway.
Raku Customs says that Carver's Vice has started haunting him in his dreams. He's got to get something like that.
They are great. You can get them from Tyranti direct. They still make them.
Jamie would like to know if anyone's added freckles to the side of the fretboard.
I forgot about that.
Scott Kerry says, Ben, can you use gears in the watch-inspired build to make a B bender visible from the back of the guitar?
That is a pretty cool idea. Yeah, pretty cool idea indeed.
And Liam Middleton says, would the current from the pickups be able to turn cogs on the watch build?
No.
Best if it's slow or battery from a preamp.
No, it would have to be a battery. Or better yet, because I don't like digital watches as much, he says while wearing one of his favourite watches, which is digital. Yeah, some sort of a sprung wound clock mechanism. But again, it's with this build, it's not going to be about making it look or work like a watch. It's taking what watchmakers do, what they're inspired by, and techniques that they use that are not normally found in our world, and seeing what comes out. It's not about making a gimmicky instrument. It's about making, you know, the coolest guitar I can make.
So have you seen the Martin 2 millionth guitar?
I have indeed.
That's watch inspired, as suggested to you by Arthur Castanguay.
It was watch inspired.
Yes.
I just thought it was an incredible guitar.
It's got all of the, it looks like one of your watches where you can see all the guts on the back.
I suppose you're right. Well, well, well.
It's very pretty. It's even got inlays to look like rubies and jewels.
Hold on. Show me this. Show me this. I'm coming to you.
Fine.
Oh. Okay, no, I had not seen that. At all. I hate it. That's horrific.
Really? You genuinely hate it?
That makes me want to throw up in my mouth.
Oh, no.
In fact, I just did. I just threw up in my mouth. Give me bigger photographs.
I don't know.
It's on Hodinkee, so click on Hodinkee. That one. There you go. Hodinkey's a watch magazine, the watch magazine. Give me control.
Fine.
No, that is everything about a watch-inspired build that I hate.
Oh dear.
That is so horrific. They said, okay, we can make a watch build, and it looks like a cartoon
Of a watch.
of a watch, and it's got zero utility. The headstock's quite cool. So there's a real watch in the headstock. Okay, which is, and the inlay on the fretboard is quite cool. The whole body thing is just there's 0 points to it. Wow, I really have spent today criticizing other guitars, including Martin, who I normally can't find any fault with. So yeah, there we go. All right.
Well, who knew?
Do you know what I mean though? It's inlay on there for the sake of having inlay on there. It's saying, okay, I'm going to build a guitar that's watch inspired and drawing a crap picture of a watch on it in inlay materials. Whereas I'm saying I want to, this is going to sound incredibly arrogant, I want to move guitar building forward a generation or two by going to one of the highest end, highest precision, highest design industries in the world and trying to take inspiration from it to try and improve guitar building. I don't want to make a freaking cartoon of a watch. What are the comments saying? How much flack am I getting for this?
Bruce Faulkner says, as a watchmaker, I completely agree. It's a nasty thing. How time flies, they called it.
Okay. Hi, Bruce Faulkner. Do you want to be friends?
Lots of agreeing with you.
It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. You know, you can see how they thought. They thought, watches are pretty. Let's make it look like a watch. Well, it doesn't even look like... It looks like the inside of a giant, shitty church clock, really. Oh, let's put a watch in it. And that's, you know, they've got a watch that looks really nice inside the headstock, and that's quite cool. But that's the level of their thought. I've been thinking and dreaming about doing a watch build for a long time, but I refuse to turn it into that.
Yeah. Timothy Clark says, I really do prefer steampunk inspired stuff that isn't just cogs glued to stuff. If it's going to be cogs and gears, I want it to do something.
Hell yeah. If I'm going to do a steampunk guitar, and this is another reason why I haven't done a steampunk guitar, it's going to have a tremolo, maybe, that is completely designed for that guitar based on the steampunk aesthetic and functionality. It'll have, you know, maybe a sprung mechanism like a watch. So you have to wind it up and then it'll actually do a reverb or whatever, and it'll be a physical something that serves a purpose. Taking some resin, throwing some cogs in the resin is, at best, shit folk art. Excuse me, I'm sorry,
We got him riled up, people.
And not one of you reminded me to put side dots on.
We did. JS Trucking, another super chat. $10 this time.
Dude, ow.
Stop it.
It's fine, I'm good, I'm alright.
Yeah,
fine,
you
it's
really
fine.
got to let me know where that first aid kit is.
It's fine. 8 hours and 22 minutes into a stream.
Yeah.
We're going good.
JS Trucking says, would you rather build a guitar with nothing but one hammer and one chisel, or use only an angle grinder? I mean, I would need clamps, I would need a workbench, I would need So JS tracking, is that either or? Either one hammer and chisel and everything else he
no,
needs?
it's a part of the live streams that I love is people saying, would you rather? And I have to choose one for the most part. Would you rather lose your eyesight or lose your fingers or something? You know, generally, would you rather...
Okay.
Whatever.
So, what's your answer?
I can't remember the question.
Would you rather build a guitar with nothing
There we go.
but one hammer and one chisel, or use only an angle grinder?
I think with a hammer and chisel I could possibly build a guitar. But I would need glue and I would need a workbench and I would need clamps.
Yeah, you need work holding.
Yeah.
Even with the angle grinder, you need work holding.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. And PPE. You guys keep on forgetting about PPE.
How could we forget that?
I don't know.
It's not important.
It's a failing, yeah. So what I have to do here is figure out where the fret position actually is, draw it down in place, and then bisect that. Wow, that was Imperial. I don't work in Imperial.
Don't you mean inferior?
I don't like saying inferior because, as accurate as it might be, I have lots of people watching from the colonies.
VR/.
You're trying to give you in trouble, aren't you, to leave it?
No.
Okay. BR/.
VR.
Okay.
I could hear your hamster going. Silly question. How
That's
would
interesting.
using magnetic metal instead of a non-magnetic metal like aluminium on the guitar body affect the pickups or tone?
It wouldn't. Yeah, no, it wouldn't make any difference. Sorry, to elaborate on that, can you tell I'm counting? I'm not great at counting and talking at the same time. Basically, the distance at which a magnet is effective is very small, and it very rapidly gets shorter. And unless we're talking about magnetizing the fretboard itself, which isn't going to happen, there's just nothing. There's nothing that would affect it, basically.
Okay. The big unit sent a super chat.
He's back. Well, they're back.
Ben, what do you think of
Dropping my ruler.
Grizzly or Veritas planes? I want to get a number 6 or number 7, but $480 for a Lee Nielsen is kind of steep for a starter.
I would not, as a beginner, go down the route of buying a tool like that. You need to... Okay, again, I have a vintage tool shop. I don't want you to think that I'm being biased and trying to get you to come and buy a tool from me. You can buy a second-hand Stanley for... A second-hand Stanley number 6 is coming up on $100 now, I suppose. The market's gone insane in the last couple of years. Wow, that's a difficult one. What's half 28? 14. So, it wasn't really difficult, I was being facetious. Get yourself a vintage plane, go to a market, go to a car boot sale, go to something and find one for $30, clean it up, restore it, learn how to sharpen it, learn how to set it up, and all of that will improve on you as a craftsman, improve on your making, etc. So, yeah, when you absolutely know that this is you, this is who you are, then if you choose to go and buy a $500 plane, go and buy a $500 plane. But not until it is so ingrained. And yeah. Anyway, it is what it is.
Zach Richards says...
They're fantastic planes. Sorry.
Zach Richards says, I don't remember seeing side dots on the Mandalorian rifle. I thought that was just part of the design. And a lot of people talking about the what if...
Cool.
Would you rather, sorry.
Yeah.
And JS Trunking sent another super chat just to clarify and say, let me rephrase, this would be a single piece guitar, no clamping, no gluing or clamping needed. So hammer and chisel or angle grinder.
Yeah. Angle grinder in that case.
For the speed?
Well, just because if it's a one piece, yeah, that would save me about 14 days of hard graft, and at heart I'm actually quite lazy.
You want to see results quickly. So.
Yeah, I feed. I enjoy achieving.
Guitar Chic says, if you were stranded on a desert island, which 10 tools would keep you happy turning palm trees into guitars while you waited for rescue?
So the reason why I'm sponsored now by Leatherman is because I was asked what tool I would take on a desert island, and you know, it would be my Leatherman 100%. It's got all 10 tools I would need. So tool number one, 100%, not only for my own survival, but for guitar building, would be this. But then, you know, if I'm a plane, probably a block plane, a half-inch chisel, I'd make a mallet out of a tree, that'd be fine.
Or a coconut.
Or a coconut, or a rock, etc. A satellite radio so that I can get help. Satellite phone. Yeah, I honestly, with 10 tools as a choice, I made a video talking about what 10 tools I would take on a 10 tools that I think every luthier should have. Basically, I think it ended up being 15, but
yeah, it was.
yeah, that's the video to go for sure. Okay, hold on for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 16, 19. Did I mark 19? I think I did it. Then scraped away. 20. Same dealio.
Will Zudema says, so has anyone told Ben to remember the side dots yet?
You guys. I don't think you did. Meanies.
I don't know how old this comment is, but Mark Jennings says tee-hee, Ben said pee-pee.
You just made me snort laugh on camera, Mark. Go away.
Renee Monseo says, how about a steampunk Godley cream gizmotron for infinite sustain, i.e. cogs?
It's a deal. What he said. I didn't put it in the wrong place. Okay, fine. Yeah, that was scary. So at the 12th fret, there's 3 dots on the front of the guitar. I suppose I should put 3 dots on the side of the guitar just to match the front of the the fretboard. I don't want to.
Gary Folger says if Ben used his Crimson Protractor, it has a center at 0. No need to do the maths.
Yeah, Normally, absolutely, but I can't in this light actually see where the fret positions are. It's infuriating. All of the lights are in front here, and I've got a black fretboard. I need, and my moving lamp is over there. I've started this process, and I'm not actually already going to finish.
Vulcan SN has a super chat question.
He's cool.
Hey Ben, an
Hi.
old friend who quit guitar stores his guitar stringless in its case because he thinks it'll preserve better this way rather than strung up. Isn't this wrong? Sentimental value won't sell. Cheers.
So the issue is that the guitar is designed to be under tension. I wouldn't completely de-string a guitar, but I would maybe detune it a little bit. You've got the truss rod and all that, so I would probably downtune it to D maybe, just in case you do have a crappy neck that's going to warp under constant tension. But having it under no tension is also not great. I don't think either one is actually particularly bad, to be honest. Yeah, they're designed to be under tension. Okay, I figured out what I'm going to do. Thank you, V. That question helped me.
Mark Bader said, so far you've insulted 2 of your GGBO builders. The guy who made 2 Rick Turner themed guitars, and the guy who encased a bunch of gears and such in epoxy.
Haha, this is very true.
Oops.
I will not change. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I don't want to be an arsehole. I do not want to be an arsehole. Arseholes lose 100%. But I've been saying those statements for years, just because those 2 guys might get a little bit butthurt about it. And I would understand that. Yeah, I'm not going to change my opinion. The one guitar that I took the piss out of, the luthier, sorry, what was the guy's name? Rick Toon, was it? Toon.
Sorry. What, the comment? Or
No.
the GGBO contestant?
He made 2 guitars inspired by?
Rick Turner.
Rick Turner, there we go. Yeah, Rick Turner is a world-renowned, incredibly talented luthier. I am at least known worldwide as being an okay guitar builder. I've built some real dogs. I have built some really bad looking, really bad functioning, shitty guitars. So, the fact that he's made one that looks like shite just is one of those things. But no, for years and years and years, I've been saying that just slapping cogs on something is not it's not a look that I appreciate, and I'm not going to change my tune. Not at all.
Cool. Arthur suggests that those side dots should be glow in the dark.
I don't have glow in the dark side dot material.
Oh dear.
Maybe I should leave this for now.
Maybe you should. And JS Trucking with another super chat says you don't need side dots. Those are optional, not mandatory.
Bull. Side dots are 100% necessary.
Don't alienate JS Trucking.
I am not going to alienate JS Trucking. I value him highly, but no, side dots are absolutely essential. 100%. The one time I made a guitar that didn't have them in, it was intensely confusing. It was many years ago, and I just forgot.
Was that personally for you or for a customer?
No, it was for a customer, I think. Honestly, I can't actually remember, but I do remember playing it and saying, "Whoop! I need to put side dots in." I couldn't figure out why I couldn't hit the 5th fret reliably. Okay, I'm going to leave those marked out and have a think about the side dots. Let's see what material I've got. I've got mother of pearl, etc. I think actually, I think actually, aluminium tube would make more sense. Got some silver tube.
Filled with resin infused glow in the dark powder.
I do have glow in the dark powder. Right here.
Super glue. Tube.
Huh.
Eric Bird suggests the 12th fret marker should be 3 dots in a triangle pattern.
I don't have room. I don't have room for that. That's the problem. The top goes along further than it normally would on a normal guitar, and it's closer to the front of the fretboard than would normally be the case. So I'm actually struggling with the positioning of the side dots there. Look, it's 7:45. I am actually not going to do the inlays today. Somehow you guys were just shouting at me about side dots. I don't know why.
Well, yeah, side dots.
So that has distracted me. All right. How many people do we have at the moment, Lisa?
869.
Okay, so it's been around about the same the whole day,
Yeah.
which is cool. I love this guitar. Crikey, crikey, crikey. That headstock is looking less offensive now that it is narrower and more defined, which I'm happy with. Let me think about this. So at this stage, from the side, the headstock really is feeling chunky. And I'm thinking about adding some aluminium to that. So the headstock really doesn't need to be, oh, here we go, I've done this already. Really doesn't need to be that thick. Whoops.
Super chat from Renee.
Renee.
In response to the, well, in addition to his previous super chat, saying, a Godly Cream Gizmotron is a steampunk solution compared to a Sustainiac, Moog, or Fernandez.
Oh, it's a real thing. I apologise. That I did not know. It's actually something that people have actually made. Please Google that for me, Talitha, and give me links. Give me links, I tell you. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm losing inspiration. I kind of want to thin the headstock down, but I kind of also don't want to thin the headstock down. I think my only thing here is to potentially increase the front angle and use thin. Yeah. Thin aluminium. So we're going to do that.
JS Trucking says don't make the headstock too thin that it breaks under string tension.
Yes, that is the problem. Yeah, I'm just gonna wedge it a little bit.
Chris Hadra says, hey Bun, if you want a reason to have functional gears on a guitar, mix it with a hurdy-gurdy.
Fine. One day. One day. I've just had an idea. Okay.
So...
Okay, hit me. What's up?
I need to find it again because I had to Google what it was. Matt Lang.
Who what?
Matt Lang.
Matt Lang. I thought you said McLoving.
Maybe glue a universal greebly to the top horn as the 12th fret marker.
Universal Greebly, that's from Spider-Man.
No, it's from Star Wars.
It's from Star Wars.
They are model makers.
Oh, sorry. You're talking about... Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Those.
Yeah.
They get...
Okay, now.
They get glued onto the sides of...
Yeah. See if you can find any on... or that kit on eBay. Or at the very least, we could probably actually CNC make some ourselves. I've had 3D... I have had 3D... side dots in the past that worked quite well.
Yeah, you can get a pack on eBay of multiple sizes for $4.99.
Cool. Can you save the link or email me the link or just write it down and I'll have to order some?
I'll just leave the tab open on this laptop. Because
I can see why you would think that that would make sense.
this laptop sucks.
That it does. We've got a flat top. I don't need to put an angle into the headstock. I mean a curve into the headstock. If I lean against the bench, it's much more stable.
I wonder why.
I'm fat. I'm not fat, I'm slightly overweight. Okay, we're going wedge shaped. I feel like I'm achieving something now.
Okay. Tony Murphy says you could put thermal vents in the aluminium in line with the dotted frets.
That could be cool. You guys are turning this one-day build into something a little bit more than that.
No, they've got nothing to do with it. Silverback sent a £10 super chat.
So who?
Silverback
Silverback. Gorilla, cool.
says, pick up the guitar and slap the body while singing closure, 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 closure. I don't know what that's in reference to.
Other than potentially the fact that I need to finish the damn thing so I have some closure.
Yeah, possibly.
Or is it a song that I don't know? Do I have to actually do what he told me?
Only if you sing.
I mean, that way lies
closure,
madness.
closure, closure.
Okay. Alrighty. We get in there. File.
And 2 super chats. One from Johan von Loopy.
Johan.
Says, rather than a hurdy-gurdy,
Thank
how about a drone note bellows on a steampunk guitar?
That could be fun. So I've always thought that viola d'amores, for example, were very, very steampunk. I mean, they are from, I suppose, that sort of era. It's a standard violin that has drone strings going through the center of the neck, which is just like incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, I've always wanted to build one of those. Whether I've always wanted to build one of those because one of the other guys at the school has always wanted to build one of those and I thought I'd try and be cool by fitting in. I've done that a lot.
Or did you want to beat him at his own game?
No.
Benjamin Bellamy says, I played for years not knowing side docks existed. As a matter of fact, I just had to grab the closest guitar to see if it had side dots. So I guess it's all the way you learn.
Wow. That truly amazes me.
Curtis Gentry has a t-shirt design idea for you.
Okay.
A quote that says, in the name of the masking tape, the super glue and the holy template.
Do it. Talita, make it happen.
And a lot of people saying you're not fat, you're just big boned.
Yeah. I'm big something to tell you. Ego.
Have you expressed your thoughts on the Steve Vai Hydra?
I did earlier. I did.
Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, no, we were talking about that earlier. It looks like 3 guitars entered the Harry Potter universe, tried to disapparate and got splinched. Splinched? Spliced? What's the word?
I don't know.
Anyway, you all know what I'm talking about. It doesn't look like
Salty John's super chat says, that's going to have a tall nut, Ben. Did you notice?
I have.
And Renee says, don't forget the Sith red LED lights.
No, not this time. So this is relatively thin. Yeah, it is aluminium. Yeah, I actually think having a thinner material on the headstock does make sense. Okay. So
Tony Murphy says the Shinto saw rasp definitely confers a sense of achievement.
it does.
And Jamie says, yeah, it's our fault this build is going longer than planned. Sure, Ben.
You believe what you want to believe. Yeah, you be you.
The real wonky dog has a would you rather.
Go for it, hit me.
Would you rather shave the face fuzz or grow it to max length like ZZ Top?
Max length.
But that would get in the way of your guitar building. You'd have to, like, split it in two and tie it around the back of your head. Like pigtails.
No, I wouldn't. There's never a call for that.
And if it gets caught in the bandsaw or the lathe, it'd rip your face off.
Fine, okay. There is a call for some sort of a creative solution, but ZZ Top don't even have beards that long. Tuck it in your shirt. It's fine. We're good.
Leprechaun says that would be very dwarven.
It would be. So we're back at commenting on my height then, are we?
And Fast Swipe says max length is my new online persona.
Just be careful what site you put that on, yeah? I think it's fair enough. Okay.
Lots of people saying tuck it in your belt, tuck it in your shirt.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem. Okay, so I made these marks wide enough that I got space to play. That'll do it. Okay. Don't let me forget the gloves, everybody.
Don't forget the side dots.
I mustn't forget side dots. Something's telling me that I mustn't forget side dots. This is the single longest clip we have ever recorded, Talitha. We haven't stopped recording all day and it is currently 8 hours and 57 minutes long.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I need a...
I'm not sure I'll be fit to drive home after this.
What, just tired?
Because we still got to do the...
No, I can do Skillshare afterwards.
Okay.
I can do that tomorrow, that's not a worry.
Well,
Not tomorrow, Wednesday.
I bought the script info.
Thank you.
I just need to highlight parts.
That's fine. Okay, sorry guys, I'm off camera just...
Bad thing.
Yeah, looking at chunks of wood to potentially make a bit of a clamping call out of. I really don't have very much spare wood floating about the place.
So you're cutting out the centre of the aluminium after the fact?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Send us some more would you rather questions, guys. That was fun. Go to the roadie sent a super chat.
Who is he the roadie for? Interested.
I'm the president of the Wessex Beardsmen. The snood is a more than handy for beard control in the workshop. You just learn to work around the beard.
Yes, I know you. I know who you are now. Okay, main mic's off. Where's the ear defenders? Okie dokie. We are starting to cook on steam.
Gas.
Gas, that's the word I was looking for. Cooking on gas now. Okay, so there's a little bit of a wobble in that and that way, and this is a little bit too solid. That's there.
Terry Love sent a super chat.
Terry!
He says if Ben goes full length beard, he will have to build a base for Leyland Sklar. Or Leland Sklar.
Yes, please. Oh yeah, I nearly walked into that micro camera there, the big camera thing. Sorry, can I get behind you, please?
Why?
Because you're in my way.
You put me here.
I did put you there. Okay, sorry, I am... Sorry, you're in my way now. So you... Maybe I can't lean on that. Yeah, this'll do. All right, so I'm rummaging. You need to treat this like you're treating a veneer, and you spread the tension a little bit by having something soft in between the clamping cord and the veneer. Now this leather I rescued from a dead sofa that we were scrapping, and I want to make it into a workshop apron or two. It's actually really good leather. So if you're ever in the position of having an old, utterly destroyed leather sofa that you're just going to scrap, cut it up. It's fun. The boys had a bit of a blast. They were depressed. They were dissatisfied with the lack of ready cash. I was fully expecting to find at least a few quid in coins inside, and it was like tuppence, literally.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Shame.
But they got to destroy a sofa.
You should have bought some of those.
Even more.
Kept some of those chocolate coins from Christmas and hidden them in there.
You think I had the opportunity to keep any of those chocolate coins? The children destroyed those in short order. Okay. So here we go. I've got a section of leather that will essentially be on the call. I suppose I should just glue that down actually. Are we correct? We are correct.
Paulie Worthington sent a super chat.
Hi Paulie. Hi again Paulie.
Says, thought you looked knackered earlier, man. Now you truly do. Maldives, Ben! Exclamation mark. When you extend that shed, get Talitha a nice leather chair.
Yes, so Talitha is going to have a leather chair and a heater, and it's going to be great.
And a fan for the summer months.
Talitha, you've got thousands and thousands of fans. Just because I'm on camera doesn't mean they don't know that you are the real power behind the throne.
Yep.
I know, but that may be Tanya.
We'll take joint responsibility for that.
Okay. Anyway, so that's there. It's got a little bit of give, not huge amounts, but enough that I can pretty much guarantee that all gaps in the veneer will sort of self-level, basically. And by the way, thank you very much for telling me I look like shit. I really appreciate that.
They're knackered. He's recommending a lovely holiday for you.
Yeah, no, I do. I agree. It would be great.
There's some great would you rather questions here.
Would I rather go on holiday or carry on building guitars? Probably the latter.
What if you built guitars on holiday?
Then that wouldn't be a holiday, but still, that would be great fun.
A change of location is...
A change is as good as a rest.
That's it.
That is a lie that the government tells you so that you carry on working.
Damn it.
I think. I don't know. I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
Okay.
It's all real. It's not a theory. Sorry. Just leave me
Getting in
alone.
the crazy
I'm
zone.
tired. Leave me the hell alone.
So
or don't leave me alone. Give me questions.
would you rather questions are probably not the right thing.
No, it's good. It's all good.
So the big unit says,
He always asks really good questions.
would you rather be forced to use dull planes or is having to level everything with sandpaper from now on? Dull planes or sandpaper?
A mean person. I was just saying that you ask really good questions.
That's a good question
That's a good question.
for the rest of us.
I would quit. I think I'd quit.
Wow.
Using dull planes would not be any fun. Using sandpaper would not be any fun. I could use sanding machines potentially, which is quite fun, I suppose. But that's about the only. It's about the only thing, really.
Cool. Super chat from Alpha Tank. Apologies for missing it earlier.
Alpha Tank.
Alpha Tank. Ben, you should build a B-bender guitar.
Yes.
You could make that pretty cool with your want of gears.
Yes. So somebody else suggested basically that earlier, and I 100% agree. I think that a B-bender guitar would be very, very cool. I would also like to actually make custom tuners with all those gears myself, and in fact that I suppose is something that should be done on the Watch Inspired build. Really. 1, 2, 3. How many do I want?
Rob King, this is a technical question for the behind the scenes work. On a tangent, how are you doing the recording for the edit content? From the stream recording, or are you recording each camera input, or maybe on the camera themselves?
Okay, so no, the cameras would overheat like insanity if we were recording on them. I'm using the Blackmagic Design Atom Mini Pro, and essentially there's two buttons to push. One is on air, which is streaming to you guys with the settings correctly done, and the other one is record, and I'm recording what you guys see to an SSD, and that works very well, basically, unlike this.
Oh dear.
I've made the template, the block, fairly large, so just wondering if this is a way to do it or not. I think I'll use a mixture of these violin spool clamps and standard clamps, and we'll go from there.
Cool. Well,
so yeah, we're doing that now. Sorry to talk over you, Talitha. The upgraded Atom Mini Pro will allow me to record to the SSD instead of just what you're seeing, which is the program one. It will allow me to record the output from every single camera, so the editors then will be able to set up in their Premiere Pro a multi-cam edit and watch them all and just choose which ones they want. At the moment, I'm not sure if that's actually a good idea or not. What do you think, Talitha?
it will give us more scope, because sometimes there's times when we would prefer a different camera angle.
The thing is, half of the time, so I've got camera number 2 over there just sitting looking at the bandsaw with nothing going on. I suppose you've got your establishing shot there, you've got number 4, and you've got number 3. So actually, most of the time you would have basically 3 cameras
to choose from. And when you get the upgrade, you want more cameras around the room looking at other machines.
I think that I'm getting greedy. I do think that 4 cameras is probably more than enough, but with the upgraded one you also have 8 inputs, so it would be cool to have access to a computer that's permanently there. So if I'm talking the live stream, I could pull up the Greebly and we could all be looking at it on the screen.
Yeah.
At the moment, the input that would be doing that is currently has got a camera on it. Anyway, you had a question.
It's a would you rather.
Bring it on.
And since you're about to glue up,
yeah.
Paul Wilk, sorry I've said that wrong. Would you rather be without super glue or wood glue forever?
Define wood glue. I'm going to assume you mean white glue, because I could happily use hide glue or fish glue. I'd even catch the animals if necessary. No, both are non-negotiable.
Ooh.
I could potentially build guitars using just super glue, if necessary. They just wouldn't be as good as they could be. That's the problem. It's a compromise.
Mm-hmm. Carlos Del Cristo would like to know, what is a good bandsaw size for guitar making?
I think 14-inch is what I would suggest in general. Talitha, could you quickly Google the record power 250, BS 250?
Sabre?
Yeah, Sabre 250, that's the one. Epoxy. And I'm assuming 250 means it's got a 250mm throat, 25 centimeters, which is 12 inches. So maybe, I've never really paid much attention to this. Maybe a 12-inch throat is about right. Essentially, you need to be able to cut a minimum, at least 8 inches in order to book match the average top for the average guitar. Bigger for an Explorer. and you actually have to have that much cut. Now, the throat on this bandsaw here is probably 12 inches looking at it, but that's 12 inches, and then you've got the whole guide assembly and all that jazz which is in the way, so that may only just be big enough. So yeah, it's all interesting.
Cool. Robin Andrew says, "Don't forget your gloves when you glue up."
I was just going to start. Who is that, Robin?
Yep, Robin Andrews.
You are a lifesaver.
And Mike Hubert says, "I'd watch you make actual fish glue."
Yeah, that would be quite fun. That wouldn't be fun, but yeah. Thank you for the reminder. Seriously appreciate it.
Yep, you saved his fingers. Arliss Stinnett says, "I'm a woodworker, not a player. Would you advise for or against someone like myself building guitars?"
Go, build a guitar. Go forth and manufacture. If you can follow the plans and know how to you work with your hands, then there is nothing stopping you learning about what a guitarist wants.
And Chris Hadra says, "What about locating pins before you glue the veneer?"
It's way oversized. They're not required, he says. Yeah. Future me may well regret ignoring your suggestion here.
Ian Davies says, "Would a one-day build actually be something more achievable, such as a spatula?"
Sorry, what?
Would you do a one-day build for something more achievable, such as a spatula?
So make us. I'm not even going to dignify that response with the tears it deserves.
Oh, Mark Ellis has a use for your sofa leather.
Go on then.
Make a Wookiee bandolier guitar strap. It would go great with this guitar.
It really would.
Would you rather, from Jeff's Guitars.
Okay.
Would you rather build a guitar in your shop or on the beach?
In my shop. In my shop. I hate the beach. I'm a bald man who likes his Wi-Fi, and
His comfort.
and yeah, I've always, my entire life, been more susceptible to heat than everybody else around me. So really, in a I just overheat and develop horrific headaches at the drop of a hat. So yeah, I avoid the beach if I can.
Christopher Doyle.
Now, if I had a nice, and it depends on the beach, if I had a nice, cool beach hut with
Someone serving you
with a full workshop inside and a through
cold
breeze,
drinks and
yeah, all that. That's a different story entirely.
so by the beach rather than on the beach.
I mean, the beach hut could be on the beach, but but yes.
Cool. Christopher Doyle says, "Would you rather play only speed metal
Yeah.
or listen to only smooth jazz?"
Oh, give me smooth jazz, because it's not really a would you rather if it's something that you are incapable of doing, and I am. This is slippery. Do you know what? I need locating pins.
Is present you angry at past you?
Oh no, we all knew it was going to happen.
Okay. Alistanet, who asked earlier as a woodworker if you'd
Hold on,
recommend...
did I miss that last question? What was...
No. His question was, he says he's a woodworker, and would you recommend that he go into building guitars?
Okay, I thought there was something else after that.
There were others, but so he just wants to say thank you for the confirmation and support you and this community of you have created are awesome.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure. I absolutely agree. I'm awesome. I mean, they're awesome. I'm in bad joke mode right now.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, we'll go there.
Tony Murphy says, and now you're insulting Guns and Guitars, who loves building on the beach.
Does he now?
He builds everywhere.
No, so I now. No, I'm not actively trying to insult Guns and Guitars, but what am I trying to say? I am trying to say that you guys are trying to distract me while in the middle of a glue up with 6-minute fast cure epoxy.
I thought it was 5.
It might be 5.
This is very apt. Interrupter.
Huh.
Now it says a spatula would be at least 2 episodes.
Honestly, the last time I started building anything like a spatula, I didn't finish it, so it's an ongoing project. After all that preparation for the spool clamps, I've ended up not using them.
So many people are saying, locating pins, stop, locating pins.
I didn't need them. So there isn't actually a gap where the nut is, because I'm just supremely talented. But anyway, if there was, I would be either covering it with a nut or cutting it away to fit the nuts, so we're good. Okay, well that's good, that worked quite nicely. On the air for 9 hours and 21 minutes, which actually seems to be about the average for these streams, isn't it?
Yeah. I think we've done 7, 8, 9 by now. 11.
Okay.
Is
Do
that
you have a question?
Margaret Altvater, says, Ben, what grid would you recommend starting your daily sharpening on for planes and chisels?
Daily? I avoid daily sharpening if at all possible. Okay, now I understand what you're talking about now, actually. So if it's, the plane's not necessarily very blunt, the chisel is not very blunt, you've used it a bit, it's not quite as sharp as it should be. To be honest, if you have a strop on your workbench, which is super fine, I would, every 20 or so passes with a chisel, hit it on the strop and you'd be fine. And you would never need to go back to the stone necessarily until you chip it. In reality, I go back to 1200 grit and then 3000 grit or a strop.
People are saying the microphones.
Microphones?
Ben's mic is dead.
Is it? Oh no. It's a sign. It's a sign that we should call it a day.
Is mine still on then?
Yours is still on. Absolutely.
Okay. Slicker One says, how many unfinished guitars do you have waiting? Too many.
That would be telling. I have got many, many projects, many things that I would love to do, like locate the rest of my rechargeable batteries, for example.
John Antle says, I'm relatively new to the channel, love it.
Greetings.
Has anyone mentioned Ben's performance as Scourge in Thor Ragnarok?
Well, I have to have a hobby.
That's
Being
his
an A-list
side
celebrity is, just something I do in my spare time. The resemblance there really tickles me. I have many projects, many things in the pipeline, and
It sounds like you're talking about movie deals and things.
Yeah, movie deals, all that sort of stuff. Anyway, it is what it is, and it's fun. I'm leaving the epoxy on the spatula there. It's because the spatula is so smooth, it's going to be easier for me to chisel it off when it's dry than it is to clean it off while it's still got a little bit of stick to it.
Sweet Tea Guitars says, "Hey Ben,
Yo.
check your IG messages at your leisure. Slight spoiler alert, but only a little. Got some things for you. Waiting on a resaw blade won't be long."
Dude, you are a gentleman, and I will, yes. So I got in there last night just as I was drifting off because I promised I would. So yeah, I finally got the messages. I have probably... There are several hundred messages in Instagram that on my personal Instagram that I just need to go to. Okay, look, we need to start calling this a day because it has been nearly 9.5 hours of almost non-stop talking. Do you have any final questions, any comments, anything? Let's go.
You need to say hi to Matt Lang's 5-year-old Georgia, who's
Georgia.
lying in bed watching this and enjoying it a lot.
Georgia, you are the coolest 5-year-old that I know of at the moment, with impeccable taste. Thank you very much for your support. Now go to sleep.
Dusty Dark Horse definitely wasn't expecting you to still be working on day 5.
No, I was pretty sure that I was also going to fall apart before now.
Some people are saying your mic again. That battery lasted a while.
No, I should be on.
Okay.
Test. Nope, I'm on.
Okay. Cool. Anthony Cunliffe has suggested a Crimson Guitars board game. Get around the board, pick up guitar parts and tools, build a guitar as you go. Distraction cards should also be a thing. I think this has legs.
I really do think that has legs. That's incredible.
Photographing.
Yeah, Talitha, that's a really cool. I don't think very many people would buy it, but it would be fun to do. Absolutely. See, there we go. There's yet another project that I would love to do that's now in the back of my head to do.
Stop giving him ideas, guys. But that's a very good idea.
It is a very, very good idea.
Would you rather? From Vulcan S.N.
He always gives us good ones.
Would you rather, on a Sunday stroll, seeing 2 open garage workshops, would you rather go to the one who builds guitars and struggles, or the one who's making watches? You have time only for one.
Oh, no, it's the and struggles that's the problem. I have to say that because you said that. It would be the guitar guy. It would be. It would have to be.
You always want to help.
But I'd remember where it was. I'd go back. Look, yeah, there we go.
Oh, Anthony Cunliffe says he would call the board game Luthersy. Or Lunacy.
Luthersy. There's a better name than that, but yeah.
Yeah. Marson of the Nuclear Village says that was a perfect day. Thank you both, Talitha and Ben.
Thank you very much. It has been. We've really enjoyed it as well. Yeah. Absolutely.
So
the microphones are acting a little bit weird, or is it just that I'm actually standing still for a second and noticing them flickering?
Terry Love says thanks for the stream. See you all next time. And
Thank you,
Meshback23 wants to know when the next episode's planned for.
Okay, the next stream will be Monday next week, so a week today, starting at 11 o'clock. And yeah, I mean, on that one, we'll be finishing the headstock, doing some sort of maybe glow-in-the-dark side dots, maybe greeblies, drilling the control cavities, the controls out, sanding a little bit, finalizing the outline and the shape and the sanding and the finishing, and then I'm hoping that by the end of that episode we will have spray painted some orange accents and a coat of clear lacquer out of a rattle can, depending on, I'm not necessarily covering all the metal, for example, but bits and pieces will need sprays. So that will, at the very least, be the end of that episode. With episode 7 being putting it together and playing.
So 2 more.
I'm not going to promise anything. I have priors, me. I'm not allowed to promise anything.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So there we go. Unless there's any more queries? You putting your finger up? Query?
Eric Jan Oud says, so exactly how much time did that fretboard save you?
Time? I don't know the meaning of the word.
And there's a chat from Paula Worthington, which I can't see because of the stupid laptop.
It's horrible, isn't it?
It's ridiculous. I literally cannot scroll down enough to see the super chat.
Can you
I'm so
scroll
sorry.
down?
Wait, here it is.
Hold on. Hi.
Ben, is that a G-Shock you're wearing?
Yes! Good. Yeah, Casio. Casio GS2100 something. It's the clear one. I absolutely love them. I've got this and I've got the yellow one. And I've got, in a unopened packet over there, I bought a second-hand metal bracelet so that I can customize it, but I want to properly customize the bracelet beforehand. I don't want to. I don't know. I do prefer metal bracelets if at all possible. So yeah, it's all fun and games. And with that, I think we're going to say good evening.
One more super chat.
Oh my gosh. I mean, this is if the super chats keep on coming, we will just keep on going. I will have a problem, i.e. my children are already in bed and I was supposed to be helping to do that.
Oh dear. Disco Stew says,
Disco Stew!
Just a quick hello from us here before you go. Really enjoyed watching today. Thanks, Team Crimson.
It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to say, I'm going to give it 30 seconds. The kids are already in bed. It's done now. The lights are off up in the house. Chaos. I'm so excited about how this guitar is working. I'm really happy that the raffle is done, and it was won by somebody who only bought 4 tickets. We are going to be doing that sort of thing more moving forward. I am going to be announcing Great Guitar Build-Off in the very, very near future. Talitha and I are going to be filming videos and bits and pieces on Wednesday, and it's been excellent. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to last another 15 minutes feeling, hey, this is great, and then just crash. So there we go. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a great evening.
You need to click end stream and I need to click off, and we're done.
We're done.
You guys rule. Have a fantastic whatever you do. 9 hours and 32 minutes and 45 seconds. In, 2, 1. Bye-bye.